Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. Welcome to another one of our wonderful live shows of Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. This is Bomani Tyehimba of Africa for the Africans towards an investment, and I'm here with my good brother, Chief X. Greetings, brother Chief X. How you doing?
Doing great, doing great. It's a good day.
Yes, and Chief X is one of those good brothers that join us on our incredible Ghana December 2019 Journey of a Lifetime. I will never forget that tour because that was the day we first went and saw our community land at Black Star Pan-African Community.
Oh,
So
so that was a classic day right there, huh?
yes, man, those are the days you just you have certain days in your life and certain time that you don't ever forget. But yes, my brother. So looking for more people to join in, and I'm gonna start things off with a view of our website and a view of some of our tour information, and you can just jam with some beautiful music, family. And we're gonna be right back to start our schedule program, which tonight, this is our topic tonight. Chief X on the state of the Black conscious community. And family, you're live with Bomani on Pan-Africanism towards Nationhood. So, and then we're going to talk about where do we go from here. And our brother's just going to give us a good breakdown, and we're going to get into it. And then for those who want to join us, now we'll post a link and join us, and make sure that you have your questions on point for our brother. Because our brother is a serious debater, so don't come at him with no foolishness, especially when he starts saying things that may, you may get into your feelings about. But one thing we're about, family, we're about education. We're about there's nowhere we're gonna build what we need to build without challenging some of the things that we've been miseducated about. All right, some sounds from Melanie Ganji, and this is Sankofa Bird. As a matter of fact, family, we're gonna play the Sons of Africa for you.
Sons of Africa, It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey!
Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. Son, go forward. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing, blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. There can having cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, cold, bird. A message in the lesson, lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Son, go bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing, blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing, blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. Ahoy, ahoy. Ahoy, ahoy, ahoy. It was a sun called for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots.
Yes, my brother Chief X, return to the roots. Yes, brother, and that's exactly where I met you at. Returning to the roots in Ghana with us. So wanted to always let you know, appreciate you joining us, you know, for that December 2019 Ghana Journey of a Lifetime. And the most incredible, wonderful thing is that that was our first time meeting, and I literally didn't know you, but you trusted a brother to connect you to Ghana, and we did, and we had a great time. So appreciate you, much love, much respect, and everything. And now you and I are going to get into some incredible conversation as we talk about our topic for tonight, the state of the Black conscious community. And I guess in order for us to even start talking about that, I guess we have to define conscious community or Black conscious community, and then we have to also, we can get into how we got involved or got into this community and things like that. So just wanted to put that out there, and wherever you want to start, that would be good. And the program is yours, and I'll be here listening, and we just go back and forth and educate our people. No, Kent, you're muted. We'll definitely start with a proper introduction of yourself for people who don't know you.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Yes, sir. How's YouTube family doing? They call me Chief X. The X is for Xavier. People call me Xavier or Chief X. Doesn't matter. But Chief X is what I'm known by, right? And I'm kind of controversial. So beware, right? But we're going to have a great conversation, maybe a conversation you may have never heard or angles you've never heard. You know, um, I've been in this conscious community. You know what? Let me define the conscious community because you just said that at the beginning. So I've been around the community per se since 1992. right? I started off, my flashpoint was with the Nation of Islam. I wasn't suited or booted or a registered Muslim, but that was my flashpoint. I used to go to the mosque for like 2 years straight, just as an independent person, just curious, because at that time in 1992, Farrakhan, Khalid Muhammad, and all of them was very intriguing to me. And they was just speaking my language, and I just liked it, their spirit, right? And I remember also seeing Dr. Khalid Muhammad live at Long Beach State, and when he gave his most controversial lecture called The Art of War. So that's just my flashpoint. And so I wanted to define the conscious community since I've been around and in it for a while. Previously, it was just a community, I guess this is a word that came about online, right? So previously, before the internet jumped off and YouTube and all that, people just kind of did things in their own circle, in their own neighborhoods, in their own state and city, what have you, right? So the internet sprung. So now, through different media outlets and stuff, we just developed this online word because it's really an online community um, um, called the conscious community, for lack of a better word, right? Um, and it's just an online community and people connect. Like I met Bomani, you meet people like Sinetter. He's like a media source per se for the so-called conscious community. And that's just how that's jumped off. You meet people on Facebook, whatever your thing is, whatever your social media thing is. You meet people on Facebook and what have you. And it's just an online community that grow, and we just use that terminology. It's for people who supposed to be conscious, whether they are or not, is another issue. But it's supposed to be people who are supposed to be conscious, and we began studying and being wanted to be into history, right? Later on, the online community came about, and we blended in science. But some people are still stuck on history and haven't got into the science aspect of things, right? And you know, that's the definition of that. So I didn't get suited and booted, but then I just started studying. Studied with the Hebrews. I studied with the Moors, the so-called Moors. I studied with Orthodox Islam. You know what I mean? And then ran into Ashra Kwesi. He used to live in Los Angeles, and started listening to his discussions and found out about Dr. Ben. And since '95, this was here I am today. Now, mind you guys, Chief X is known to be controversial because I argue new things that I learned, right? And what was my flashpoint? I don't know if people can see this book, but this and me going to Africa with you, Bomani, and what was that? 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago.
Uh, it
Yeah, I
was
think it was 3.5 years
2019, so that was yeah, coming up on
because
4 years.
it was my 50th birthday.
Wow,
And that was my treat for my 50th birthday. I said I want to do
excellent.
something. I want to do something different. You know what I mean? Just something just totally different. I don't want to be hanging with nobody, go to no bar or no club, or just kick with my girlfriend, go to dinner. When you turn 50, you're supposed to do something amazing.
That's what's up.
And I went to Africa with Bomani, and I bought this book. And that trip to Africa, and after reading this book, just changed a lot of things for me about 3 years ago, and just kind of transformed my mind. And I realized how spoiled Black Americans are, right, at this point. And I just kind of switched up on the conscious community, and became an antagonist, right? So that's just a little bit of my beginnings.
That's a little bit of beginning. That's a great beginning, brother. So one of the things I appreciate is that you've been around for a long time, and not long time like that, but you're experiencing a movement to talk about certain subjects. Because when people hear us challenge certain things, they have to also look at our experience. You talk about the different Black organizations that you joined, and then I'm also seeing that when you join these different organizations, you're seeing some level of commonality of why we don't progress as a people. And so those are some of the things you started realizing, and here you are now, educating our people to do their own research and to just not take things as face value because a big scholar is teaching it. Now, you mentioned
Right.
one of the key person you mentioned, Asher Kwesi. So, did
Yes,
you
sir.
ever travel with Asher Kwesi?
No, I've never went on a tour with Afrocentrism. I've never been to Egypt. I said when I go to Africa for the first time, it's going to be where my ancestors are really from.
Oh, gotcha. Appreciate it.
Right. So, and my ancestors is not from Egypt, right? My ancestors is from West and Central Africa, and that's where I wanted to go, right? I wanted to go where I see people like me in abundance. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I'm
that's,
glad
that's,
I went. You know, my 50th birthday, I always remember because I went to, we went out on my birthday was in Africa on the 27th of December,
where did we go to Jamrock
and
or
we went
something?
to eat. We went to a some kind of bar or eatery, and it was my birthday, and the whole entire group was sitting at a table and sung me happy birthday on my birthday at nighttime. I don't know if you remember, but I just got overwhelmed and I
I
broke
remember,
down.
I
I
remember
broke
you having a
down
great
crying
time.
for an hour. I couldn't believe I'm in Africa. They singing happy birthday to me, and it was just a wonderful trip.
And then I got you a good roommate, man. I was one of my good naval brothers that traveled with me in other tours.
Yeah.
So, Sean's a good brother. So, yeah, y'all was rolling together strong.
Yeah,
So,
I forgot what happened to him. We were supposed to keep in touch, but we kind of
yeah, it's
lost
never as
touch.
easy as it sounds like, but people do try. I got to give that to people.
Yeah. See, that's so that trip changed my life.
Wow, appreciate it, and family, appreciate it. I'm happy that I was the one that took you to the motherland to where that was able to change your perspective.
Yeah, and
So
everything was perfect, man. It's a perfect tour. Um, I was totally satisfied. You know, we achieved everything we set out to achieve. I saw everything I needed to see, and it was just a great tour. And I recommend people to you if they're talking about going. I always recommend you.
always appreciate the love.
Good
I'm
evening to
glad.
the chat, Miss Patricia Matthews.
Yeah, Patricia always got good energy.
W. Good evening to you.
And Patricia Purifier. All right, so family, looking for some good comments. But meanwhile, we'll continue the program. And family, as we talk about these journeys, this is a list of previous journeys and a list of future journeys to different countries coming up. So that's our website, Africa for the Africans.org, where you can find all the details. And you can just reach out to me. That's my phone number and email address. All this information is scrolling across the screen. And and then you have a whole lot of previous documentation as far as pictures and videos right there on those social pages. So just like the journey that we took, brother, I got all those highlight videos there, especially when people want to share it with family and friends. So that's a part of our energy family, documenting, connecting, and keeping in touch. So yes, let's get back to our regular scheduled program, the state of the Black conscious community.
Yes, sir.
So now that you have defined those things and broken those things down, the other thing I was gonna ask you, since you have debunked uh, Egypt, did you connect back with Asher Kwesi? Because he's one of the foremost person that's into Egypt to where that's their main program.
Hmm. Yeah. So, um, I have respect for Ashraf Kwesi for what he does. Um, um, maybe about 4 years ago, before I went on the trip, I began to have a lot of debates online um, with the Facebook community and then the YouTube community, right? So, because when I went to Africa, I bought this book on the trip with Bomani, um, right outside the slave dungeon, and it's written by a scholar, I guess, who was employed with Ghana University, right, Miss Peribi, right, and it's called "The History of Indigenous Slavery in Ghana." And I started to read this book on the way back home on the plane, right, the Indigenous History of Ghana, and I was just shook because a lot of things I didn't know about. I didn't even know there was an indigenous history. Excuse me, indigenous slavery in Ghana prior to even the white man and before the Arab. Like the author was just like for millennium Africans in West and Central Africa were enslaving each other, whatever term you want to give it. I like some people like to downplay it and say indentured servitude and things like that. But she says the scholar slavery. I said these African scholars teach a little different than Black American scholars. They teach totally different. No one in Black America has spoke about these topics of indigenous slavery in Ghana. They avoided it like the plague, right? So I started having these discussions, and they were pissed because I was speaking about the information in this book, and that they just wanted to always continue to blame white folk for slavery, but and never look at our ancestors and the different chiefs that participated in this. Basically 50-50 from what I see and read. It was an on the table agreement, and I had to start realizing that a lot of them white folk did not go into the interior of Africa and get anyone. Those are Africans getting other Africans and bringing them to the interior. And I remember going to a museum in Ghana, and they had a gun. I said, well, you guys made guns here? They said, no. This is just guns that they traded. Come to find out, different tribes were loaded with weapons. So I said, definitely ain't coming up in the bush. White man ain't coming up in the bush with black folk with weapons and guns. So the whole story of the beginning of the Atlantic slave trade, I learned a whole new angle from it, and I began to teach about that. Pissed people off. Then I made this famous video I'm known for called Black Egypt Debunked, right? And
Classic.
that's classic. I just did a this was like 2.5 years ago, people. And people have argued with me for the last 2.5 years. It's been a hot topic in the conscious community. Were the ancient Egyptians black or were they Caucasoid? So when I say Caucasoid, mind you, you guys may get pissed off today. So when I say Caucasoid, right, I'm not saying a white person because you have a branch in physical anthropology and forensic science where they classify people. And Berbers, Arabs are considered Caucasoid in physical anthropology and in forensic science. And we of sub-Saharan African descent are considered Negroid, right? So I began to really do a lot of research on the genetics of North Africa. And I made a statement to people. I said we can name 1,000 sub-Saharan African tribes that are black. But nobody, and I've offered $1,000 already. So I said I'll give you $100 if you can name one black or Negroid tribe that's indigenous to North Africa, Europe, Caucasus, the Near East, or the Levant. Not one person in 2 years has come up with an answer.
I was about to say you probably had a whole lot of people challenge you, right, including
Oh
great
man, we've been
scholars.
going back and forth for 2 years.
And
To this day, no one has an answer because you can't. There was none. We're sub-Saharan Africans, and that's where we come from.
I was
We're
watching a
not. We're
debate
not.
with you and Sekou.
Okay, yeah.
And
We're not.
Sekou,
Sekou came up with the taboo. It's a tribe called the taboo. That was the only thing he can come up with. But come to find out, the taboo, he hit me with that. What do you call it? Ambush scholarship. So come to find out, the taboo are Central Africans more so, not North Africans, and they're nomadic. So nomadic people are people who really don't have a home, a set homeland. You know what I'm saying? They kind of get around and do their thing,
right.
right? So these controversial topics that I've just been speaking on has had people in the conscious community shook. I mean, shook. And I mean, the day after I made the video on YouTube, a group of brothers got together and was just pissed. And it was a 25-hour live stream based on little old me and what I said.
Wow, what was the name of that
The
channel?
longest live stream in the history of conscious community YouTube.
25 hours. They just
Man,
they're,
people were
they're
going to
working.
sleep and people were
They're working
staying on and
shifts.
going back to back. It
They're
was so
working
long
shifts.
it cut off, and they still haven't been able to deal with me. Yeah, so people, I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but the genetics of North Africa say different, right? So when we was in the community and we had people like Ivan Van Sertima and all these elders, you know what I mean? The genome wasn't mapped at that time. You hear me, Bomani? So the genome wasn't mapped, so people wasn't into science, right? And DNA, right? Now the genome is mapped and we're into genetic science these days and DNA science these days. The proof is in the pudding. They've done DNA tests on several mummies, not a lot of them, but they've done DNA tests on. We find out that hey, most of them have West Asian and Levant origins, North African origins. So to be clear, Egyptians are Egyptians, or they call them North Africa. Then you have Berbers, which goes from Libya all the way to Morocco across North Africa. Those are considered Berbers or Amazigh people. They're not Egyptians, although they look similar, right? People also don't know that ancient Egypt is only 17% Arab. So, us black Americans, we don't know these differences. So, we just think Egypt is Arab. No, they're not Arab people. The modern day Egyptians you see there have been found to be the ancient Egyptians. The ancient Egyptians never went nowhere. They never disappeared.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So like you when people had made up these mystical histories and stuff and these revised histories and teaching fake histories and the Egyptian didn't tell you when they went nowhere and they recorded everything. They never said they dispersed, they left or went anywhere. Just black Americans say that. Only people on the planet is black Americans who say that.
So all of our black scholars
Oh,
that's been
they
talking to Egypt has been misleading us and
well,
misdirecting us.
in early days they may not have known and just was naive like I was at one point.
All right.
But science is here. But since now it's like foolish pride with an ego. They don't want to admit and change. You know what I mean? So since I'm a truth seeker, I change with information. I don't have a problem with it. So my thing is like you. I've been just trying to get people to embrace who they are and where they come from, and that's West Central Africa. We're considered sub-Saharan Africans, which is a tropical African. I'm a tropical African. Bomani's a tropical African. We're not desert or arid Africans, which is would be North Africans. And those North Africans have been there for at least 60,000 years.
A great point. And let me switch on that a little bit for another question that's connected to this. So you're telling me, what if I said that I was a Native American? Is there any possibility of me being a Native American?
No, impossible. So I make these statements.
Because Dane Calloway and it's an energy out there I've been seeing in the last few years, and he has a few videos and it's like and people are following it and people are like having these conversations and I'm like, nah, family. I mean, this is where we're from. Embrace our people. Embrace where we're from.
Now, I got many videos dispelling this myth and this fake history, right? They teach that the slave trade isn't real. You know what I mean? It happened in reverse, and they ask questions where the slave ships, and so I had
Yeah,
to make a whole video presentation of all the slave ships. And they're right there listed. They have it like like Carfax, their history, who owned it, when they sold it, who owned it after that. They're just cargo ships that they switch up, right? So this is a bold statement I always tell people because there were no kinky, negroid, nappy head people, no black people in the entire Western Hemisphere prior to the transatlantic slave trade or Christopher Columbus coming to the Americas. We were never here. We're not those people, right? And the way you really know is so you have people who that is called uncontacted tribes that we just kind of discover lately. You know what I mean? We know most of them now, but when you when you when you go on YouTube and punch in uncontacted tribes, and you'll see all these people living in the Amazon jungle, right? Primitive. Not one Negroid, nappy-haired people have ever come up out that Amazon. Ever. They're the same people who came to the Americas 15,000 years ago, who came in through the Bering Straits, through Alaska, into Canada, down to the United States, to Mexico, all the way down to the Brazil and the Caribbean islands. Same East Asian stock people. They populated the entire Western Hemisphere, right? So people don't even know it was an ice age 20,000 years ago. This is where the science come in. So when you mix science in with history, you can kind of figure things out better, right? So it was an ice age that covered half Canada and half of North America, and that's called the Laurentine ice sheet. Anybody can make it look it up. Nobody was here until this Laurentine ice sheet melted, and then 15,000 years ago, people start coming in through the Bering Straits and populated the entire Western Hemisphere for the last 15,000 years. Right? Africans didn't have weren't Sub-Saharan Africans weren't what we call seafaring people. Native Americans weren't seafaring people. We just had canoes. So Native Americans were never to get anywhere because they only had a canoe, and a canoe cannot cross a large body ocean. I was in the Navy, so I know this. So the Sub-Saharan Africans only had canoe type boats. They're a little larger now, but a canoe cannot cross a large body ocean. So nobody came here but the Native Americans. And it was no Negroid people in the entire Western Hemisphere into the transatlantic slave trade circa, let's just say, 1490. You know what I mean? So the way you know that also is because you have to understand shipbuilding technology, right? So shipbuilding technology didn't improve to the late 1300s, right? So, and by Portuguese, the Portuguese advanced shipbuilding technology, and they created ships that were able and powerful enough to cross large body oceans. And as soon as that happened, that's when human trafficking around the world start cracking off. When ship technology advanced by the Portuguese and then the Dutch, right? And they had ships were able to cross large body oceans, and the slave trade across to different uh, uh, continents jumped off, right? So seafaring people were people like who were in the Mediterranean Sea. Europeans were seafaring people. These people had ships and were out there. The Mediterranean world was a seafaring world where Egyptians and Greeks and Romans all did business with each other for the last 6,000 years. Right? Before there was an Egypt jumped off. These people are Mediterranean people. Ancient Egyptians are Mediterranean people. Their food is called Mediterranean food. We ain't no Mediterranean people. So I'm getting off the subject. But anyway, I'm talking about boats. But seafaring people who had boats and traveled distances. Sub-Saharan Africans were kind of landlocked. The geography was kind of not good, and we didn't get to exchange ideas with different people. This is how people progress faster. In the Mediterranean world, all these people in the Levant, the Near East, Spain, Anatolia, all these people were Egypt, Libya, all North Africa, all the people in the sea were exchanging ideas and ideologies and wisdoms with each other, and they advanced. Sub-Saharan Africans didn't have nobody to do that with. So sometimes we remained what they call underdeveloped. Not that they were that innately. That's just how societies and things go on around the world. There's all kind of people around the world who are underdeveloped or landlocked or cut off from other people. You know what I mean? So no, we were not in America. Dane Calloway's crazy. He knows better now, but he's just a scammer. All these cats are scammers and liars and frauds and teach fake revised history. They thought we were the Moors and stuff. But nope, we ain't the Moors either.
I guess every decade is something else, right?
Yeah, the Moors are Berbers and Arabs who conquered the Iberian Peninsula, Spain. Arab dynasties conquered Spain, not sub-Saharan Africans. So people got confused because they would always argue the etymology of the word Moor instead of who a Moor is. So a lot of Afrocentrics got caught up in the etymology and playing these mind games, and they just didn't know any better. We've never had anything to do with no Spain ever.
So who was Hannibal?
Well, Hannibal was Roman, wasn't he? Carthaginian or something? Yeah, I haven't studied Hannibal, but we've cleared that up. Hannibal wasn't black either. Cat's just been lying for a long time. So, we get into these communities and we meet these elders and people who sound good, and people like Dane Calloway sound good. He can put together a presentation and graphics and show old pictures, but never show the art scholarship. So if you see you got all these memes on social media fooling people, never believe a meme. I tell people now, you guys are meme educated. So they can put together this picture, and you'll never see the art history of it, and they'll write their what they think on the meme. So you get millions of people just getting brainwashed by memes and not even doing the scholarship. So what we do now is try to get into the scholarship and not the lookership, right? Yeah, yeah. So I can go on and on. It goes deep.
Yes, brother, absolutely. You've been getting into the research, man. So that's perfect. But as we're talking about the state of the Black conscious community, basically, we're you're looking at people worshiping false idol because when people are presenting these things, they're looked at as people really bigging them up, and like I mentioned, back to Dane Calloway, like he has an incredible following, and because and the reason and usually those trolls be up in there. You usually have several up here pushing that agenda, but they are they're getting into more and more people's heads, and so you have a Black conscious movement and a Pan African movement that's being hijacked by con artists and
Con. These cats are con artists up out
people
here.
are following these con artists and they're worshiping these idols. So that's what me and my good brother Kala Genesis always do.
What
Break
Cali
these
Jensen? How you
idols.
doing?
He's doing well. I sent him the link to join us. He mentioned about 10:30 he should be free. So I don't know how
That's my
long.
Facebook buddy right
That's what's
there.
up. He mentioned that he linked you with information to connect me. So as far as traveling to Africa, so that's always good, man. Appreciate the network flowing.
Yeah.
But
So I read this book right here. I got into right. We can't go home, right? And it says an argument about Afrocentrism by Dr. Clarence E. Walker. And this book woke me up, right? Um, in general, he speaks of in the early days of Afrocentrism, because this is what he's attacking Afrocentrism. You have certain scholars who are based mainly in New York. The Dr. Benz, you know what I mean, molecular scientist, Dr. Professor Smalls, all these, the elders are Phil Valentine, Sebi came out of, Dr. Sebi came out of New York. All these elders and people came out of the New York area. That's where the Afrocentrism really jumped off, right? So he speaks of, in general, how uh, um, we in Black America have created a mythological history for ourselves to help our self-esteem. That's the base of what he's trying to say. So I've been just digging into these histories we've created, and we just grow up listening to one people and we think anybody else, you know what I mean? It's like they move the credentialed people out the way. Get the doctors, the nurses out the way. We herbalists, we got you. Right? You know what I mean? We'll move all the credentialed people away, bad mouth people like Henry Louis Skip Gates, who's a professor at the Ivy League College. You know what I mean? Who's seriously credentialed, because Skip Gates ain't doing that glorification history, that feel good history, that feel good talk. He's just really scholarship and the reality of things, right? Right now, he does these DNA tests and let people know, nope, you're not Native American. You're Sub-Saharan African, right? So at a time, it was just a whole bunch of glorification of history and people taking concepts all out of context and just I mean it gets I can go on and on. I don't know if you got more questions for me, but I can go on and on. All right. So these two books kind of gave me a different paradigm and mindset about a lot of shit, right? And I looked at these men different, right? Um, you know, it was my flashpoint, and here we are today. I'm sitting here, who's known as an agitator, and I get into a lot of debates with many Afrocentrics and you know people of that ilk, right?
Yeah, you've been out there debating all kind of people. Didn't you debate Polite one time, brother
Had
Polite
a
one time?
debate about polite about health.
And then who determines who win these debates? Because the one with you and Sekou, I was waiting for like a follow up, like,
Well,
and
see, usually when I'm in those debates, it was over on Sunnetters TV, so I'm always in enemy territory, right? So if you read in the chat while I'm debating, you're gonna think they just killing me because all the whole chat is just like, because they all we call them the peanut gallery. They're not the most educated people. A bunch of people with bad behavior. They do no research. They, so a lot of people in our community, they're only into. This is the thing I had to realize.
right.
A lot of Black Americans, especially the conscious community, they're only into history if it's glorifying them.
Gotcha,
If it's
gotcha.
not glorifying them, they're not into those aspects. They want to be told we the Egyptians and we did all this. We the original. We traveled the world. All this old glorification. We the first, and we all this. So we're competing with white folk for morality. We're competing with white folk for achievements, and we just need to relax and stop. It's not that serious. We just have to realize it's poor people everywhere in the world. All in Mexico, Brazil. I mean, East, Southeast Asia, the islands, Melanesian, Polynesian. It's poverty everywhere, not just sub-Saharan Africa. So it's relaxed. You don't need to compete in grandiose your history and grandiose yourself and be what we call a culture vulture, stealing other people's histories, claiming they shit. You know what I mean? It's just gotten out of hand today, and TikTok ain't no help.
But we as black people are the ones that call other people culture vultures. So he said in this situation historically, uh, our people are culture vultures.
On an extreme level, culture vultures on an extreme level. You know, like for instance, like we always use this term, which is called is it cultural appropriation? They say.
Cultural appropriation.
Yeah, like for instance, like oh, they trying to steal black folk. Stop. It's black folk who got Chinese writing on them. You ain't gonna find no Chinese with no Swahili writing on them. You're gonna find no other cultures with other people's writing on them. Chinese writing. We just do that stuff. We've always we even say in the conscious community we're the original Chinese. You've heard that before, Bomani, right? Right? We just steal it. You've heard that before, Bomani? Can you hear me?
Repeat it one more time.
You've heard people say we're the original Chinese.
You know, brother. Yes, I've heard those things. But as you talk about with Ivan Van Sertima and other scholars like him, this is what we're getting information from. So
Hmm.
it just goes down and spread out, and it's in these books that are written.
Right.
But I've heard that. So
I used to go to sleep listening to Ivan Van Sertima.
did you
I used to be heavy into him.
did you see him live while he was in
Back then, there, I really believed in everything he was teaching back then.
Wow, that's amazing. So
We got it's a video out titled "We're retiring the book we came before Columbus." We've retired that book. We've beat it up. They got listen. We found out where all his sources where he was coming from, and a lot of it is mythology. A lot of it is a few quacks. You know what I mean? So what happened is we leaned on the fact that the heads look like Africans. So that was that was a foundation that Afrocentrics leaned on, since the Olmec heads look like African faces. But I was telling people this: anything in stone and any people with a broad nose, when you do them in stone, they're gonna look African like that, right? They used to say, because we had braids in the back of the Olmec skulls here. Then come to find out, they weren't braids; they're feathers, the Quetzal feather, and it's attached to the hat, the helmet, not the head. I mean, all these things we should think because they had braids.
Yeah, I mean, just like I was in Egypt in 2004, and I saw a lot of things that look like me, brother.
Yeah, on that, let me just tell you, so people have to understand what Egyptians did and why they did it. They used about 5 colors, right? So in the artwork, they always 80% of the time painted men. Um, um,
Brown complexion.
no, it's the name of it.
Mm.
Red ochre. It's a red ochre. That's what the color they use. It's red ochre. They painted the men in red ochre. They painted the women yellow or white. Right. That's just the way they juxtapose. It's the name of the art, they call it. But the men in general painted with red ochre, and the women were yellow or white. I've done lectures on this. I got full presentations. I did a Black Egypt Debunk, the final nail in the coffin, maybe about a month ago. People, I just combined everything I did over the 2 years in one video called Black Egypt Debunk, the final nail, right? So, and then the pitch black statues you see, is pitch black, and the dark represents death or the underworld or regeneration. So we don't know the meanings of these colors, and we just think they're black people or say they're black people because of that. But they never paint the Nubian women yellow or white. Only the Egyptian women are yellow and white. Nubian women are always black because the Nubians was black. People actually think Cushites and Egyptians were the same people. Shit's crazy. They spoke a whole different language. They weren't the same people. One was sub-Saharan, one was a North African.
Yeah, brother, you just people just don't know what they don't know, and bad information pass around, pass around. Sometimes you question like, have you been lied to all your life?
Yeah, so you got all these pictures for 2 decades, and people with this pitch black Egyptian characters, a bunch of them. Osiris, the Lord of the Underground, Lord of the Dead, a Lord of the Perfect Black. You know what I mean? So you got these pitch black images, and then they say, here's a black man, and put it on a mem. You ain't got no choice but to believe it, because you didn't know the colors meant something.
I mean, but also that's it's a sense of pride, man. Like, oh, this is incredible. This is what my people did.
Right. That sense of pride. So
I mean,
now it's like foolish pride. We can't go that far.
but I mean, did you get a chance to go to Egypt? Or you
No, I've
haven't
never
been there
been to
yet?
Egypt. I'm
Oh,
not, and I'm not going. I
you're
might
not
go one
going?
time. If I just do good, I want to go one time
Well, we're
because
going.
when
We're
I
going November next year. We need an Egyptologist, man. I'm gonna have to just recruit you.
yeah, we should go. So I want to go because people don't realize Egypt is only 3% ethnic groups there. So like, and not even all us. Like most Nubians, people on the border of Aswan and what they call northern Sudan, them people are like half breeds. You know what I mean? They have a mixture, a lot of Arab blood. The Nubians, right? They're a little different. People on the Horn of Africa is different than people. We call them East Africans. I forgot my dang point. My point. I was just running my mouth. I forgot. What was I going to say? You asked me a question.
I'm trying to remember my question I asked you. I'm trying to go back to when I was talking about uh, if you've been to Egypt, and let me go ahead. Do your thing, and let me switch over. So family, we're live with our good brother Chief X, and we're talking about. As a matter of fact, we were just talking about our upcoming journey to Egypt, and
Yes, sir.
that's the flyer and the dates. But yeah, that's what we was talking about Egypt, and you say you said at one point that you didn't want to go, but you may want to go one day, and
Okay, yeah, 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 yeah,
and
yeah.
then
Oh, I know what I was saying. So, like, when you go to Egypt today, and people just act like, they know they're not plentiful there. You may see 99 Egyptians, right? Egyptians, and then you might see one black. So we're not there in any significant numbers.
oh yeah, when I was there in 2004, as a matter of fact, we got excited when we first saw the first dark skinned brother. It was just like
Right, right. Like
it was.
them people have been there, bro.
But now, what I was told, that's like
20,000 years.
you explained what I was, what you're told is that that it was conquered, and when you conquer a place,
Man,
people have to migrate and things like
right,
that.
right. So here's the twist what the Afrocentrics have done. They say all the invaders came in, the Greeks, the Romans, and all these people came in. They just changed the population, mixed them, changed what they look like.
So that's not you're saying that's not
No, no.
possible.
When Arabs came in, let's just start with them. They only came in 4,000. 4,000 people can't affect the population at all. And plus, Egyptians were kind of like to themselves. They didn't like to intermarry and do things. They used to keep things to themselves. I mean, they would even do incest, so shit won't leave the family, right? So they weren't screwing like people think. People just don't know the history. The Romans and Greeks, they wasn't just, you know, people do things. You have mixed babies, but they wasn't mixing like that. And when the Arabs came in, it only changed politically. It's not like they were warring and killing and shooting. It wasn't that type of fiasco, right? So they only you come up in there. The religion changed, the way of life changed, and it became Islamized, right? And Arab today, excuse me, Egypt today is only 17% Arab, only 17% Arab. So the people have remained the same. It's just like all of sub-Saharan Africa was conquered and divvied up and chopped out. The British colonized Ghana. British was running it all up in Ghana. But the people are still there right now. They never disappeared or left. The Egyptians never disappeared or left. When you understand that, you'd be like, oh. So they created these fake histories and said they migrated and went west, and a lot of the elders say they left Egypt and they went to West Africa, and then we went from West Africa they went to America. Just a fake history. They just create this shit. It's crazy.
So how do people
Oh
get
man, I'm
away with
sorry,
these
bro.
things if it's
I didn't mean to
these things?
cuss.
It's yeah, brothers. It's all good. We're all grown now. Hopefully, yeah, it's all good. No, we try to do our best, family, to limit our vocabulary in certain ways and things, but we
You know
just
what I
here
was
to
gonna say?
express ourselves.
I think people need to listen to this little logic I'm about to give you. Black Americans have an identity crisis. We still been trying to find ourselves. So we're the most confused on the planet regarding identity, right? So we feel the whole continent we came from. No, it's a continent. Africa is made of 54 countries now, but there's still people who are tribal in their areas, right? So just because somebody's dark skinned like us and have kinky hair, that doesn't mean that they're you or you're the same. It's just like people don't do that on the continent of Asia,
Mm.
right? A Cambodian don't claim to be an Iranian just because they have similar skin tones and all straight black hair. Nobody does that. Like a Pakistani doesn't say he's a Chinese or them my people. These are different people in different regions and they understand that. So they don't say all of Asia is them. No, they come from a specific geographical area on a continent. So why do we, as Black Americans, think that everybody with nappy hair and black skin is us? You know what I mean? You see the logic?
Yeah, people coming from a standpoint that everybody came from black people and things like that, and all these different. That's why after a while you just get so lost into certain things. That's why I try to focus on this building
Let
a
me just
certain future, but we do have to clear up these things in order for us to move more effective because right now, you have so much different groups of black folks. Like you mentioned, you have people who call themselves Moors. Now you have the Native Americans. And the other thing I had on here that we hadn't discussed was the whole ADOS FBA phenom, which is probably similar to things we have talked about throughout the last 20, 30, 40 minutes.
People have to really sit back and the thing is, when you start studying evolution and migration, it cleans a lot of the bullshit up. You know about migration patterns and who did what and went where. It clears a lot of stuff up. So most people just stuck on history, and they just fill with fake history. So like outside of sub-Saharan Africa, we're about 5% of the population.
Wow, where those numbers come from?
I'm I'm telling you, we're in five small places. You can find some Negritos. I'm talking about you can find some Negritos in Philippines. They may number 1,000 in the mountains in the Philippines, right? Then you can find Melanesians, Solomon Islanders, and we're gonna maybe throw Aboriginal peoples in Australia in there. Uh, we give you two more in the islands, a small group. Then you may say the Adamanese in India. It's only 400 people of them. So do you know people don't know that? It's only about 500 of them. So six, let's just say seven. Who cares? Small areas where you would say somebody's black. They're not black to me because I have a different ideology about it. But maybe seven small groups outside of sub-Saharan Africa. And you think of the rest of all that Kazakhstan, Russia,
Yeah. On
all Asian, Japan, China. So what I'm saying is, if you're only 5% outside of sub-Saharan Africa, why would you think you just traveled and did every goddamn thing and went everywhere? See, people don't understand migration and evolution. Ain't
yes,
no Chinese and Japanese ain't came from us.
yeah. Let's get into some migration and evolution. That's what we talk about, fam. We talk about anthropology.
So people don't know these subjects. They get confused when somebody come at it with some fake history. It's just the reality. So like for instance, the science is humans left out of Africa to populate the world. What humans? People in their mindset, when you say Africans, you came out of Africa, they don't really think deep enough and know Africa is a very diverse continent. North Africa has never, ever, ever, ever in the history of mankind, and I got $1,000 if somebody can prove, never ever been Black Africa. That's arid desert Africa, North Africans. Them are Mediterranean people, and they've been there 60,000 years. This is what the science and genetics say, not me. I'm not making this up.
So,
Right?
family, we're
So,
gonna get yeah.
real quick though. So,
Yeah, go ahead.
the reason why North Africans and other people have a higher, just a little bit more Neanderthal DNA, which is no problem, is because they was going out there admixing with archaic humans and migrating and coming back in. We don't have that in us because we wasn't out there migrating, going in and out. So humans left out of Africa, but in that corridor where Egypt is in the Near East, they was going in and out of there. We sub-Saharan Africans, we wasn't leaving out. That's just the reality. People hate it, but that's just the reality. I know you heard different, but this is just the reality. This is the science.
Chief X, brother, great presentation and breaking down. But what I want to do is
I take questions and answers too.
I'm gonna see what people are posting. I want to see if someone is willing to challenge you because one of the things that I asked you earlier is, have anybody been able to challenge you on this any aspects of what you talk about as far as North Africa and as far as Native America? And so far you mentioned 2 years, so I don't know if the people that are having this chat have that level of
Well, let
intelligence
me
as
ask the
far as
question again. I will
research.
pay anybody in the chat $100 to
Up
their
into a
cash.
thousand, up into 1,000, man.
I'm broke today. I'll shoot anybody in the chat $100 if they can name an indigenous tribe, Negroid people, black folk of North Africa, uh, 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 the Near East, the Levant, Europe, or the Caucasus. Name this indigenous tribe of them lands, and you get $100.
As a matter of fact, family, uh, I'm a double. I'm a double that for you, man. Make it 200. I want to see, or we can even triple it, whatever. And then I'm sure when Kala comes on, he'll triple it.
See, when you
Uh,
put money on it, then they get quiet.
but as I mentioned, family, and I am open to information and education. And for those who want to this challenge our brother, this I'm about to drop the link as somebody mentioned. So hold tight, and this is gonna be good. And
Patricia Matthews said, repeats the question again. If you can name, this is what I mean. Let me just tell you what I mean by indigenous.
you want to type it in a text. I can that way I can pop it up on the screen.
Uh, it's a lot to type.
It's a lot to
Yeah,
type.
indigenous means, in general, a people, just say for Native Americans, they don't call it Columbus Day anymore. They call it what? Indigenous Day.
Wow.
Did you know that? Yeah. So indigenous means a, a group of people back in time who migrated to a place, a barren land, and they set up camp, and over years, their culture is born there. So Native Americans are indigenous to the Americas because they came to an empty and open land back over time, migrating, and they basically their culture was born there. They're indigenous to the Americas. We're indigenous to West and Central Africa. We're not indigenous to the Americas. I live in California, so I'm native to California, but native means where you're born. So since I'm born in California, I'm native to California. See, we get these terms mixed up, but I'm not indigenous to the Americas. I'm indigenous in my ancestors to West and Central Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa, right? That's what I mean by indigenous. So the question is, you get $100 if you can name one indigenous Negroid tribe of North Africa, Europe, Levant, Near East, or the Caucasus. Caucasus, Russia, Kazakhstan, Dagestan, the Caucasus. You guys know what the Caucasus is? Right. You can't do it because we're not from them lands and never were.
Let me see if I can pop up this question. Let me see if I can pop this up and see if it sounds right. Um, and I can reword it. Hopefully, I got it right. Here we go.
See, people
Blacks
because so
not being
people see
Aboriginal.
I go against the grain, so people think that they be like Uncle Ruckus, Uncle Tom, but they never have an answer to a question.
Well, the thing of it is, me, I'm all about us. Us. Sometimes you don't know if you've been educated or miseducated, so you're trying to research what you've been taught, and things like that. And I tell people it's nothing like personal or anything, especially for me. I'm here to just share information so we can talk and dialogue. And I'm not here to challenge people's beliefs or be disrespectful to anyone. Alquan Hardcore is on. Would you like to talk with him?
Oh, who Alquan? Who?
Alquan Hardcore.
No way, no way, no way. We've
Yeah, I
had
figure
we've had
you know
several
him.
conversations. It's never went good. I think he nope.
Alquan, I do apologize.
No way.
I always have to ask my guests and those who I'm
Yeah,
doing the show with,
he's on.
because we don't
Yeah,
need any
he's
unnecessary
unable to have like adult.
unfrustration.
Yeah, he's
As a
unable to
matter of
have
fact,
an
I was
adult.
watching that video, brother. To be honest, I was watching them. As a matter of fact, Alquan literally Alquan that we call him, me and Kala call him, but he literally did some editing on one video and he posted it with you and him talking, and that's what I remember because I remember I was telling you I was going through some of your videos, and he was one of the ones where, and I give it to you, you were very calm. Usually by then I go off and I gotta block him or something. So
Yeah, Alquan is he's not able to have like An adult civil conversation.
because he likes to come on things like he want to ask you all the questions. So I'll go on if I even let you on, and I still got to check with my brother. You have to answer our questions. You know what I mean? But that's one thing I see you do not do. You don't want to answer anyone's question. You think you're special. So, family, let me see if there's any intelligent people out there that would like to join us and like to challenge what we talk about. But part
Put
of
or if see it's people have who have a question and things in the chat, you can put it on the screen like W here.
W. Yes, definitely. But I'm still trying to get let people be clear about the question that you're basically saying that Black African people are not native to North Africa and also not native to the Americas. Perfect. I think that right there, right there. So, family,
Or
this is what.
Europe or Caucasus or the Near East or the Levant.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep it simple so they don't, so because what
Somebody
we
said, "Do I believe in Pangea?" Pangea was 300 million years ago.
oh there you
Us
go.
us
Hey,
us
hey,
Homo
also
sapien us Homo sapiens are 200,000 years ago. This is where if somebody knew about evolution and migration, they would understand that Pangea is a bunch of crap. We weren't. It was no humans on the planet during Pangea. It was 300 million years ago. It was so toxic we couldn't even be here. Maybe some dinosaurs or something.
one thing I can say about you, Chief X, you have an answer for everything.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So people, please stop believing this Pangea
Because
crap.
I've listened to you I've listened to you talk and I'm watching so many videos. I'm seeing who's asking you questions. But I gotta get that to you. You have an educated answer for anything anyone have to say. But I want to show number love to my sister Michelle on a mission. We're doing an Egypt trip together in November next year. So that's my good sister. Michelle,
She cute.
she was in Ghana with us December 2019 when we all went to the land and everything. So that's our good sister.
Do I know her?
Yes, you know, because you're on a trip with her.
I'm looking at the picture. I said she cute. Who's that?
Yeah,
She was on a trip with us.
yeah, beautiful Pan African cultural sister, and she lives in
Okay, I
Egypt
think I
and
know who you're talking
took
about.
to us to Egypt. Yes.
I'm
Uh,
horrible with names, bro.
Let me see. I wish I had something I could show in one of our videos. I'm sure I'll find something to show later. But
You
yes,
did put a link out there. If somebody disagree, they can hit the link.
but also Michelle, if you'd like to join us and show me your face, because Chief X is gonna know you know you're gonna know her. But so she's on a journey with all of us, Sean, and that's another. I just remember that they have this being able to this, because the part of that land, brother, is to just be back home where you belong and build something nice, and where we can just connect together. Um, so Michelle, my brothers, said they don't believe in Pangea, but if anyone wants to come on and just explain certain things, it's all good, family. And family is nothing personal. It's just us sharing information so we could be more educated. I got someone else coming on, James. All right. Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is James, and I am always a reasonable individual. I'm here to challenge Mr. X on his assertions.
All right, James. Let me pop up back something I just posted so I could be clear with you. And then one thing I
I
don't
like
want
James
to,
already.
yeah, James is sound like
James said assertions. I like James.
yeah. He got this nice. He sounded got this nice fake man voice.
Thank
Like,
you.
so where's my thing that I just posted? Where is it at? All right, there we go. So, so my brother Chief X wants to know, and I mean he wants some real evidence and some real analysis. So he's basically explaining that black people are not aboriginal to North Africa or the Americas. That's what he's explaining in his breakdown in his presentation.
Okay. Well, if I Mr. X, what qualifies you as an expert in the field?
Have you heard of me before today?
I believe that I have.
Okay.
Yes.
Are you subscribed to my YouTube?
I
Yes, sir.
observe your YouTube.
You said you have observed it.
Yes.
Just like looked at the content or something.
And listen.
Oh, okay. So I just wanted to know, are you familiar with me? I just want to get a little.
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool. What was the question again? I'm sorry.
What qualifies you as an expert in the subject matter? And why is your word the final word?
Okay. So yeah, I'm no scholar at all. I'm no scholar by far. I'm not no scholar. I'm not no expert at all. I will never claim those things. I'm as real as it gets, right? Um, I'm just a person who enjoys a hobby of studying history. And what I do and say, I go with the consensus, right? I go with what the experts say and teach, right? So the experts in science says this, not me. So
I have to cut you off right there, sir. You said you studied history.
mhm,
Then you just inserted the word science into it.
mhm,
Those, sir, are two different things.
correct.
Why did you do that, sir?
Why did I do that? I don't recall myself doing that. I'm
You
just
just did it.
let me clarify if you didn't understand what I mean. I said I'm into history. It's a hobby. I study different science topics. It's a hobby. That's all I'm saying.
Science and history are two different things.
You are 100% correct. Did I say they were the same?
But why did you use the word science
Because I
while
felt like
talking
it.
about history? That's confusing
I
the
know
audience,
I'm
sir.
communicating to you. I'm being thorough.
Hey James, I want you to get right to the point because you sounding like this guy named Alcoon now.
I am
Yeah.
not a coon,
No,
but
you sound like Alquan. He means.
okay, I don't know who this individual is, but
Okay. You sound
if he
familiar.
sounds like me, he must be an intelligent man.
So
But
You
you
sound
you
like
anyway,
that, you have that
you
same fake bass in your voice as
yeah
he does.
you communicate like him too. Like I just said something simple, and you made something simple contentious.
well, I just heard what I heard, and I wanted
Now,
to
so and when you ask
explain what
again,
I
I
heard.
clarified. I'm telling you what I
Well, if
mean.
you
What I
call that
no no no.
clarification,
Slow down, slow down, slow down. Yeah, you're Alquan for sure. What I said is something very simple. It's not even. I don't even see why we're going back and forth for it. I said I like a lot of science topics. I like a lot of history topics, and those are hobbies. What is there? What's wrong with saying that?
okay, I'll accept that, sir. Well, let me ask you this: Do you? I take it with your assertions that you must not accept the out of Africa theory.
Say it again.
I take it with your declarations that you must not accept the out of Africa theory.
Have you been listening to the show?
Sir, I'm asking you a
No, no, no,
direct
no.
question.
And I'm answering. I'm just trying to preference something.
I
Have
have been
you?
listening to your show, but
Okay,
I want
okay,
clarification, so
okay.
I'm
So,
asking you
so
straight.
no, no, no. So I spoke on out of Africa. I'm talking about migration and evolution. I'm talking about people leaving out and admixing with archaic humans.
Wait a
I
second.
spoke on all this today.
If people come from Africa, how can they branch out and mix with someone else? Hello?
We have things called archaic humans, and
I thought
when
mankind begot in Africa.
when us Homo sapiens left in and out of Africa, we ran into archaic humans, and admixture went down. That's why some people today have small percentages of Neanderthal DNA. A Neanderthal is an archaic human. When they say Homo Neanderthal or Homo erectus, Homo means human. They're just archaic humans.
So, sir, are you saying that the Neanderthal did not originate from Africa?
Okay, Bomani, I can't do this.
It's
I,
too
I,
much for the man. It's too
I
much for you.
got you. I got
It's too
you.
much. It's too much for you, sir.
No, it's not too much. You can't come here and be difficult to
Different
special guests.
asking questions is difficult.
How about you try to answer some questions like, what do you do for a living? Because you have a lot of time on your hand
I
to
have a
give
lot of
some
see.
flow.
See, this is what happens when Pan Africans. I don't even know why you have this guy on here because he's clearly not a Pan Africanist.
Uh,
Okay,
I
so,
mean,
somebody in the
did you
chat is
hear his
saying
background?
somebody in the chat is saying just answer the question. It was legit.
Right,
I've answered every single question over and thoroughly. What,
sir. You are here
this is what
live.
I'm not
You
talking to
can
you. I'm
hear
talking to
it from
somebody in
the
the
live.
chat. I'm talking to this guy about this question in the chat. Slow down. I've answered everything thoroughly. There's not a question he asked that I didn't answer.
Well, I just
People
asked you if the
just no. I'm not
Neanderthal
talking.
came from
People in the
Africa.
chat are just being dishonest at this point.
All right, repeat what you were saying again, James. One last time, so we can all hear
Okay.
it one last time.
Are you saying that the Neanderthal did not originate from Africa?
I'm not an expert on the Neanderthal, to my understanding, um, it's possible people are conflicted about it. It's possible that the Neanderthal came out of Africa or some way evolved um, from another archaic human, maybe 600. But in general, the Neanderthal supposedly evolved outside of Africa.
You were kind of double talking on that answer. You said
No,
they,
I'm not clear on that. I'm not the expert on this. I'm just saying what the consensus says is that the Neanderthal evolved outside of Africa.
the consensus also says that humankind originated from Africa.
Hmm.
Hello?
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Next question. Next
That is a,
question.
that is a question.
No, that was a statement.
Next question. Skip.
Okay, well, that was a statement, but do you agree with that statement? That's a question.
Skip. Next
I'm
question.
trying to let you know. This is not my lane of the archaic humans and the specific. This is just not my lane.
So
So
why are you speaking on this
no, no,
as if
no.
you're an authority?
I'd rather not just go so deep into it to this
We have to
audience.
go deep,
And no,
sir,
no, no,
because
no.
when you present
I
things,
don't. I'm telling you, I don't want to miseducate someone. You can ask me a
right. That's why
million
I'm here.
questions
That's
on
why
it.
I'm here to set it
Okay,
straight.
well, you know,
So,
I'm not here, but I'm not here to be interrogated. In
Well,
all
that's this question. You
in
call it
all
an
this pretense,
interrogation. I call it question.
this is
so
not going to
James,
happen
how about
today.
this, James? I'll give you. We'll give you a few minutes. How about you educate us, since you are an expert on
Well,
these
well,
fields?
part of the education is to grill the expert that you put on the panel to
See,
see
yeah,
how its theory stands.
I told
But
him
also,
when
he's
I start.
explaining to you
But see,
that he's
here's the
not an
thing though.
expert in certain things.
This is why we can't have a conversation. This is why I said I can't have
I
a
know when the
conversation.
truth
No,
comes out, it's hard to
hold
have
on.
the conversation.
I haven't said it yet. This is why I can't have a conversation with him. I started off clearly. I told him I am no scholar. I am not no experts. And he just now said, well, you got the expert on the panel. See, he's not trying to have a civil adult
Well, I
conversation.
assume if a man is a special guest, he must be an
No,
expert on the
okay,
panel.
for the
No,
third
that don't
time,
mean,
I'm no
brother.
expert and I'm not a
Brother, he's
scholar.
explaining himself. He's explaining himself. I'm about to remove you if you're going to continue your foolishness.
Okay, I
Now,
have a question for
now,
you, Bomani.
you don't have a question for you. What I want you to do is educate us about the things you're talking about. Whether
Okay, all right, all right.
you feel the way you feel, share. This is a panel of us sharing
Oh,
information.
okay, good. I'll do it that way.
We're both saying that we're not. Well, I'm also confirmed that I'm not an expert on what you're talking about. Also, so I want to
Okay.
learn and I'm open.
Okay, well, okay. In that case, what we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is we have an individual who is basically repeating white supremacy in their script, which states that the black man was never anything, couldn't swim, couldn't build a boat, is only relegated to what they call sub-Saharan Africa, which doesn't exist, and there's no such people as sub-Saharan African, by the way, except in the white man's mind. He had no civilization, even though the white man says that he was the first man. So if the first man is the first man, he has to have been the first civilization. That only makes sense, and that's only logical. But according to others, that's impossible. And as far as North Africa is concerned, it's a hot desert. I believe it gets as hot as I've heard 130 degrees. We're trying to say that that environment is designed for the white man, who people claim come from the snow, and that's how he got white. But yet the hot desert is not designed for the black man, which is the native African's habitat. And for your information, there's a Kalahari Desert in so-called sub-Saharan Africa. That's a desert. That's a hot-ass desert. There's also rainforests. Africa does not have jungles, but they have forests. And it's cooler there because it's covered. I mean, this is insane where these ideas come from. Also, there are black people outside all over the world. It's proven. I don't know where these cockamamie ideas are coming from, and I don't know why they're being propagated. And I'm not even a Pan-Africanist, as you all know. And I don't see how this particular subject matter relates to Pan-Africanism. It sounds like it's
Well,
anti-African.
then,
If
then
anything.
what if you're not Pan-Africanism, what are you? And then this is about Pan-Africanism because the topic that we're talking about, our main topic will always focus on our connection between America and Africa, which we have a connection. Uh, and
But
what we're talking about, the key subject, let me put back up the subject so you can see the subject before you change the flow of what we've been talking about. We did have a key subject up, and I'll read it off to you. And it's right to the point. My good brother Chief X is basically breaking down the state of the Black conscious community, and we're talking about part of that. The state and situation is the false history that some of us have been taught, or the miseducation and things like that. So that's what we started talking about. And so then we started talking about that Black people are not native to America, and then he also broke down what is science and theory as far as as far as why so much of the scholars focus on Egypt in North Africa versus West Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. So those are some of the things that we were talking about. Just to give you a quick summary.
oh, okay. Also they don't focus on
So that's
pygmies.
Pan-Africanism.
Well, yeah. Now, Egypt, of course, we know that that was Black because it's either that or it's a major coincidence that you had dark-skinned people in a continent with dark-skinned people. That's a major coincidence. Those people weren't Black. And mixture Arab. I bet Chief X's $100 that he can't tell me what Arab looks like.
It's Christian. But also, brother, what he explained is he wanted somebody to name an indigenous tribe in
I
North
got him on
Africa.
that before.
I don't think that's exactly what he's been talking about. Now, I'm just here to present the information. I'm not
Okay.
but I want to hear. I mean, I'm like I mentioned to you, brother. I'm trying to learn, so I'm trying to hear his point and your point, because
Okay.
and that's the usual purpose of a debate is. So, thank you for carrying yourself respectfully, because usually you are crazy when you come on.
No, I'm always respectful. It's just that when I start making too much sense, people got to let me go because they don't want to
So now,
the truth to come out.
now you admit that you are Alquan. See how this is?
I'm a
You
Black
caught, you
man.
got caught. You forgot you've been lying.
No, actually, you already called me that. So I mean,
You forgot you've been lying, and you just told on yourself.
Brother, the thing
okay,
of it is,
okay. Since I'm telling the truth, why don't you tell the truth? You're Han Chinese, aren't you?
the thing of it is, James, this is what most trolls do. Most trolls got about 10 accounts. So,
James Rama.
but anyway, continue. Because I want to know more about this, and just like some people that are listening to you, that's the purpose of us
So
sharing information.
I want
So
to
prove Chief X wrong.
right. So he's had 2 years. He's been on this. He's been up on here for 20 minutes already, and he hasn't named one tribe. The
Okay,
people,
let me name. I can name two.
hold on.
See?
The people in the chat hasn't named one. Then people in the chat talking about what's this cat say?
Which comment? So I can put it up.
Let me see.
So I got him before on his channel with the Garamantes, and then of course we can go with the Nubian, we can go with the
No,
Egyptians.
someone says he pushes that Thomas Sowell information. But see, people say that, but they can never say what did I say today that was wrong.
What's the name of the person?
Say
Because
this,
I'm trying
George Jefferson.
Oh, George.
Put him on the screen.
Well, he said.
Put him on Showtime. There we go.
Well,
No, not that comment. Not that.
That was one of the first comments I saw.
The last one.
And let's just comment. This popped up faster than mine. Oh, there it goes. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So this is what people do when they get shook. Alquan, can you be quiet?
That picture. No?
This is what people do. James. He pushes that. But people get bothered. They get reactionary. This is like a reactionary comment, right? But they can never say what was specifically wrong or what specifically is the misinformation. Because I can repeat it or clean it up for you.
Right? I just went down the line.
That's what we're here for, Bomani, right?
Oh yes, brother. We have to educate our people.
So maybe you can type something in here that I said that was false, or
and challenge.
come on the line, come on the link, or it specifically say what was wrong that I did say.
Bomani, you said we're here to educate our people. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and also, brother, what we here to also do, let me just clear it up with everybody that's watching what we're dealing with. Um, we're here to question what we feel like we've been educated or miseducated about, because it could be completely the opposite, and things like that. All the things that we've been educated about has been maybe been lies, and the things that we've been miseducated, maybe there's some of the truth. So it gets deep, and we're trying to evolve and into building Pan-Africanism and nationhood. So
So
we want
James,
to know
you
what we're
wanna
dealing with our people.
James, you
All
want to
right.
get honest? Are you Alcon?
Yes, that's beautiful, sir.
And
Now,
No, no,
Mr.
so
James,
X,
that's how
James,
you
are you
look.
Alquan?
Mr. X, before we do
James,
that,
are you Alquan? I want to know.
sir, let's not sidetrack the
No, no,
information
but
for the
can you
people.
just answer that one question so we can move on? Well,
You
you
see
asking
my
me.
name. You
First
see
time
my
I
name.
asked you, first
Sir,
time
you
I
see
asked you,
my name.
no, first time I asked you a question, you can't answer it.
Is your name really Chief X?
No, no, no. I'm trying to be serious for a second, bro. Are you Alquan or not?
Sir, as you can see, my name is James Rama.
Okay,
Rama.
you know how else he's busted, Bomani? Look at the bat chat. What he said. It says Alquan right here. He knows
Okay,
how he will get caught. That's when we didn't want to let him on at first. He typed it, and it says right here, Alquan. Can you see it?
that doesn't make sense, sir. But anyway,
Bomani, can you see it?
Yeah, he's in the private part of the chat.
Yeah, it says
but
Alquan, doesn't it?
anyway, sir,
Yeah.
let's not
No, no,
sidetrack
stop,
the
stop,
let's
stop. I'm
not
talking to
sidetrack the
Bomani for a
knowledge.
second. Doesn't say Alquan, Bomani.
It said Alcorn hard cold.
Okay, that's him. Before you listen what he was arguing, he said, and this is him.
Oh yeah, this is somebody that we. This is one of our most popular trollers that we have. I've had to block people and unblock people, but it depends. But brothers, keep it civil. And Color Genesis is going to be on in the next 20 minutes.
Hey, I hope I wasn't rude. George Jefferson said I like sheep, though.
There you go.
So I hope I wasn't rude.
No,
Subscribe
you've
to
been on
Chief
point,
X.
but I appreciate it. I just want to hear more about James' documentation as far as black. What as far what James? What is your theory and science as far as what people like Dane Calloway push as far as we were here in the Americas as far as black African people? I'm just trying to see where we agree and where we disagree as far as me, you, and Chief X.
Oh, I didn't know I was muted all that time.
Oh, that's good, man. There you go, man. You're on alert now.
Okay, so Mr. X, you mentioned earlier about a Mediterranean people.
He just went all over what you said, Bomani.
No, I'm gonna get to that because I was saying to him why I didn't know I was muted, but I'm gonna get to that in a second. But I want to get to this Mediterranean people. We got to resolve that issue.
Okay.
What is a
You want me to
Mediterranean people, and
want me to clear it up for you?
what is a Mediterranean
I know.
people,
So
and can you
I'll clear
describe
it up.
one? Can
I'll
you
clear it up.
describe one?
Yes, I'll clear it up for you. Okay. Now, a country can be three things at once. Egypt, literally, and all scholars and experts know this.
With all due
I'm
respect, I'm
about
not
to
worried
get to
about
it.
countries. I'm worried about people.
I'm about to get to it so you can understand. Okay, I'm trying to lead up to it. Egypt is a transcontinental country. Egypt is African, it's Mediterranean, and it's part West Asia. It's connected to West Asia.
Mm.
This is just a geographical reality. It's nothing I'm making up. They're in a unique position, unlike other places. Other places aren't directly connected to West Asia. Okay, Canaan, which is Israel today, used to be part of the Egyptian Empire. They're the
So
same.
Europe is not connected to
I'm
West
about to
Asia.
get to it. You cannot let me do that. Listen. So Canaan used to be part of the Egyptian Empire. So it's connected. I'm just trying to say the difference. So Egypt is Mediterranean. Egyptian food is called Mediterranean food.
Mm.
80% of the population of Egypt doesn't be in the desert. They live close to the coast in big cities. Okay? Egypt has always done business and trade with Greece and Rome, other Mediterranean people. If you're around the Mediterranean Sea basin, you're a Mediterranean country. This is just simple geography.
Well, sir, I was
Italy
asking
is a
about the
Mediterranean
people, not
country.
countries.
Rome is Greece is a Mediterranean country. They're Mediterranean people. They have Mediterranean food. I just did a video when I went to a market and bought some food from an Algerian guy. And on his packaging, he says Mediterranean sausage, Mediterranean food.
You
It's
realize
just
there's
what.
now
Hold
a
on,
food
hold
called
on,
Latino
hold on,
food
hold
now?
on, hold on, hold on. I'm just making it clear because you're interrupting. I'm trying to give an understanding to not just you, the audience also. Okay, they're listening. This is an educational show. So these are considered Mediterranean countries and Mediterranean people. Okay, North Africa are Mediterranean countries. They're also African countries.
Is that your answer?
You asked me what I meant. That's what I'm telling you. That's what I mean by Mediterranean. I broke it
But,
down
but
clearly. Do you want me
sir,
to? Do you
but
want me to
sir,
keep? Do you want
but
me to
sir,
keep
you didn't
going?
answer
Do
my
you want?
question,
Do you
sir.
want me to keep going?
Actually, I would like you to address the question, which
Okay. What's
was,
the question again?
what is a Mediterranean people, and can you describe a Mediterranean people?
Bomani, I can't.
You should be able to if you're up here,
I
sir.
can't, Bomani.
He just explained it to you.
No, he did not. I'm talking about the people. I didn't ask about cuisine. I didn't ask about geography. I said people.
All right, family. Next up, family. Next up. James have ran out of time.
Yeah, when it gets too deep, I run out. You run out of time. You got to run. Always happens. That's why I come. That's why I come.
If you have a different question, you can move to a different question outside of the Mediterranean question because.
But sir, why don't get like Sarnetta, sir? Make these people answer the questions.
So that's how Sarnetta to do it.
Yeah.
So let me
You have to also respect your guest, brother.
Maybe he'll understand it this way.
We respect the guest by asking them intelligent questions.
Well, whatever they
I got the perfect logic for him right now.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. You have things called regions. That's called their region. Us, we come from a region, West and Central Africa. That's our region. That's just like saying, what are West and Central African people? How am I supposed to answer? I'm just talking about these are people of that region. How am I supposed
But
to
you
answer?
said the ancient Egyptians were Mediterranean people.
They are Mediterranean people. They live in the Mediterranean
So
region.
what is a Mediterranean person?
What is a West and Central African person?
I have no idea. I've been trying to find answer for that.
How can I have an idea if you don't
because
have
you're making the claim?
No,
that's why.
Let me finish my statement. If you don't have an idea about shit, how would I have an idea?
I didn't assert that there's a West African person.
Okay, so what you're asking me, I've answered the Mediterranean thing. We're done with that.
Actually, you did not, sir.
I did.
You didn't talk
Bomani,
about
get
the
this
people.
dude off, man, because he pisses me off.
See, this is not an intellectual. He can't stand on his own situation.
Before I got started, I said I am unable to have an adult
See,
conversation.
he's looking for people
hold on, you're cutting me off now. I said I'm unable to have a conversation with him.
I've
never been able to have a conversation with him. He's an irritant. Okay, so nobody in chat has named this tribe. Chief.
And while you're doing that, let me look to the chat. But I dropped him at the bottom, so he can just. He's in the back. I put him in the backstage. That's what we do to people. Is put him in the backstage, and then so now that way you can explain everything that you have to explain because you have explained the whole. That's what I'm telling him. Let's skip and go on to the next question. But he's forced to like nitpick about every little thing.
He forces himself off and don't even know how to. He just.
There we go. I'm popping the questions up here. Hopefully you can see some of them.
The earliest populations in the Americas before roughly 10,000 years ago are known as Paleo-Indians. Indigenous people of the Americas have. I don't know if they finished. I'm not sure what they're trying to say. Oh,
she has some more ones right here.
Okay, Patricia.
I'm gonna go through a few of her comments.
Come from the chondrial DNA, Native Americans, Aboriginals in Australia, and America come from Africa in ancient times. No, sis.
Break it down, and I'm gonna put some more questions up.
Okay. So when If okay, put it this way, sis. Let me just answer it. Keep that on the screen. Let me answer this last question. She said North Africans today in the chat. North Africans today isn't the same as ancient North Africans. She wasn't around, maybe probably listening. When I say them people have been there for sixty
There we
thousand
go. Gotcha.
years. Yeah, them people have been there for 60,000 years. Says Dr. Soy Kita. If not 60, at least 30,000 years. Anyone been somewhere 30,000 years? That's way, way, way before ancient Egypt was even thought of. They have been there. You can just easily, anyone can easily, right now, Google North African genetics and it'll give you the whole breakdown. So it's just so easy to Google. Then people have been there for 30,000 years.
I'd
Okay,
hit.
so they are way more than ancient. They've been there, right? I'm saying so. Now, what's this other question? I forgot she had.
Oh, I get. Let me go find another Patricia question.
Though she had one.
Oh, here we go.
Oh,
This is my favorite one right here. So this one,
no, it was
she's
another one on there. She said something about the people left out of Africa are the Aboriginals or something. She was saying.
I'm gonna find that one. See if we
Okay,
can
well,
deal
wait.
with this one. And
Okay, this one says those people in North Africa have Turkish, Greek, and Roman ancestry. So this is what we have to do. Patricia seems so sweet.
it's a wonderful person. Yeah, she's always on with us and
Listen, listen, Patricia. I've just been saying you have to coordinate this. That the region, the names you have, Greek and Roman, yes, people in that area have been mixing in and out of the Mediterranean. They've been doing trade and business with each other. So what you have on here, Greek and Roman ancestry, yes. Some North Africans in their DNA may have 10% Greek and Roman ancestry. They have a small amount, 5%, stuff like that, because some of them in the same region, and some of them in modern times have moved to each other's areas, right? My point is, North Africa has never been Black Africa, right? So yes, some of them people have been mixing. Some people in Spain may have a little Italian in them. Spain is a Mediterranean country. It's a region where people have been trading and sailing and doing seafaring things. This is why people in that Sahara Desert prevents sub-Saharans from gene flow up into North Africa. The Sahara Desert is deadly and vast. You cannot cross it, especially in them times where they didn't have any transportation. You will die going through the Sahara in 24 hours. Okay? It was not gene flow from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa for a long, long, long time, right? Sub-Saharan Africans didn't even know North Africa existed until um, um, there was some slave trade and trade going on with Arabs, and they made contact. You know what I mean? So, yeah. She said Neanderthals are in Europe, not Africa. Okay, I agree with that. Africans are the purest of humans. See, that's it's a it's an it's something like someone's trying to brag, but they just didn't know that Neanderthals are also humans. That's what I'm saying. Homo Neanderthal. Homo means human. They're just archaic humans. This is the language, sis. Right? So, and there's nothing wrong with having Neanderthal DNA. Give me some more, fine. But we've, in the conscious community, and black Americans, have connected white people and Neanderthals, and they have nothing to do with each other. That's where we get this, oh, the caveman and all this old derogatory fight at Eurocentric talk. But it's really, but really, in science, it's nonsense. Right? It's nothing wrong with dwelling in a cave. Caves is plush. I'd rather be in a cave than a lot of motherfucking places and huts and shit. Right? But those are Neanderthals, archaic humans. Even in Kenya, there's caves. People utilize a cave. It's only smart. Why not utilize shelter and dress it up and live your life? You know what I mean? So people utilize caves in Kenya. The original cave dwellers were in Kenya. So yeah, so people think negative of a Neanderthal, like it's a bad thing or they're some bad people. No, they're just part of the human family, and you got to understand evolution. Okay, somebody said, what's this picture said? People used to walk across these land masses millions years ago. Bless up, sister and brother. Yeah, we're called Homo sapiens. We're only at max, since new information come out, 300,000 years old. How can we be millions? You know what I'm saying? So Pangea existed as a supercontinent for 160 million years. It's from assembly around 330. Yeah, like I said earlier in the show, Pangea is about 300 million years ago. There were no humans on around. There wasn't even Neanderthals around. There wasn't even Homo erectus around. No humans existed during the time of Pangea 300 million years ago. If someone told you otherwise, sis, I'm sorry. The Afrocentrics and the elders miseducated us.
I appreciate you breaking that down. Let me move forward to the next sort of question because that was like the third or fourth Pangea. Uh, this was literally a few minutes ago. Our sister Michelle said that's not true. This is in reference to the Pangea. That was the last thing you're talking about before the
Yeah, so
comment came
so
in.
so just it is so easy to look up. Anybody can
And
Google
then
when was Pangea.
and
Anybody
then
can
this could
Google
have
how
been
old.
something else
Yeah,
because
you can.
it said float away the Nile. So it's also in reference to Egypt.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly she means, but yeah, you can
Michelle,
easily.
if you can just reword the question so I can post it for Chief. Eh,
People can easily look up how old are Homo sapiens. This is
As a matter of
just
fact,
it's
she
very
she
easy to
she's
Google.
on so she can answer the questions directly.
Okay.
All right, and for those who can come on to ask questions directly, that does help. That way our brother could be clear. Greetings,
Okay.
Metro. Welcome to the call.
Hey, Montreal,
Hi.
how you doing?
I was telling Chief that we was there in Ghana together in December of 2019, and
Wait a minute, Montreal, you was doing the vlogging.
yeah, she was
You do the
Michelle on a
vlogging,
mission.
right?
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Yes,
Baby
man, that
girl,
was
how you doing? How you
yes,
been doing, baby
almost,
girl?
almost. It's been almost 4 years, and both of y'all stars on stars. Yeah, both of y'all stars, international celebrities now. The movement.
Kinfolk.
Yes, man. And we all know each other, man. All traveled together. That was beautiful. First of all, appreciate both of your support and energy, and just trying to share and build together as a people, whether we agree or disagree on certain things. But go ahead, Michelle. The floor is yours. Talk to Chief X.
Okay, can you hear me?
Sure can.
Okay, great. No, well, what I was talking about when my comment that I made about that's not true, I was talking about in reference to you saying that no sub-Saharan Africans moved north, and that's just not true. The everybody moved north because that's the way the Nile flows. It flows from north to south. So these were the Nile Valley populations migrated from within closer to Central Africa and moved northward.
I hear you. Want me to address it?
That's
Okay.
what I'm saying. So I'm just,
So here's the thing. With black with us as Black Americans, we focused on Egypt as if some the prize, right? So in all our thoughts and ideas, we're trying to be that because Egypt is considered sexy, right? And it is. It's magnificent. It's marvelous and had things. So everyone at one point wanted to be that. So just so happened that the only group of what we would consider sub-Saharans, but we now know that they're kind of mulatto and mixed Nubians, were the only sub-Saharan Africans on the entire continent to have that privilege to be able to go up and down or maybe do trade with the ancient
that is
Egyptians.
not,
No, no,
Chief, that's not true. And let
no, no.
me
I'm
tell you
agreeing with you.
why.
If you what I'm saying, I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, well, let me
I'm
tell you
telling
this.
you, you just said that they was going up and down the Nile. I'm
They
saying
were
is
going from Central Africa through the Nile all the way up to Timbuktu. You know, Egypt, if you think about Egypt, the empire, it stretched all the way down to where Ethiopia is today. Egypt stretched that far down. Egypt was a huge a very huge, because they weren't countries back then. It was just land masses before it all got divided up or whatnot.
Well,
But
let's face it.
the
Egypt,
territory the
Egypt.
territory of Egypt went across the into the Sinai Peninsula. So yes, it definitely touched Asia. It also went across North Africa, where modern day Libya is, and it went further south beyond Sudan to the borders areas closer to Ethiopia, Somalia, and then the Nile itself starts right down there in Congo, right? That's where the Blue Nile is. So it makes sense that whatever people were living around the Nile at the time, if they got in a boat, it was flowing south or flowing up north to the Mediterranean because the Nile flows to the Mediterranean.
I was gonna clear. I got you. I'm very clear in your question. I've been
Okay,
asked this question a million times. I got the perfect answer for you. Let me just ask you this one question. Do you know what a cataract is?
I do.
Okay. Cataract prevents flowing and selling up and down the Nile. Okay. They are. No, no. I'm not making that up. Like material. Seriously, I wouldn't make. That's a fact. Anyone can look up what a cataract is. There are six cataracts. The first one begins at Aswan, which is the border between Sudan and Egypt. Aswan is like the border. That's where the first cataract is. You can't sail a boat through a cataract because it's shallow waters, it's rocky, and you can't sail a boat. There are five more cataracts that go down south even further. Kushite Kingdom is around the fourth and fifth cataract. You cannot sail through cataracts. So Nubians were not sailing up to Egypt. They had what you call fortresses. I'm just trying to people. I'm trying to people don't teach this. That's why I'm doing it.
Okay,
I'm being
I'm gonna
just
let you
okay.
do. I'm
Listen,
gonna let you do
I,
your version
so
of
I have
history.
I have I have many presentations on this. I hope you subscribe after you leave. I hope you subscribe and just scroll. I got presentations on exactly what I'm talking about, where I'm
Hmm.
showing you and I'm telling you, and geologists are telling you, I prove everything I say. This is not just opinion. Okay, cataracts are there to. I can play the videos 1 minute long. You cannot sail through a cataract. Nubians had to go through a desert to an oasis spot and then curve back through the deserts to do some type of trade and business. They couldn't sail through cataracts. They weren't seafaring people. They didn't have a sea to sail through around.
They didn't
They
they
weren't in the
didn't craft
Mediterranean. They weren't
they
part of the
didn't craft the felucas.
They weren't part of the
Are,
Mediterranean. They weren't part of the Mediterranean world, sweetie.
are you saying that they did the Nubians? That you're saying that they did not make the felucas? That they were not sailing north?
No, Nubians had small
How did
canoes.
the granite get to the pyramids?
No, no, listen.
It came. It
No,
came
no,
up
no.
the Nile.
Excuse me. Egyptians went always down from Narmer. When Narmer unified the two lands, the first thing he did was make a U-turn and start gang banging on Nubians for gold. All the pharaohs and all the Egyptians snatched up gold from Nubians. That's what they wanted. It was a luxury item. So there's certain items and things they used and got and resources they got from other areas. Yes, they were a dominant force. Nubia Nubia was a tributary state. You know what a tributary state is? A tributary state is a state that pays tribute to a superior state by bringing them gold and gifts and exotic goods and slaves and stuff. So Egyptians had Nubians as slaves. They got them on the walls of Egypt, shackled up. So they were a tributary state to Egyptians. All of them dynasties have shown to have West Asian DNA. Queen T, all these people had West Asian DNA. They were Caucasian people, not white Caucasian people. So cataract prevented flow up and down the Nile is all I'm saying. And there's six cataracts. Anyone can look that up and fact check me.
There's seven cataracts,
Seven,
and
seven.
they absolutely still did sail up the Nile. They actually created a special kind of boat to be able to do that called the felucca.
Can I share my screen and show you what I mean?
No, I don't. I
You
don't.
got a
You don't
minute,
have to.
Bomani?
You don't have to show me something that
No, this
somebody
is
put
just
on the
for me. No,
internet.
no, 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 no. It's not.
I don't need
No,
to see that.
no, no. I'm not.
You
Listen,
know, I
Michelle.
live in Egypt.
No,
You know, I
Michelle.
live
Listen.
there.
No, I'm not trying to say. I'm just putting them on the internet. I'm
So,
just.
so what we can do is Chief X, you can share your information there, Metro. Anything you want to share or explain once he
Well,
finishes.
yeah. Let me just talk about it. So he's talking about the pictures and the the hieroglyphics that are in the different temples. And so, Bamani, I do that. That's what I do. I go to all the different temples.
All right.
And the hieroglyphics clearly show that tribes from everywhere, flowed through Egypt. And it was for trade or whatnot. And of course they did, in a lot of the tombs, they were definitely paying tribute to whomever's tomb that was. So just say if it was a specific noble, they would have, upon their death, the people would do bring food and jewels and all those different things there to pay tribute to that person, but that was in death.
Oops.
Metrola, seem like you cut out.
Okay, sorry. There were places where people actually worshipped. Okay. And in those temples, you can look at the hieroglyphics and you still see a mix of people from people that look like us.
Okay.
So I think we get caught up, and he specified.
Let's clear this one thing up first before we move on to that topic. Hold on. Because I was trying to pull something up. Okay, I got it. Can you guys see it on the screen? Bomani?
Yes.
Because I want people, the audience, to be clear, so they can understand. Can you guys? Okay, here we go. It's just a minute and a half.
Yeah, me either. How about canoeing?
This is a kid doing a project for his school, and he's trying to teach people about a cataract and why you can't sail through it.
Well, you could have done both in the ancient Nile River. The Nile River is the longest river in the world, and it runs through 9 countries. Many people think that the river is only associated with Egypt, but it actually runs through 8 other countries. The Nile is also one of the 4 rivers that runs from south to north. For ancient Egyptians, the river was used to sail up Egypt's coastline to trade and travel. Most
He said for ancient Egyptian, the river was used to go up and down to do trade.
of the river was swift moving and smooth, but there were a few spots that were difficult to navigate.
Right.
Those are called cataracts. Cataracts are, no, not these. These are shallow parts of the river with lots of rocks, making it hard to go to the grocery store because you're out of milk and bread, and Thin Mints because they're your favorite. Just kidding, you'd probably have cows and a wheat field at your house, and if you wanted to go to the grocery store, you'd have to be born centuries later, and by then they'd probably build a bridge over the river. Teams of men sometimes had to pull the boats upward because of all the boulders and shallow, fast-moving water. You were only able to even try to sail it in the summer because that's when the river was flooded, and that was your best chance of making it. Even still, some boats didn't make it through, though. There are 6 classical cataracts that run from Khartoum and all the way down to Aswan. Only one of these cataracts is in Egypt, and the rest are in Sudan and the Great Bend. The Great Bend is where all the cataracts start and are mostly located. Now, the reason the Great Bend and the cataracts even exist is because of something called
Plate tectonics.
In this case, we'll look at tectonic uplift. If you don't know what tectonic uplift is, it's basically when 2 continental plates come together and cause the land to rise. So, when the Arabian plate and the African plates of the Nile River came together, it made parts of it to rise up to make shallow, rocky areas, thus creating the cataracts. I don't know about you, but aren't you glad you don't have to pretty much risk your life to go to the grocery store or shop for clothes? They're upset this history lesson thing. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what it's called. This oral presentation
Okay.
for the Nile cataracts.
So he was just being sarcastic, but let me move this off the screen. You can't sail through cataracts. They weren't able to do it. I have another scholar talking about it because these are natural borders that prevents Egypt's enemies. And Egypt's enemies was Nubians and Asiatics. Those are Egypt's enemies. They had natural borders to prevent these people from coming into their lands. And they utilized these natural borders. Along with the cataracts, they also built fortresses. This is easy to look up. They had fortresses to prevent Nubians from coming up because they were an enemy and a different people.
It seemed like
She muted out. Your
Yeah, so let me unmute to
Oh,
reduce the
the
noise after.
background. Okay, I was saying that you can see the fortresses still today as part of the tours. You can see them along the Nile. And just like in the video, they were saying, when they got to the points where it was shallow running water, they absolutely did put the ropes out there and bring people, pull them further along the Nile. People transited the Nile, period. They did.
I'm trying to tell you. I was gonna show you another one, but I want to take it
I
too
I
far.
have a video on my channel where I was speaking to a Nubian gentleman,
No, hold on. Let me say this.
and
Let me just say this
Yeah,
thing.
Mitchell, if you have some things that you can
Like
organize them,
I have
and if
another
you have anything
woman.
that you want to send me, you can send it to me.
Yeah,
And the
I have
same
a
thing as you are Color Genesis or and a Chief X, I guess you can always navigate this stuff. But
Yeah,
let
I'm
me
just here to
bring
listen. I'm just here to listen.
yeah.
let
And
me
add
bring
my 2 cents. So, what up, Chief?
What's
let
happening,
me
Captain
bring my
Genesis?
good brother Color Genesis to the program to say what's up.
Last thing about
Greetings,
the
brother
cataracts.
Color.
Last thing
You've
about
been
the cat.
following some of the program. How you like it so far?
I love it so far. Hey, Patrice, you look lovely.
thank you. Hi.
You know,
So Chief X and Michelle is about to present some information to share with
okay.
us as far as their theory of science research, as far as ancient Egypt, because we're still on that subject. We're talking about the state of the Black conscious community, whether it's
Oh,
missing,
can I
whether
can I give my humble opinion? Because like I
it's
said,
miseducation or education. But go
can,
ahead, brother.
can I give my humble opinion? Okay. As I one thing is what we want out of Egypt is majesty. If white people, Liz Taylor didn't play Cleopatra, if it wasn't in Hollywood and everything like that, if white people didn't claim it, we would not care about Egypt. If white people took the Mali Empire and it was on Hollywood and everything like Mansa Musa, everybody would gravitate towards it. Wow. If Hollywood put up the Great Zimbabwe, we like this. But because Egypt is like, wow, it was the French who broke the hieroglyphics, and the codes of the hieroglyphics. It wasn't any Afrocentric scholars. Chief actually will attest to that. It took years. You know what it took to break those codes? It took decades of people sitting in cold rooms and whatnot, on pennies and dimes and with research and paper and so like they had candles back then. They didn't have electricity, you know, and they finally cracked those codes of the meta netter and all stuff like this. It wasn't young Pharaoh. It wasn't all these other people,
Wasn't no
It wasn't no
Nubians.
Afrocentric,
Nubians didn't even have writing to 2,000 years later.
right,
Down there, the Meroitic skip in Meroe.
But first
right.
of all, Nubians are not the only deeply melanated people in Egypt. There are
There's a lot.
Egyptians that are darker than me.
Right, exactly. We agree that.
So I mean, because I think people get that mixed up though. Everybody feels like when you talk about somebody dark in Egypt, and I say dark because they don't think in terms of black and white there like that. They don't say black.
Of
Black,
course, they
black,
don't have the social construct.
black is attributed to American. Okay, so the Africans aren't even black. Americans are black because that's a name we've accepted.
Let me ask you a question right there.
Hold on for a second, Color. I just want to let people know where Michelle is coming from. Michelle uh, lived in Egypt for a few years.
I lived there
And she
three
do
years.
tourism in Egypt.
Right.
So she has, and then Chief X is a researcher also. So you're hearing two people who have their research and information together. So I just want to make sure that we can clearly hear
But I'm
all of them.
also married to an Egyptian. So and
Congratulations.
thank you. And his family got people that's darker than me. I mean, they range like my family. My daughter is light. People would
Right.
never think
So
that she was mine,
just
but she
just for
is.
just for clarification though, I never get into a skin color argument because
No,
I
but
know.
you
No, no,
said
no.
you said that
No,
Americans
no, no. Let me
think that they're
clarify.
Egyptian and
No,
they
no, no.
don't.
Let me clarify this thing real quick,
Okay.
Michelle. Listen, listen. I never get into a skin color argument because color and people with melanin, who's majority of the world, skin color varies. We know that. You can have somebody like Sarah Seti or Prince, light skinned. Then you can have somebody like Wesley Snipes, dark skinned. We know melanin varies. It varies with Egyptians. We agree to that. The
Right.
Egyptians have are melanated in the different degrees of darkness.
Right.
Cambodia, Southeast Asia, the Filipinos, everybody varies. So I don't get into the skin color thing. I'm more on phenotype and population genetics. So right, so the sub-Saharan African in general has nappy, kinky hair like all four of us on this panel does. Okay, and ancient Egyptian
We sure
doesn't.
do.
Okay, Egyptians don't. If you live in Egypt, you know you're a serious minority. Your kind is barely there. There are some there. No, no, no. I've done the demographics on Egypt. I know. Egypt is 3% ethnic groups there. 3%. So if you see 100, you might see three of you, 100 of the 97 of them, and maybe three of you. That's how it is. Bomani
No,
knows
that's
this. He's
not
been.
true. And I'll be so glad. But Monty, when we do this tour, we're gonna really open some people's eyes because where
You're
we
not being
go,
honest if you're saying that.
well,
You're,
we are
you're,
being
you're
honest because
in big
everybody,
numbers there.
you're gonna see
Yeah.
the people yourself.
Yeah, we want to see them documentation. I'm here to document things like that. I'm here to even propose people their Chief X question as far as Black
So on
African
the border,
people
she
are
may be
not
talking about on the border of Egypt.
I'm not talking about
Aboriginal
You're not talking about northern Egypt, are
So
I'm not talking about Cairo.
I'm
Northern
open.
Egypt is Cairo and Alexandria, and
right?
even
I'm
there,
going to be clear. You're not
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
northern Egypt.
Luxor. I'm talking about Upper Egypt. I'm talking
So
about
you're talking about
Luxor,
by the border by
Hurghada.
Aswan.
No, Aswan is very
So you're
low.
talking about like central Egypt then?
I'm talking about Upper Egypt from Memphis on down. It's
Okay,
it's
let's do it. Let's do it so we
deeply
get a clear
melanated
understanding. Let's do
people.
it like so we can get a clear understanding. Let's do northern Egypt, central Egypt, and at the border by Aswan.
Hey, but Mike, can you
So I
put a
think you're
map
talking
up?
about central or in the middle.
Well, Luxor is
yes,
central.
yes,
Okay.
I
Luxor
will.
is central.
Yeah, we're in very small numbers in Egypt.
Because I lived in Luxor for 2 years,
Okay.
and most of the people look like me.
What do you mean look like you? Nappy hair?
No, they no a very nice
I'm not
color.
talking about the skin color. I just went over that.
They had a mixture of hair because all of my hair, everybody's family and my family's hair not kinky either.
Because we got European blood.
Well, what about the
Yeah, sub-Saharan Africa is all kinky, 100%.
what about the lips?
Unless you're a
They
foreigner
got-
in East
they have
Africa
some lips.
and you mix with some
got
Arab
some
and you've been around
noses.
it now, yeah. But
Do they have the flat noses?
yeah.
Some of them do. Some of them have flatter noses. Some of them have wide noses. Some of them have thicker lips.
Yeah,
It's a
that's right.
combination of people
We
because
know
they're
they're not
blended
sub-Saharan.
people.
They wouldn't be from us. They don't have a sub-Saharan genetic.
They're
composition.
blended. They're
Yeah,
blended.
They have
look
some.
like
That's what I'm
Ethiopians.
saying. They have some mixed people around there in modern times.
As a family, they having a good time. I'm looking for a map of Egypt.
Can I just show this one little 30-second clip?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, go ahead, brother. You're on.
Okay.
Someone needs to mute themselves. One of your. Here we go. Your chief, I got you muted.
I was gonna share the screen.
There you go. So you may have to just mute yourself after you share it if there's a feedback. Redo the screen sharing. There you go.
This makes it clear. This is a 37-second video clip. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. No,
Okay.
not
Can
clear.
you hear me? Okay, this is a 30-second video clip. He clears it up. He's an Egyptian. He lives in Egypt.
Is quite unique when it comes to geographic isolation. Now to the north, the Mediterranean, you have the Sahara, and down you have the cataracts. It made the river unnavigable.
The cataract made the river unnavigable. He's on the Nile. Okay? You cannot sail through a cataract. In the title of this video, the cataract protected Egypt. It protected Egypt from its enemies. I didn't make this up.
Cannot navigate. And down you have the cataracts. It made the river unnavigable. You cannot navigate. And that's a key for the protection of Egypt at a border city like Aswan. At the southern frontier, you need to protect Egypt. Do you? Well, you have the cataract on the Nile. And the Nile was a super highway for the Egyptians. And if you have the cataracts, outcrops of granite,
Pause. The Nile was a superhighway for the Egyptians, not nobody else.
they are going to stop navigation. That's perfect for the ancient Egyptian empire.
That's it. Okay, I just wanted to make clear that we have to understand, as the audience has to understand that. We don't want to miseducate people.
All right, Matrell or Kali, want to respond?
Okay, like I said, I've studied this for years, and
Yeah.
People, the Upper Egypt is actually in the south, right?
It might
Egypt,
seem very loud. You have to back away for a little bit.
okay.
Yeah.
Upper Egypt is in the south. That means it flows from the south to the north, right? The civilizations in Upper Egypt that are more African is completely different than the civilization that you see on the Mediterranean and culture and everything. Egypt was like a place where, because the Nile overflowed, there was abundance. Certain people, Egypt had trade, commerce throughout the Mediterranean world, and of course they traded with Black Africa, as I think. So there was black people in this side the what we call Egypt, the civilization. Now, no one's going to doubt that. What people want to make Egypt out to be is like, we want to talk about the accomplishment. And I asked a question: if there were no pyramids, right? If there were no grand buildings, would we even be discussing this? Okay, it's a marvel of Egypt, all the tombs and everything like that that people want to claim. Okay, people want to claim that for that reason. You have to be honest with ourselves, right? If Egypt did not have the pyramids, the Giza, and the Sphinx, and all stuff like this, right, no one would care about it. So what we got to talk about is Egyptian civilization and culture. Why is it Egypt is so different from the rest of Africa? As far as, like, one thing I would say is stone building in stone. Okay, there's no stone structures in West Africa. None whatsoever. Stone building and stuff like that, limestone, stone building and everything. That was part of the Middle East, Europe, the ancient world, stuff like that. It was not indigenous to sub-Saharan Africa. Now, do we contribute to the Egypt civilization? Were there black pharaohs? Probably, yes. But what I'm saying
Not
is this.
probably, absolutely. There were a lot.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, I would put it like this, because I don't want to offend people that believe this and everything like this. Can we actually say authentically that Egypt was a black African civilization, right? No. Like, you could also say Rome was a European Mediterranean civilization, right?
Callie,
White
just
people built
can you hear
Rome.
me, Callie? Can you hear me?
Why do we say black African?
Callie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
I
It's
can hear
delayed,
you.
so I just want to make sure you hear me. The 25th dynasty was the only black dynasty.
It's
And that was
not.
only, that
That's
was,
not
hold
true.
on, hold on, sis, let me finish.
Whoa.
And it was only for 90 years out of 3,000 years. Okay.
So, Chief,
And it was at
that
the end.
is-
It was at the end of Egypt's
That's
glory.
not true.
The 25th. That's why they call it the Black
The
Pharaoh.
first
The
fifth.
this
25th
is the
dynasty.
documentation
First
I
five
want to see
dynasties.
when I get to Egypt.
No, it wasn't.
But
Bullshit.
this is the
That's
documentation.
what I heard, Mitrell. You got some more evidence?
Yeah, we'll show it.
That's why I'm coming here to document and enjoy
Yeah.
the energy. But
So you should
Chief,
watch my video
Chief,
when you get off this,
can
Latrell.
reiterate that, you're saying there's only one black dynasty out of all of the dynasty. So let me go grab one of my books. One of my books, my famous scholar.
Latrell, do you believe Cleopatra was a black woman, like Jada Pinkett?
Here's the thing. This is what I believe. I believe that they made a mistake trying to remake Cleopatra. Cleopatra was definitely a Ptolemy. The Ptolemies ruled Egypt for a very long time. They were definitely of more of European descent.
Greek.
I heard
that she was Greek.
Yeah, but she could have chosen Queen Nefertari. That was Ramses II's favorite wife, right? Queen Nefertari was a Nubian queen.
But there's a lot of black people, right, who are going around saying, cursing Egyptians out. Current history talking about Cleopatra was a black woman. And you got so-called education. I want to ask Chief X about the state of black so-called education and stuff like that. Because Chief X is basically going to put a lot of people out of business,
But the thing is, our people, we're so caught up on the color, though.
Yeah, color is everything.
No, we're not talking about color. We're not talking about color.
Color.
Because it gets slippery when you do that.
Right.
People can slip it on because people can say dark skin.
Race.
We're not talking about
We're
color.
talking about race.
I'm
Race
talking
is
about
human.
population.
Race is
I'm talking
human.
about black folk. Negroids. That's what I'm talking about.
We're talking about
The
race.
Egyptians were not Negroids. I don't want to get on the color. Let's be specific. Egyptians today and ancient Egyptians were not Negroids.
You said that.
Nefertari was an Egyptian.
You said
Latrell, do you believe in DNA?
Queen Nefertari was not Egyptian.
so. Chief X. Let me just get this thing out of the way.
That was a marriage arrangement between Ramses II and the Nubians. They married them together so that Egypt and Nubia could become one and and coexist together. That was that marriage. It was an arranged marriage because of the war situation. And I have a Nubian that tells you that story. And
Nefertari, I'm gonna read the wiki. Nefertari, also known as Nefertari. Yes, wiki's great. It got sources at the bottom if you want to double check them. Nefertari, also known as Nefertari Mary Mut, was an Egyptian queen and the first of great royal wives. Negroids were not part of any royal wives. First of the great royal wives or principal wives of Ramses the Great. Ramses was not a black person. She is one of the best known Egyptian queens among such women as Cleopatra, Nefertari, Hatshepsut. These are Egyptian. She's not a Nubian queen.
Nefertari is
she's not. The elders miseducated us and pushed that. She's not a Nubian queen.
So Chief X, this is the book right here. So what you're basically confirming is that books like this does not have accurate information. Because a lot of people
because Wikipedia is more current.
Wikipedia is amazing.
So there's several different books like these that people who talk about Egypt have read, and then that's why I was bringing in Asha Kwesi. What is Asha Kwesi thoughts on these things before we continue with Trell?
Yeah.
The book by Anthony Browder.
I saw.
If you want to learn about, I've called Anthony Browder out. You may have missed this video, Mature, because you're not subscribed to my YouTube. I've challenged Anthony Browder 2 years ago on some fake ass false claims he's been making. Anthony Browder, the same man in 2023 who claimed we are the original Native Americans. He teaches we are the Moors. He teaches all this old nonsense. Anthony Browder does right now in 2023. So I challenged him because he's doing some excavation project working on, which is really run by some people in the UK. Black folk been donating to him his project, but the money's he keeping for himself
it's a
to
partnership
travel.
With the
I'm trying to tell you what it is. I didn't research. I'm trying to tell you. Go watch the video. I've challenged him and exposed him. You haven't seen the video, so you may not know. Most people do not know what I'm about to say, so just listen. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't lie on nobody. Okay. Anthony Browder has done a presentation out here. When he gets back here, he talks this shit. He done a presentation claiming he's found an Ndinkra symbol in some temple in Egypt. I said he's lying. He showed a picture of it. It's a Photoshop picture. There's no Ndinkra symbol found in ancient Egypt. He flat out lied doing this Afrocentric game to people. Just like the people just lying and still trying to hold on.
Why do you use that term?
Anthony Browder has been challenged and he hasn't answered my challenge yet. He's watched it. He is scared to death to have a conversation with me because I expose all that bullshit.
No, because he's not going to waste his time.
No. I'm just trying to tell you. You may have to watch the video. Just say you watch the video and get back.
I'm not going to watch the video.
That's what I'm saying. You can't critique what I'm saying unless you witness it first.
Well, no.
That's what I'm saying. When you watch that video, after you watch that video, if you're an honest person, your mind's going to say, this cat's a fraud. But you haven't seen it. Yes. But you haven't seen the video, so you can't make a judgment on it.
Well, here's the thing. You said that there was...
It's called Challenge to Anthony Browder. You just go to my YouTube
Do you believe that I saw kente cloth in Saqqara? Do you believe I saw kente cloth
You can see anything in 2023. Show the documentation and the scholarship. That's all you got to do. I show and prove everything I say.
Yeah,
I just showed and prove about the cataracts.
Then you didn't prove nothing with the cataracts.
My point of the cataract was what I'm correct. You cannot sail up and down the cataract.
It did.
It was the only people who freely flowed up and down the Nile are the ancient Egyptians. When they got to the Nubia and Sudan, they got a whole bunch of cataracts. There's only one cataract on the border of Egypt. All through Sudan is cataracts. And then it curves and does a 360-degree turn and goes 500 miles the other way. Then you got to circle around it. You cannot drive no boats. It was fortresses there. It protected Egypt from Nubians coming up in there. This is just a fact.
Mr. X is Nubia on the Red Sea.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Is it?
it is.
Now
I'm
let's
Red
let
Sea as
Mr.
well.
X, the expert, answer.
This is what you gotta understand.
James, if you have any questions for Matrol, ask Matrol. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't
So
want you frustrating
this
Chief.
is a this this
I
this
brought
is
you. I mean, I
this is
brought you. I thought you had questions for Matrol. That's why I have you on here.
this is what
Well,
black
I'm here to give her some support.
this is what black folk got to understand. Okay, black Americans specifically. Okay, the word Nubian is really sketchy. It defines throughout history different types of Nubians and tribes. You have the Nuba people in the
Doesn't even mean a
mountains.
people. It means gold.
Hold on, so the audience can understand. You're interrupting the flow. I'm not making nothing up. Listen, you have nomadic Nubians. You have about 10 different tribes of Nubian. You had the Magi. They're different. You have so many different nomadic tribes and different Nubian tribes. Some are mixed with Arab blood more than others are. It's so much mixture around there. So I say, you know what? Let's just do away with the Nubian term because it's really a sketchy term and not a real people, right? So
Like
I said,
Mediterranean.
let's just deal
They're
with
not a real people.
let's just deal with the Kushites. The Kushites are the one in the 25th dynasty. The Kushite dynasty was the first sub Saharan African nation.
What is the
And they are
sub-Saharan?
the people who conquered Egypt in the 25th dynasty. And the Kushites is centered around Kerma or Meroe, which is
Sub-Saharan.
way
That,
down by the
but that
fourth and fifth
that's in
cataract.
the
Go ahead.
Sahara. That's in the Sahara, though.
Right. It's they're way Kushites headquarters is way down by Moreau, by the
That's in the
fourth and
Sahara.
fifth
It's
cataract.
called
They are
Meroe, by the
far
way.
from the border. You see what I'm saying? They're deep down south in the middle of Sudan. So them
It's
are the
called
people.
Meroe. It's called
Hold
Meroe.
on, man, hold on. Them are the people who became the 25th dynasty and the only black dynasty, the black pharaohs of ancient
Oh,
Egypt.
so Mentuhotep wasn't
Hold
black?
on, god damn it, after Egypt's decline.
He's
So,
removed.
so his question is trying to be tricky, but I understand what he's saying because the east of Sudan is connected to the Red Sea. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Anything by the Red Sea in Ethiopia and Somalians and are horners. They're different than the rest of sub-Saharan African people. They have straight hair and curly hair and all mixed up and stuff. People want to ask why? Because they have this Arab blood. They have some North African admixture that happened from slave trading. So when we talk about black folk, people always want to go to there, somewhere close to Egypt. The rest of sub-Saharan Africa is nothing like the Horn of Africa. That's just the reality.
Chief, I want you to talk about the assertion. Like I asked a question years ago, and you were breaking it down about the Olmecs, and 5 years ago you was talking about that. And I asked a question. I said, "Look, I asked every time I want to debate somebody about the Olmecs and whatnot, I call them just trap. I said, can you name an Olmec king? Can you name the food they think? Can you name an Olmec city, town, anything like that? No, the Olmecs. Can you name me the year the Olmecs rule that you say ruled? Right? And no one can answer that. Oh, they just did. So you say the Olmecs were black. They built a black civilization somewhere in Mexico. But you can't give me a time. You can't tell me we're supposed to accept this as fact. This is what I'm telling you about our black history and everything, like everything. We've never really had real historians that want to tell us the truth about.
Thank you. Thanks for saying that, bro.
We never really had real historians,
We've had subpar historians that we thought were deep. We called them master teachers, but they were masters of nothing, right? So here's the thing: why try to learn Mesoamerican history from a Black American? Like it's crazy. Why not you just go to a Mesoamerican scholar who's saying something totally different? We just get caught up on this race thing and we get brainwashed by our own people, Black Americans, mystifying and fake history, and we just get caught up in the rapture. Mesoamerican real scholars, Mesoamerican historians, aren't talking like that. You get what I'm saying? Why would I learn about China from some? Why did not start? Why not study from a Chinese scholar about China? You get what I'm saying? Get it from the source. Because people got agendas. You know what I mean? Some people, a lot of Afrocentrics got an agenda. They making
Why do you
money
say Afrocentric like that's a bad word?
because I had to realize I used to call myself Afrocentric. I really did for
So that
years, for decades, right? And I'm going back and forth on Facebook with a few Afrocentrics, and they told me I wasn't an Afrocentric. I got offended. I said, huh? And he broke it down something. I said, you know what? I don't think like that. He said, you don't follow the Afrocentric methodology of research. I said, huh? I thought research was research. He said, no. What he was basically, in a nutshell, saying, I don't follow certain individuals who's teaching African history. That when I came on the first time, I said that New York crowd, the Dr. Ben, the Professor Smalls, all these people centered in New York. You know what I mean? Even the psychologist, I forget his name. All these cats taught at this college in New York. Sinetter, that whole New York mogul is the Afrocentric headquarters. So since I didn't follow in their line and what they believe and all that thinking, they said I wasn't Afrocentric. I got offended. But then I had to realize I'm not Afrocentric. I disagree with all you cats. Yeah,
Yeah,
So
brother.
I'm
Afrocentric
just a
just
black
means
man,
it just Afrocentric just means from African origin. That's
right?
it.
And I had to make these videos breaking down. It's impossible for any African American to be Afrocentric. We can't have an African centered worldview. We can only have an American centered worldview because we live in America. A Samoan can only have a Samoan worldview because he lives in Samoa and he sees the world from the Samoan point of view. I see the world from a black American point of view. I don't see the world from a Kenyan point of view because I'm not a Kenyan and I've never been there. Kenyans have their own worldview. They see the world from a Kenyan. So all these words have confused us, and we did never really looked into them and thought deeply about it. I'm not I can't be African centered. I'm a black American. I'm American centered. I just happen to like studying African history. That's a better way to couch it. So it's impossible for me to be Afrocentric or you to be Afrocentric or anyone who's living here. This is where you're centered.
Well, appreciate the point on that. Let me bring in our coon for the day. Excuse me. Let me bring in our troll for the day to see what he has to respond to that.
Are you going to show the video, Bomani?
Oh yes, I
Okay.
apologize. Do you want to control the video?
Oh, can
Yes.
I'm
You
gonna run
got
and
to,
get a cup of water real quick.
oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just turn your you can also turn off your anybody. You can also turn off your mic and your video whenever you're ready. But Matrella, see if you can
turn off my
see if you
mic?
can do the screen sharing on your end, and if not, then because then I don't know what point. It's a 19-minute video, so I don't know what exact parts you want to play. So you want to work on it, unless you want me to play a specific part of the video. There we go. Would you like for me to play? How much of it you want me to play? Let me. There you go. You're unmute. Just unmute yourself. Just unmute yourself and then.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get to the part where, well, he explained who Nubians were. He talked about it's from the very beginning. And he was talking about those cataracts, just talked about how they got where they are. And then he talked about the different tribes and how they have two languages. It was just real informative. He was good with that. And then he talked about Queen Nefertari and the situation with him, her, and Ramses II. That chief said didn't happen, and he said Nefertari is not Nubian, and he absolutely said she is.
Who's he?
We can skip these commercials. Does that mean?
You said he. You talking about something in the video you gonna play?
No, you said that she wasn't Nubian.
No, no, I said who was he? You said he
Oh,
said
he
she.
was the gentleman that I was speaking with.
Oh, in this video they're gonna show.
Why is there so many commercials?
All right, check this out. I'll work on it for you right now and get to that, get it started and play it. Yes, and James, you have anything to respond to what Chief X said earlier?
How much are you getting paid, Mr. X? Or are you part of a cult? Or is this an initiation? What's going on?
This is James, our troll for the
Yeah,
day.
I'm CIA. I'm an agent, bro.
Sounds like
CIA, FBI. I work for all of them. What you gonna
something. But you're definitely not a Pan-Africanist.
Well, I never claimed that, but I hear you.
So what's your Chinese ancestry? Why don't you tell us about that? Hello?
Tell you about my Chinese ancestry.
Yeah, you definitely have some Southeast Asian activity going on.
This one is dude, yo.
I mean, you can't see that?
He's like the resident troll.
Yeah, Mr. X. So,
Is
but I have.
Is Montreal about to share something?
Yes, they're about to share a video right now.
Go and get on down, Montreal. We waiting for you.
So let me just mute yourself and Montreal, let us play the first few minutes of it. Just let me know how far into the video I need to play.
I have it broken up into chapters. That's what I was trying to
like
get
three
to.
living.
Right,
One living.
This is in chapters.
I can start with this Nubian village. I'm just trying to get to the.
Okay. Did you see the chapters? Okay.
Yeah, let's see.
I did a
here.
whole video on the Nubian village down in Aswan. That's why
It's
I
a
said
couple of villages. Which
that's
one?
what I'm saying. That's what I was asking you. You talking about southern
Which
Egypt
village?
by the border? Listen, I was asking you. You talking about southern Egypt down
Well,
by
that's
the border?
Aswan.
No,
I mean,
that's what
Aswan.
I know. I said Aswan. That's where the border is.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what you mean. So it's a Nubian village around there.
It's several.
Yeah, because when the Aswan dams flooded, they built the Nubian village, and they came as
They moved
refugees.
them.
Yeah, they went as refugees. They're not like
They're not
Egyptians. No, what I'm saying.
By the way, Chief X, are you aware that
Hold on, let me
2/3
just
of
get
modern
this
Egypt
let
is
me get
Nubia?
this clarification because she's doing her thing.
Let
She's
me
about to
finish
go
real
right
quick.
now. So what I'm saying, I understand the story. I'm not just saying. Slow down, Michelle. Listen, it's not a gotcha moment. I'm just saying the Nubian village is a place for Nubians because the Aswan Dam flood. So they're kind of like refugees in having refuge at the Nubian village. That's what it's built for, sweetie. You didn't know that? Yeah. So that's by Aswan. That's on the border right there. It's close to Sudan. So on the border of Egypt, bordering Sudan and Egypt, where Aswan is, you're gonna have a lot of people who look mixed and look black because Sudan is right there, northern Sudan. So I get that.
Oh, Sudan dictates who looks black, huh?
Okay, Montreal's turn.
Go ahead, Bomani. I think I kind of explain. Am I controlling it?
Oh no, I'm the one controlling it.
Okay.
But I just.
So he goes on to explain how that all happened.
We have two dams in Aswan. Aswan Dam and High Dam. High Dam, he building three living. One living in 1090
Okay.
02.
Okay.
And the second living comes 7.
Okay.
That's the living. It's not 12.
Okay.
That was only one part from Aswan Dam.
Okay.
311.
Okay.
Our village before in this number were moved here, and after that it's coming High Dam.
Right.
High Dam he be 63.
63.
Yeah.
Okay.
63.
Okay.
That's the last one.
Right. Okay.
And the next thing he explains is who the Nubian people are, how they came to be. And Yeah, I found it very, very interesting. And he actually defined what Nubian meant because I think a lot of us get it wrong. But now, after this video, you're going to get it right.
But these people, same Nubian, but we have two kind of Nubian. One kind is called Kajiki and Kinzi. We are the Kinzi.
Kinsey.
Kinzi.
Okay.
We are called this village of Cataract Village. Shalalat,
Okay.
Cataract.
Yes.
We are 7 village here in Aswan.
Uh-huh.
We're called Cataracts Village.
Cataractus Village.
Yeah, that was all Haida Aswan Dam building.
Okay.
That was Kunuz. Kunuz.
Mm-hmm.
The last movie, Aswan Dam, 63, he was Kajiki.
Fajiki.
Yeah.
What does that mean? Fajiki. That means that's a different group of people?
Yeah, same Nubian,
Yeah.
but different language.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Different language.
We are talk Kinzi.
Mm-hmm.
Kinzi, he mean.
Can I film you? You tell the story? Say hey.
Kinzi mean gold land.
Gold land.
Also Nubian, he mean that.
Okay.
Nub, he mean gold.
Mm-hmm.
Nubian land, he mean
Gold land. Right. I think a lot of people get that wrong. For some reason, they think that Nubian means black lands, but it doesn't. It means gold land.
Yeah.
Right.
Gold land, yeah.
Yes.
Nub, he mean gold.
When they were talking about the black land, they're talking about the Nile after the floods. It leaves black dirt. So the black dirt is there, but that's not Nubian.
Gold. Nubian, he mean gold.
Gold.
Nub.
Okay.
Yeah, you have. Yeah, with the Nubian change. Yeah.
Right.
When it's Pharaoh and Arabic people come, he say black Pharaoh.
Right.
Black Pharaoh. We are not Pharaoh. We are different. We are, Kush family.
Right.
Yeah, from beginning.
Kush family from the beginning. So y'all heard that. So Nubian does not mean black lands. It means gold.
Gold.
It's the land of the gold. See?
And also, you know how many pyramids we have in the Nubian history?
No, I don't know anything about it.
How many pyramids you know?
I learned 3 pyramids in Cairo.
No.
6 pyramids in Cairo. 5 or 6.
We have 300. 18.
Oh wow, 318
pyramids we have, Koch family.
Okay.
That was all this pyramids in the from near of Sudan. Because we are Nubian kingdom. He beginning from Aswan here to the city, from city here near of Luxor to the until Sudan into Sudan.
Right. I've seen on maps that Egypt went all the way through Sudan, part of Somalia even, and then, or is that part of Ethiopia?
Yeah.
And then all the way up to the Mediterranean. That was all Egypt at one point.
Yeah, Egypt, but before he was Nubian kingdom.
Before Egypt, it was Nubian kingdom. Okay.
We have Nubian kingdom and Tiba and Memphis. Memphis in Cairo.
Okay.
All this area is very no people live there. The people from Luxor until to the Giza. Giza place you call Egypt, you call Memphis.
Okay.
And this Tiba,
yes.
Tiba from here to the Sudan, that's the Nubian kingdom.
Okay.
This place was empty before.
Okay.
Very empty from here to there.
Right.
When the Islamics come in, he come here to talk about Islam and everything. Someone called Ibn al-As sent some from army to see how it's there. He's coming all of this. You go very easy to.
We are so excited for our upcoming getaway adventure. Stay tuned as we head.
So, Bomani, he's saying that before Egypt was Egypt, it was all Kush.
Yes, that was the main point I just made right to
Right.
it. And so I want to find out what Chief X feel about that. And
That's not
your response from James
let
and
me
College
clarify.
Genesis.
This man basically said everything I said and was trying to teach people. Okay, he's not saying what she just said. Okay, I've told you guys, Kushite Empire and he's Nubian. As you see, he's mixed. He's live up at close by the Horn, and he's been mixing with them Arabs. They're Islamized. He's not an Egyptian, just like I said he wasn't. He was explaining the Nubian village. He said clearly in there because of the flood in Aswan Dam. He was saying everything I just said, right? And yes, they became a colony of Egypt. Cush did. They were subjects. They're a tributary state to Egypt. They weren't the Egyptians. And he said he's a Kenzi, right? And while he was talking, I was just pulling up, and I pulled it up right here, right here, Kenzi, affinity block, sub-Saharan Africa, the people cluster, Nubian, Kenzi, they're saying, country, Sudan. He's not Egyptian. He's a Nubian. He'll tell you he's a Nubian. Egyptians are different than him. He has that
And you
little
just
color
learned
hair.
that
He's
a
mixed,
Nubian is not a
right?
people?
So what he's saying is he comes from Kush, the original Kush. The same people way down the fourth, fifth cataract in Sudan, and they took over the 25th dynasty at the end of the Egyptian period. They were the only black dynasty, and they were basically mixed, but we just say black dynasty, right?
They ruined
So
Egypt,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So
That's the other part of the story.
no. He tells you. He said he's a Nubian. You're muted, sis. He said he's a Nubian. Can't tell him he's an Egyptian when he's telling you he's a Nubian. He's telling you about the Nubian village. He's not saying he's Egyptian. This
All
is
right,
my point.
Mitchell, unmute yourself, and anybody else who want to speak, just unmute yourself and mute
I'm
yourself.
sorry, I did not say he was Egyptian. I never said he was Egyptian.
No. Earlier you were saying that you're gonna show us this man. And he's gonna tell me this, and say he's Egyptian, but he didn't.
No, I was telling you that he was going to tell you the story about Queen Nefertari, who's Nubian, who married Ramses II.
Okay. Well,
Okay, perfect.
Maybe we didn't get to that part.
No, we haven't gotten there. I got your
I'm okay
timeline.
to get to it.
Do you want me to get to that part
Whatever
right
he's
away?
saying, he's not a historian.
Just like you.
He's just a citizen having a conversation with you and explaining and talking to you.
He's an elder in their village.
That's fine, but I'm just saying.
He built the schools there.
That's what I'm saying. He's not going to tell you he's an Egyptian. He mentioned
No,
the flood.
he's not.
He's telling you
Kushite.
he came from Sudan.
He's one of the original people from that region.
And Kush is in Sudan by Meroe. Remember you had on the screen at 150 pyramids? Yeah.
Mr. X, is Kush also known as Nubian?
Down by Meroe and Kerma.
Did you hear what he said?
Is where the Nubians built their pyramids.
Do you know where Memphis is?
And they built the pyramids 2,000 years after being influenced by the Egyptians.
Do you know where Memphis is? He said
Memphis
all
is
the
in
way up
Egypt.
through Memphis.
No, he's not. No. What he's saying is Egyptians controlled all that.
No, he said
they controlled all
Did anybody
that.
else hear him say that was all Kush? Did anybody else hear him say that?
Egypt is not Kush.
It was
Sir, Mr. X.
No, I'm just
Are you aware
Kush
that
is not
2/3?
Egypt. Kush is in Sudan, sister.
Listen, sir. 2/3 of modern Egypt is where Nubia was. You realize that?
Man, come on.
So, that means
And
yes.
80% of the Egyptian population lives close to the Mediterranean and by the Delta. Because
So what does that say?
It's hot and dry everywhere else.
What does that mean?
You can see I'm just telling you, they're Mediterranean people.
But the other people live where? They live along the Nile, right?
People, and Nubians never did trade and business in this Mediterranean like that.
You didn't even define what this Mediterranean was.
We're past that. We're past
yeah,
that.
I know, because you didn't answer it. You don't want to answer
I don't
it.
want to take away what she's doing right now.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
just responding to the video and what he said. Let's just stay focused.
Pseudo scholar.
I'm not a scholar.
So if everybody's finished, I can continue. and it's like in about 2 minutes.
Well, I have one question for Mr. X.
It will get to the Nefertari part, but go ahead, James.
You keep mentioning people are mixed with Arab, and what is this Arab, and what is this Arab supposed to look like? Can you describe the Arab look?
It's a bunch of Arabs that look like me.
Okay, you mentioned the Red Sea, right?
Yes, I did.
You know what's next to the Red Sea? Yemen. You can swim from Yemen to Ethiopia. Arab dynasties come out of Saudi Arabia, which is next to Yemen. They've connected with these people for thousands of years, so they have some admixture, and that's why he has that loose curly hair. What are you talking about? I'm just talking about the
Once again, sir, you have neglected to answer the question that I asked.
A person in Ghana is not close to living with Arabs and stuff, so they're not going to have that curly hair. They're going to have that nappy hair like they all do.
But sir, you didn't answer the question that I asked.
That's the question. You asked me what.
That's not my question. My question was to describe the Arab look.
I'm not. That's just technicalities and opinions. You want me to describe what they look like? They're melanated people. What do you want me to say?
Okay, well, you said the man is mixed with Arab.
Melanated people. Egypt is only 17% Arab. Most Arabs are live in Iran, really.
Oh, now you know this man is scholar now.
But you know what I mean? People confuse Arabs with Berbers and North Africans. They're not the same people.
And idiots confuse Arabs with Iranians.
I don't know what you're talking about. I answered your question. Let's move on. Go ahead.
Oh my God, guys! Disney expert
here and sent some from army to see how it's coming here.
Right.
In Nubian kingdom, and we have Nubian people. He makes sent them like very strong message. All his army, his goal is only one eyes.
Oh wow!
Because we are very famous for do it.
With the spear.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So he took one eye out.
Yeah, because he say we are strong. We don't need fight.
Right.
Yeah, and we are strong. Like just strong message. And all his army back again to tell them, oh, when you see that, oh,
hey, can we pause for a second, please?
Very strong people and
can we
very
pause right there?
I know what he's about to say.
No, let's just, because I've taught you. You see these Nubians right here? You're showing a picture of with the feather, and they got the babies and follow. This is in the procession, and they're in this procession, in this picture, they're doing just what I said. They're in a parade paying tribute to the Egyptians. They're paying, and this whole mural is these Nubians, and those white things around their neck is a rope around their neck because they're bound. They're slaves being brought to King Tut.
Those people are not slaves.
I'm telling you what I'm saying. Listen,
those are not Nubians. Those are Assyrians.
That white thing is a rope around their neck, and their arms are bound. These are slaves Nubians brought to the Egyptians because they're paying tribute. And earlier I said, I don't know if you heard me, Cali Genesis, earlier in Bomani, I said they are a tributary state, and they pay tribute. This is in the tomb.
So when the Egyptians bound Asiatics, were they slaves?
So the audience can get this.
Yeah.
This is in the tomb. This is in the tomb.
Europeans.
This is in the tomb of Hui. Anybody can Google tomb of Hui, Hoy, and it breaks down this story in that picture. And those are.
I thought you said you weren't an expert, so how come the people need to get what you're saying?
Being brought to King Tut to pay tribute because they were a tributary state. A tributary state is a state who pays tribute to the superior state, which is Egypt. They're different people. And King Tut, who they're paying tribute to, has West Asian DNA.
He talked about King Tut. He talking about Toast. King Tut's real name is
King
Toast.
Tut's the one who had the sandals.
No such thing as West Asian DNA.
The King Tut has the sandals with the Nubian on the bottom of his sandals and the Asiatic who were enemies to him. Everybody knows about the sandals. Listen to what I'm telling you. King Tut had the sandals stomping on them people we just seen.
So you got a lot of Africans fight against each other. Does that mean that one is not an African?
Right.
I'm just telling you the stories. No need to get bothered and reactionary.
You mean no need to get technical?
Because I'm teaching. People don't know this. So
how can you teach if you're not the expert?
Do you want me to show you?
No, but I'm saying, how can you teach when you said you're not an expert? We already know. I'm sure we're all familiar with that.
All the scholars on Earth teaching what they're doing in that artwork.
Now, when you say scholars on Earth, what kind of scholars are you talking about?
All the scholars, all the Egyptologists on the fucking planet.
Yeah, but Egyptology was created to
Here we
whitewash
go. I don't know.
history.
It wasn't created to whitewash nothing.
It was.
Egyptology don't teach about sub-Saharan Africa. It teaches about
What
Egypt.
is this sub-Saharan Africa? You never described one of these people.
Yes, below the Sahara. Sub means below.
But you said it's the people,
when you
though.
hear the word sub-Saharan, it means below the Sahara.
But you also
It's
said
simple.
earlier at the beginning, you said that
Don't be ashamed to be descendant of a sub-Saharan African.
Well, I'm not
be
from
proud.
Africa, period. But
be proud.
You
You're
said
from
earlier,
America, but your ancient ancestors came on a slave ship.
that's not
to
true.
America.
You can't verify that.
Yes,
but the main thing is
slavery is real.
You said
that the slave trade actually.
See, my man doesn't
happened.
give me the ass, so I
slave
go
trade
talk.
happened and it's real. You one of those.
You said that black people. You said black people.
Was there a slave trade?
You said that black people could not live in the Sahara.
Transatlantic slave trade real?
But then you say that black people.
See, he's one of these cats. He don't believe in the transatlantic slave trade.
I didn't say that. Don't tell me what I
believe in the transatlantic slave trade happened.
I say that there's no evidence to substantiate that.
See, that's what I'm talking about. You can't talk to.
See, but I didn't say nothing about belief, though. I said there's no evidence to substantiate.
Yeah, that's quack talk.
If it's quack talk, then prove it. How come you can't show a slave ship?
I have. Also, just go to my YouTube. I don't have time to sit here.
But even if you go to Ghana, there's oral histories about it.
They don't know anything. Africans, they get their history from the white man. No offense to your man, but he was just reciting the white man.
See, this book right here is written by a scholar at Ghana, and she talks about indigenous slavery in Ghana. She talks
But then you just accuse that man of regurgitating the white talk.
This black woman, that's not a white man. That's a black woman.
So?
You're not going to be able to blame the white man.
But then you just accuse this African man of regurgitating the white man.
She is above all the archives at Ghana University.
Listen, unless she has
all the regions of Ghana,
unless she has a time machine,
she collected all the information from the chiefs.
She doesn't know anything anymore than anybody else.
History, and they teach about the slave trade in this book and how they were.
Okay, let's say that's true. Now let me ask you.
Talking over me.
No, you always you got.
Let me finish my sentence. She talked about
part of your strategy is to keep over talking people.
Slavery in Egypt.
Drop them down.
Indigenous slavery that they participated in even before the white man.
And now that you come to Portsmouth, Virginia, right? We still have the slave docks in Portsmouth, right? Still sitting there, right? Years ago, I talked about this many times. Years ago, I worked at the city of Portsmouth for security, overnight security, armed security, right? And I saw a map of the city, right? And on the piers, right? And I said, this was strange looking things that's still on the ground, right? And one guy told me, he says, I said, those look like for the ships, old ships. We don't use them. And right where they had the amphitheater built right there was a slave docking port. And the things that where the slaves used to come out of the slave ships, right? The things are still there. They're still there. They will line the slaves up and they'll bring them out and stuff like that. The piers and stuff like that are still there in the ground to this day.
You can find that anywhere where there's a dock.
The bottom line is Alcoon. Where are the ships that brought the Europeans over here? Were they already over here?
But before I get to that, because we get sidetracked, let me just ask them. I answer all questions now. But let me just
answer
Europeans come from Europe.
But let me just, I'm gonna get to that. But let me just ask.
How did the Europeans get here?
See, Mr. X is trying to filibuster.
How did the Europeans get here?
One question.
Everybody answer your question.
I'm gonna answer the question, but Mr. X, let me just ask you one question because I was interrupted. Do you believe that those?
Montreal was interrupted, and you diverted.
Actually, Mr. Genesis interrupted me.
And we don't want to talk to crazy people who don't even believe the slave trade.
I know crazy is asking the right question. That's what crazy is.
This crazy people rabbit hole.
No, this is not a rabbit hole. It's a simple question.
Montreal had the flow.
See, he's over talking because he doesn't want to answer. But and he doesn't even know the question yet. That's how paranoid he is. But now. You just take the Elmina Castle. Do you believe that that's a slave dungeon or a military fort?
It was a military fort at one point, and then it became a slave dungeon.
Okay, now I like that. So she went both ways, but I really want Mr. X to answer because Mr. X is the man.
I was there with Mr. X when he saw it, so we were all there together.
What was Mr. X's?
We were both in Ghana on a tour.
We all three of us traveled to Ghana, December 2019.
Right.
Okay, now from what you saw, now go with everybody. From what you saw, and be honest, did you see almost everything that pertained to a military fort or anything at all that pertained to holding people against their will?
all that.
Both.
Well, so what did you see that showed that it held people against their will?
We went into the rooms where the floor was discolored from the feces that was there and trampled down over the years. These rooms were, you could really feel it. I mean, you actually have to experience it yourself. That was hallowed ground to me.
Okay. Now you seem like a nice woman, but you can't talk about what we felt, because it sounds like what you're saying is kind of what Dr. Mott repeated. That she said she could smell the female's period in the air. I'm like, come on now.
Argument, bro.
Sir, if you don't want to answer questions, there's no need to interject.
You're gonna fight it.
You talking about Dr. Mayat?
He's gonna keep.
I don't know who he's talking about.
Sir.
James, who are you talking about, Dr. Mayat?
Okay, what I was gonna say, because she was saying that the fecal matter accumulated on the floor. Now, I want you to think. I want you to use your brain. Think about 400 years. Think about people defecating in areas. Mm-hmm. Then think about rains, weather changes, and how fecal matter dries out and flies.
It was covered. It was inside.
He want to come up with some kind of crazy.
Now, this man can surely interrupt, but he can't answer one question though.
Philosophy of why it couldn't be this, and he's gonna take us down a million.
It's not a philosophy. It's the fact that
Alpine's gonna take us about 10 different rabbit holes. We're gonna go down.
Yeah,
rabbit holes all leading to the truth. So, but the bottom line is, I'll keep it short since this man likes to interrupt. Any biological agents can't survive that long, and you can't smell anything because all the bacteria will be dead, so you can't smell anything. And most of what they say, they're putting ideas into your head of what it was and who was there. But the truth be told, when you actually examine the facts, it was only military forts. They have cannons facing the water. You don't have cannons. Can you show
these facts?
Are you? Yeah. I mean,
that'd be nice.
And cannons aren't used.
Drop the link in the chat.
Okay, my man, you can interrupt. I got you.
No, I'm listening to you. I just want you to drop the link in the chat.
Drop the link so we can watch it.
If we don't see the link, then you bullshit it.
Okay, but people can find their own link.
James.
Okay, cannons are not used to house slaves. They're not used to shoot slaves onto ships. They're used to protect the land from ships. And that's what those things were. They were military forts. They were not slave dungeons. That's the fictitious part. Because if they were actually slave dungeons, you know what we would be seeing? Slave quarters. We would see remnants of shackles or anything like that.
That's exactly what you see. You have holding cells, and you see the shackles and things.
No. Attached to the building. Not something that somebody picked up to you and said, "This is what they had." No, it's just like prison. When you go to Alcatraz, listen.
It was like a prison.
But listen, when you go to Alcatraz, it's long abandoned. When you walk in there, do you not see? Damn, this is something that held people against their will, right?
Why do you think they call it slave dungeons?
My man, I'm asking you a question. Why don't you try to answer for once?
I mean, why do you think they say slave dungeon?
Because it's a lie. That's why. Now
they didn't do it. It's called slave dungeons because it was a dungeon-like place where slaves were held. It was a fortress. They held the slaves there prior to shipping them off. After they walked them through the river and walked all the way to Elmina Coast.
Well, that's how the story goes. But let's be honest with one another. If you had to really think about these things being a hub for slaves. Let's think about this. Some people say 100 million slaves, but W.E.B. Du Bois said 12 million total for the entire trade, and that includes the entire Western Hemisphere. Well, let's even stick with that number. If you had 12 million people passing through these forts, or half of that, do you think that that's enough to house that many people, or house even 10,000 people? Let's be real.
Yes, think about it. Think about the amount of different dungeons along the whole coast, or forts with dungeons, and it's just along the entire coast of West Africa.
It is.
And think about the time frame of hundreds of years. So you have to think about all these things also.
Right.
Okay, but my question wasn't answered.
Your questions is never answered.
I know, because people like avoiding answering the questions because they know it gets to the truth.
I know for a fact that my ancestors came over because we've traced our family all the way back, and I even know the name of it was the Conaway family in. This was in 1820 something, and they were in Virginia. My people came through Virginia and belonged to the Conaway family, and then migrated down to Georgia, into Alabama, and then we made our way back up north.
Well, now we know Chief X's people. I think they come from Hong Kong
Hey,
originally.
can you show your? Can you get some balls and show your face?
I'll tell you what. You drop 10 G's in the cash app, you can see my face.
How about that? They go. All of us are showing our face. You know,
You've never had no balls.
See, you see, this is the Sinetta School of Hustling.
Don't try to overtalk me. This is some real
They try one thing, that doesn't work. They try another.
Why as a grown man, you don't have the balls to show your face?
Why are you the only one that can't turn on your camera? Unless they
you see how they do? When the truth comes out too much, they say, "Oh, we got to stop this. We got to stop this."
Cowardice for a grown man.
Also, you think somebody gonna come after you or something because you're lying to people?
Them shady characters be like that. So you know.
Okay, well, anyway, you see how they sidestep. She said she wanted to know more about.
He's a historical scout.
No, I want to go back to the Nubian gentleman. I want him to finish his story because it was really interesting what he's going to be saying.
Alcorn, I take you off track. I keep telling you.
Right. Because that he stay in this area from Memphis to here to bring it army from Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
Come, he say stay here with family and everyone to see how it's going there. And after this matches, he say we are doing with these people, just make buying and selling and make marriage and because we are very rich land, because we are selling gold and skin of we are catching crocodile and we have everything like that.
Right. So they wanted to mix the people up.
Yeah, he lived the army here and make selling and bring it some to to talk about Islam. Same like this guy, this big sheikh. Yeah, he's falling. This man falling like this.
Okay.
This one, this old building, blue one.
Okay.
He sent like these people. When you know really Islam, we are follow Islam.
Okay.
Because we are a Coptic and also all from these people he was from Saudi Arabia and coming Egypt, where you will say this Egypt is coming like this. Before no Egypt, just Memphis and
Thebes or Tebes, whatever you call it. Yes.
And also Ramses II and desperate wedding happening to make mixing the
Queen Nefertari.
Yeah.
Right. She was Nubian, right?
Yeah, the Nubian queen, very beauty, and he make this marriage to make like deal with the Nubian.
Right.
Because we know we are stronger and la la la.
Right.
That mix happening with the Ramses II, with his married Nefertari.
Right.
Because it's the Nefertari is Nubian queen. Nefertiti. Tutankhamun also, they have change of his name. Really name is mean toad. Toad, not tooth.
Okay.
Toad by Nubian, he mean son.
Right.
He say Tutankhamun, Toad and Khamun. He mean son of Ankhamun. Toad, not tooth.
Right. Who changed the name? The Greeks?
Yeah, that is coming with from beginning. He make like this from like this marriage, Ramses and Nefertari.
Right.
It's coming like this.
Okay.
Time by time, and also Aswan high dam building and Aswan dam building. He bring it. All the archaeology people is coming here to find that he take every secret things, and he's going to Europe. He say, "Where are they with that?" We have everything here in my temple.
Right.
Everything is signed with the hieroglyph.
Yeah.
Archaeology people is coming and
they're taking it out.
Yeah, he taking out and go. He tell you how to make this.
Because they don't want to share it. They don't want to tell the world about it. They just want to hide it. Oh wow.
And also British when you coming in Egypt, he building the Cairo Museum.
Right. They're doing that now.
Yeah, Cairo Museum. Where he put it, he make sign from 1 to 30. That was only family history, Nubian history, Egyptian history. This part you have to 27 with Nubian history, all the Nubian history. He make this. He not make this in the whole of.
Yes, unmute yourself, Michelle. See if you can break down what he's talking, because
okay. So what he was saying is,
might not always follow what he's saying.
Okay, so basically what he was saying is at the end that they're building that new museum, which is going to be open in was open now, but not to the public. But we'll be going in for the first time in maybe in a few, like September, October. I'm going to be one of the first people going in there to show people what that is like. But anyhow, it's supposed to show the first 30 dynasties. And he's saying that the dynasties that were dominated or that were Nubian dynasties, that they're not going to put in the exhibit. That's what he was trying to say. So we'll see.
Yes, I can continue unless Chief X want to respond.
About Nefertari?
No, as far as much as he saw on the videos, though.
He's just talking about Nubian and Egyptian history and relations.
Okay.
But I guess it's not answering your question about blacks being indigenous to the area.
No, I'm saying I was just you asked me my opinion on what I just heard.
Yes.
Yeah, he was just talking about Nubian and Egyptian relations through history. He didn't say nothing special.
And you guys have to forgive me. This was like my first time really interviewing, but I'm much better at it now. And I really get down in the nitty gritty and ask the good questions. So when I start filming again, I'll be putting that information out with more direct questions so that we can answer, let people hear the real history from Egyptians and Nubian perspective.
Yes, and the hardest thing always going to be is trying to find people who can articulate English as the people that your audience is looking to hear that response. So sometimes some people are having a hard time hearing. So
and then my Arabic is a lot better, so I can actually understand a lot of things that some people are saying. So I'll be able to translate soon, but yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of the things that we always need, this good English-speaking translators in the country. To do also to do the interviews,
right?
Appreciate it, brother. Because sometimes it just is. We can't expect people to be in different places that speak perfect English.
He was he was definitely letting people know. He mentioned Saudi Arabia, but he was definitely pushing that they're very.
He was talking about how Islam came to be in
Egypt. That's what I'm saying. He was,
because Egypt was Christian. It was Coptic. It was a Coptic.
No, that's area. What I'm saying. He was pushing that it's very Islamized. That's what he was saying. Yeah. So they become very Islamized with their contact.
But it wasn't forced on the people like they try to say. According to the Egyptians that I know, they chose Islam.
Yeah, Egyptians, and then the Egyptians, and then they influenced some of the northern Nubians to be Muslim and Islamic, because they weren't Islamic before.
No, they weren't, but they chose it though. They didn't. It wasn't forced on them.
They got influenced by Egyptian religion way before that.
Yes, Color Genesis, the geopolitical expert, man. What do you think about all of this? The views of Metro and Chief X. They've been going at it all about.
I'm like this.
Some of your mic comes in like strong and loud, like about to blow us away.
Sorry about that, because
down or back it up.
Yeah. Okay. Let me back up a little bit. Okay. My whole thing is, folks. Let's see. Hold. Oh yeah, I know what it is. My mic. Let me. I'm using my computer. Let me plug my mic in.
We can hear you.
Okay. Now it sounds better.
No, you were better before.
Okay. Okay. My whole thing is, black people, right? DNA doesn't lie. DNA doesn't lie. Michelle, can I ask you a question? Do you believe in DNA?
Well, what I know that
No,
I'm
no, no,
DNA.
no, no, no. It's a yes or no question. Do you believe DNA is
DNA
science?
DNA science.
I don't know enough about it to say that.
Okay, well, look, DNA is scientific law. Do you understand? It's not hyperbole. It's not theory. It's scientific law. Okay? Your DNA, I took my DNA test, right? And majority of my DNA for since my first got conceived was like 40,000 years ago in the Congo. You know, I have not one shred of DNA that comes from the Nile Valley, North Africa, or anything like that. I just have some level of European ancestry, and I have like 1% of Native American ancestry. So I'm majority African. That's what I rock with, right? DNA does not lie, right? Now, my whole thing is, when are we going to see black people, right, have the same love for Benin, the kingdoms, the lost civilizations of the Congo, all these places where we actually derive from, that we do for Egypt? There's no black person in America, African American, right? I've looked at many people, hundreds of DNA cases, right? And I've never seen anybody. I've seen one guy, African American, right, who had um, uh, East African, and he had like 2%, something like Sudanese blood. That was one.
I took my DNA test too.
I know people that have DNA tests that are.
No, no, you not know. I can't believe that because I've looked at
I
like
took my
thousands.
DNA. I,
Also,
I
I
took
mean,
my
please,
DNA test too.
The happy companion.
can Michelle finish so we can just hear her
Okay,
Okay,
question?
the happy companion. He
that
has
guy's a goofball.
Brother
Who?
Saeed is not a goofball.
Who?
He's a goofball. He's a clown. Come on,
why,
man.
No, he's
why
not.
you
Who she say?
call the guy out,
Wait,
man?
who is he?
He went to Gambia, completely failed. Now he's back in Compton.
He's
What's
in
his
Gambia.
name?
What are you talking about? But
No, he's back in
What's
L.A.
his name? His
okay,
name?
The Happy Companion.
he's Brother Saeed.
Okay. Yes, I know.
But
Sometimes
I also
we
had a
follow
lady
people
on
that
my
keep
tour.
us confused.
I had
Oh,
another
yeah.
lady on my tour. She
Right
actually
about
had
that.
her. She is a descendant of Ramses the Third, which meant
Oh Lord, come
No, no,
on!
no,
I
no, no,
want to
no.
see proof.
Wait. No, no. Listen. Let me clear.
he
Let
had
me
a
You
descendant.
gotta let the lady talk, man.
let me
You
clear
gotta
this
let her
up.
talk
I know where
though.
she's coming from. Let me clear this up.
Let her explain these things.
I had a
If
DNA
only he
test
would
too.
talk so much to explain his
I
views.
had a DNA test also. I have 12% European, 80% sub-Saharan African, but
You mean
mainly
80%
hold
Han
on,
Chinese?
man. Jesus Christ. Be serious for a second.
Mute that
That's
fool.
I'm 80% West and Central African. Congo's in Central Africa, okay? But the base is West Africa for me. Not
a
1%,
lot.
not 1% East Africa anything. I'm not related to any of them Horners or Nubians over there. I have nothing to do with them, just like a Cambodian has nothing to do with an Iranian.
So what
Just
about other
because,
people that you
yeah,
know that have
yeah.
taken DNA tests?
All if you're African American, which she is, if you're African American, your DNA test, you come from West and Central Africa, nowhere else. If your DNA
Where
says you
does
come,
Central Africa come
hold
into
on,
play?
hold on. If your DNA says something else, then you're probably an immigrant. You're not an African American. Okay? We come from the slave trade. If you're African
Hmm.
American, period. That's it. Okay,
And
and
we have
So
to deal with that.
and the Ramses thing she said on everybody's, even white folk, they have this ancient haplogroup that was like over 40,000 years ago that connect a lot of Africans and some Europeans and some North Africans. And for entertainment purposes to make you feel good, 23andMe has that little Ramses thing where they say you'd come from a pharaoh. It's basically for entertainment purposes, but they don't explain
So
it.
Chief X, you trying to tell me that you don't look like one
Hold
of
on,
those?
I'm trying to explain the phenomenon
Man,
that
how
people need
long
to
does it take?
No, this is very important. I'm landing my plane. I'm
Well,
making
hurry up
clear.
and land it or
I'm
crash
landing
it.
my plane. Making it take longer.
There you go. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so that it's more of an entertainment thing where it says on people's 23andMe that you come from Ramses. But what the deeper part about it, they're talking about an old 50,000-year-old Y haplogroup from some paternal group that connects a bunch of people, even if the Europeans have seen that on their 23andMe. But it's just entertainment.
So only some DNA is good and the
It's
other.
just attention. It's just basically connecting the human family in some kind of way of a distant origin. It's not like people have 1% East African or no. It's different. I just wanted to explain that.
So Metro, do you know of anyone else that also had
Well, there's a young lady
DNA from that part of the world?
Well, the young lady that I'm talking about that had her DNA done, hers was done with African ancestry.
Oh.
So it wasn't 23andMe. And then let me see what else. And then there was like Brother Saeed, and then there's been other people. Like I belong to a group on Facebook, and then people have been, showing theirs.
Oh,
See, that's them groups them groups on Facebook or them memes, and it's a bunch of Afrocentric brainwashing. And
but here's the thing: everybody,
bunch of blind people leading the blind.
This goes to you, right? To your point, because I think you're kind of intimating that you feel like Black people want to be Egyptian, and that's just really, for me, I can speak for me, that's not the case. And then for the hundreds of people that I brought to Egypt, they just were happy when they saw people in the on the walls that looked like them.
The book that Bomani showed.
I remember that feeling,
the book that Bomani showed with Anthony Browder. Anthony Browder teaches us African Americans descend from the ancient Egyptians. Professor Smalls teaches. Dr. Ben taught that. Every single elder, dead or alive, in 2023 say African Americans are descendants of Egyptians. Walter Williams, all of them do this. They've been lying for years.
Well, I didn't know about the descendant part.
Direct. They say from the Nile to the Niger to the Potomac, and they have whole lectures saying this.
But that can explain why we're so great.
Too, right? They put the
I think it's pushing greatness. As a matter of fact, let's hear from our brother Khaled Genesis, and then we go through some.
Can I ask Mr. X one question, please?
And Khaled, he's back with a mic, man. Don't blow the screen off.
But the whole thing is, right, scholars, right, need to go. The bottom line is they've been lying to us and everything to make us feel better about ourselves, right? There's not, look, you go to 125th Street back in the 90s, right? Go 125th Street today. The level of building, everything has not elevated, right? I remember one time there was some guy showing me some pictures of Egypt, whatever like that. He said Black people knew who they were. If they knew who they were, Unc and all these other goofballs, right? And they said if they knew who they were and everything. They had some coloring books and everything like that, right? I say, go around the corner to them dudes hanging on the corner, tell them you descend from greatness and everything like that, right? And the question always ask is, right, and put up there, right? When you look at, let me say this, right? I'm gonna say this. I'm not trying to offend anybody, right? When you look at Sharm el Sheikh and you see that video we played of Egypt, of Bomani, they're trying to modernize and everything like that. You see a country that's on the move, right? Modernization, modern infrastructure, everything. We played that video. I wish we could find it, right? When you look at cities like Hong Kong, you can see what connects them to the ancient greatness. You know what I'm saying? You can see the manifestation in the modern world.
Right.
When you see cities like Dubai, right?
You sounding like me now.
Okay, you can see a thing, right? Now, what you don't see is people claim they're great, and you have people like Alcon, who doesn't even believe that the transatlantic slave trade happened, and doesn't have a pot to piss in, right?
I'm the coon, but they say Egyptians weren't black, though.
No, what I'm saying is this: when you, what Black people need to do, right, is be proud of where they came from and everything. if we were great, ancient Egyptian and everything, we would never have fallen into the transatlantic slave trade, right? And we would not be in such a situation right now. 200, almost 180 years since it's ended slavery legalized in America, right? We have not ever built that.
That doesn't make sense,
right?
That's like saying a heavyweight champ.
And you got black people now who are so beaten, right? Now they're saying, you know something? Well, let's say if we weren't all this great, like people would say we were, why can't we go back to Africa and build this civilization over again? Now they're trying to say we were already here. So you're already here, and Phil Valentine says his end game is America belongs to us. That a white man's going to hand them over the island of Manhattan.
Phil Valentine is the Caribbean and half white.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying, these are the people y'all rock with. These Moors and all these other people, right? They can never show you anything that they built right now or they aspire to and everything. They have nothing to show for anything. All they want to do is to claim something that somebody else did thousands of years ago. You got people, Afrocentrics, who are trying to say that the ancient Koreans were black, right? The ancient Chinese were black, you know?
Well, there is evidence to show that, though.
You got people trying to say the ancient Japanese were black. The indigenous people of Japan was black, you know?
Black, man. Don't you know the first samurais were black?
Yeah. The samurais were black,
you can see the Ainu that got pushy here.
The kung fu fighters, you know, of Shaolin Temple were black, you know, Shaolin monks.
Oh, yeah, you can believe that. Look at Chief X. He looked like those guys.
Speaking of kung fu, Ashrakwesi do this.
I was watching 36 Chambers of Shaolin the other day. I saw Chief X in there.
Ashrakwesi do this lecture and talk about African martial arts and look and show the fighting styles on the walls in Egypt and say Mantu arts and shit.
There's
no such thing as Mantu arts, first of all.
And I said, Chief X, I studied Chinese martial arts, right? When they were doing the push hands and everything, I said, these niggas are jacked and push hands from Chinese Chin Na and locks everything, the push hands, or the techniques, everything, the sinking hands. I said, they just call they call the Kemetic hands. I'm like, just say you like the Chinese martial art. Why you gotta try to say this is an ancient African like this? You know, it's a joke.
And on top, let me finish my point on this. And on top of that,
you never
Mantu arts, and then they try to make seem like Mantu arts is African martial art. But I'm a martial arts fan. I've never missed an MMA fight in my life. I follow UFC. I used to wrestle high school. I used to box back in the day. So I know martial arts and combat sports. There's no such thing called African martial arts. Every martial arts, every fighting form has a specific name.
Protect your Chinese culture, brother.
Boxing, Thai boxing, your wrestling, everything has a name. A continent. African martial art, Africa's a continent. So when you say African martial arts, you got to be Liberia, who's talking. It's because even in Congo, they have their own.
So there's no such thing as Chinese kung fu.
No.
The Chinese kung fu is based on yin and yang.
Yeah, but that's a country.
That's unique to Chinese and Buddhist culture. You know, yin and yang.
So
Buddha didn't come from China. You know that, right?
I know that. But I'm saying
most Central Africans who practice a fighting style has a specific name for it. You know them big guys in Africa that be wrestling? I forgot the name of that.
Yeah.
What do they call that? I forget the name of it. But
they got Nigerians got Sambo, where they tie each other's hand and everything.
Did you say Sambo?
No,
not Sambo.
Sambo's more of Caucasus. No, Sambo's a badass martial arts. It's more for Caucasus, in the Caucasus region.
Yeah. No, I'm talking about something. I forgot the name. I forgot the name of it. It's practically Nigeria where they tie each other's hand and they fight with one fist, whatever like that.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, I forgot the name of it. You know,
I forgot the name, but every fighting art style has a name. So I was just letting people know that when Ashrakwesi say that, it's just.
Oh, so you do admit the Africans did have a fighting style that was all there.
They had a fighting style, but it wasn't based on yin yang principles. Yin yang means harmony. You know,
nobody else taught it to them.
No, that was something unique to China. You know,
everybody.
No, I'm talking about the Africans.
Every human and kids grow up fighting and playing and stuff, and they develop fighting styles and they practice. That's just a normal human thing in any area. You know what I'm saying?
So you're saying the Africans, that includes them too, they did their own thing, right?
But you don't consider yourself African.
All humans.
No, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the Africans.
Yeah, all Africans, all people in Africa fought and played and grew up wrestling and fighting and training and doing sports.
And they did their own thing, right?
Yeah,
Without
yeah.
without anybody's
They
help, right?
have their own fighting styles and everything. But when you try to say when you try to use actual kung fu techniques and everything like that, the flow of yin and yang, the bridge searching. When you see watch kung fu movie, what you're watching is bridge searching, the clashes of hands and everything like that. That's called bridge searching.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
that's something unique.
kung fu is the name of the martial arts.
Yeah,
Chinese kung
bridge
fu.
searching. You know,
Then you got the karate out of Japan, taekwondo out of Korea. Everybody got their
karate, taekwondo came from Chinese martial arts.
well, yeah, that's karate too, and Thai boxing. Everybody got their own style.
What I'm trying to say, what I'm saying is the Afrocentrics. It's like it's sad because what it is like. Let me give you an example. Right, when I was a kid, I used to watch kung fu movies all the time. Right, and I basically was always like that was like a therapeutic like a escape culture. You watch 36 Chambers, you watch all these Kung Fu Cho Brothers movies and everything. You put yourself there. You respect the fact that that's a different culture. I'm black, they're Chinese, but I can appreciate their culture and everything like that. What happens is people instead of saying I respect the Chinese martial arts, I respect their culture. I learned a lot. Yin and Yang, Confucianism, Taoism, and everything like that. Right? They want to co-opt it and say, "Oh, this all came from Africa."
Yeah.
Well, I tell you this though, I was like that too. But people did show some ancient Egyptian martial arts fighting. Now, I could say that that's ancient Egyptian martial arts fighting. They did have it. I don't know if it came from Egypt and went into China, but there's clear evidence that China was black, and they had some white people there too. You still see.
Oh, please stop.
You still see the white people there too, the Uyghurs.
Yeah, look. The Uyghurs are Muslim people. They're not white.
Yes, they are white too.
No, they're not white. Uyghurs are Asians.
They're white. Man. They're white mixed.
The Uyghurs are not white.
Pull them
Stop that nonsense.
Pull them up.
I'm saying we can pull it. You make yourself.
We got a question here. We got a question.
Yeah, and that's a few questions.
Tap Dancing Tom's podcast says, "Is this a serious discussion based off science, or is there an agenda here?" So, if you guys have a question, have a clear question so we can know what you're referring to.
Well, I can answer that. There's definitely an agenda on Chief
Jesus
X's
Christ.
part.
I'm trying to explain something. Calm down. Well, it's hard for me to assume. I don't want to just assume what you mean. Break down a specific question. If you disagree with something, say specifically what you disagree with, and be more specific.
That's his way not answering.
Yeah, the person wanted to know if we were serious. Yes, family, it's a serious conversation, and this is the subject. The state of the black conscious community.
The link is in the chat, ain't it?
Basically, this. Sometimes people don't read; they just click on stuff. So again, family, we're talking about the state of the black conscious community, and we're talking about miseducation. We're talking about things that you may have believed or may not believe, and so we have Chief X who have been out there just revealing some
giving them hell.
It's all everything is falling apart. Everything's falling apart.
Basically, just tell people, hey, family, rethink, relook at everything. Don't just believe everything people are telling you. So
your audience don't know. 2.5 years ago, I made a video called "I'm Remodeling the Conscious Community." Did you ever see that?
Oh no!
It was 2 minutes. I said, "Start now. I'm about to tear down all the walls because the walls have mold in it, and we need to remodel the conscious community."
Back into the white supremacist idea.
No, get some credentialed people because everybody's listening to uncredentialed people. The people who they listen to for health talking about they don't even read books and they can heal the blind and cure cancer. And here we listen to charlatans and stuff, and we got real MDs up out here. So the conscious community has removed credentialed people out y'all's ways. So it's called the Hotep hustle. I can't get your money unless I'm in your face and promoting and talking to you. let's
Well,
get these professionals out the way and tell everybody that the
Yep.
doctors are lying.
Hotel Pastor.
The doctors are trying to kill you. Don't
You're
worry
doing the
about this.
time
What?
hustle.
That's the white man's science, and science is fucking science. But that's the white man's science. All this old spook shit. Here y'all all caught up listening to Brother Polites and Tariq Nasheeds and all these uncredentialed pimps and
Dr.
hustlers
Reggie, Dr. Ali
and
Muhammad.
all these people, Ali Muhammad showing fake degrees and all these scammers. And Ali Muhammad got a machine you can connect your finger to a machine and tell you everything about your body.
Wow.
Every what medicine you need, how skinny all these cats is
How much does he charge for that?
blue and red pill, brothers, Layla Africa, Dr. Layla Africa, all these scammers and frauds.
Oh
And
no, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
I got
Hold on.
$100
Layla
right
Africa,
now.
Layla Africa. He was all right though. He was
I
all right.
got $100
This stuff
right
was very
now.
fireable. This
I got
stuff.
James, I'm
$100 for
James, I'm
anybody that
about
can
to do
show
the same thing
proof
to
that
him
Dr.
too,
Sebi
man.
cured one person in his entire life.
But check this out. A lot of these people who reject science and medicine, I thought that the ancient Egyptians were big on science and STEM and all stuff like this. But yet these people nowadays talking about, oh, that's not science is not bad. Oh, science is not bad. Then why are you on the internet? Internet is the ultimate science. You know, you don't believe in science, and they'll say, well, okay, well, why are you on the internet? Well, they'll say something like, well, the things that make computers come from Africa. Oh, okay. So in other words, basically, you discard all science, but because some mineral you think those computers come from Africa, that qualifies you to talk about science. That's how dumb these people are.
I
You
always
know,
add that
They're like that's
Africans
some
don't know what to
badge
do
of
with something
honor.
they're gonna
Oh,
make.
well, they get this
Mr.
chemical
Mr.
from.
X, Mr. X,
yeah.
if you would
But
allow me
it's
some time,
hilarious.
yeah, I always say that the Africans they don't know what to do with those minerals at all. So it's up to the Chinese and the white man to seek out and utilize them.
Wow.
you know
Oh
what?
Wow.
man, get
I
out
know,
your
you,
mouth.
I know you ain't saying
Can I
why.
say
What these
something?
guys are saying for the last 2 hours. Come on.
Bomani, can I speak on the topic, which
Sure,
is
go
the
ahead.
state of our people? I think one of the things that we really got to stop doing is denying, or not accepting who we are. I agree with Chief on the one thing. I am American through and through, right? I'm sure that I have ancestors that came from Africa because we traced it back all the way to the
I'm
boat,
100% sure.
all the way to brought on to for the boat that brought them here. I'm
Get
going
your
to say
get your DNA test, girl.
it wasn't DNA
And
testing.
I said get one.
Oh, okay. I didn't do the DNA test, but this was through family histories. Because my grandmother, who's 93, is still here with us,
Yeah.
and so it's our family has always documented
You
things.
do the genealogy thing.
Yeah, they even documented things
Yes,
with
they say
slavery.
Callie Genesis. What she's saying is like the cats on the internet and like him. They don't really believe in DNA science, so they go the genealogy route. That's why I
Right.
say take your
That's
DNA
verifiable.
test. Your DNA test is gonna put you in the geographical area where your ancestors was.
No, it's not. DNA can't do that.
I just I don't know. Maybe they probably did my DNA when I was in the military because they took all kind of stuff from us.
No. You have to, you don't.
But
You
I
gotta do it.
voluntarily
You gotta
do
pay
it.
for your own DNA test
I
when you
didn't
get your results.
voluntarily
When I
do it.
did my DNA test, right? Guess who popped up, right? My mother did hers, or I have cousins in mine, such and such, first cousin, right? Damn.
It
You
can
know, I
be
was like,
Mutombo, right?
such
I
and
met a
such
first
mother.
cousin, and then she was at my grandmama's funeral, so I know this is real.
I'm like, damn, how did they know that person through some saliva that person's my first cousin? Damn, my mother, this person's your uncle, right? Fourth cousins and whatnot, right there where my family comes from in Georgia, all the Hill family and everything like that. I'm like, damn, I was connected with people like, yeah, with fourth cousins and whatnot. I'm like, damn, so I'm like this. So anybody who doubts DNA, you like is take your DNA test. That'll tell you exactly what you are.
You said they traced you to
Yeah,
Virginia?
I took my nephew,
Mr. X, Mr. X, please,
my
please,
nephew
Mr.
just
X,
took.
Mr.
Hold
X.
on, let
You
me just
always
say, I'm
interrupt.
on that same subject. My nephew took his
Me
DNA
too.
test.
I'm trying to ask
Hold
the
on,
gentleman.
hold on, no, he's done.
I'm asking the
Let me
gentleman
just
if
interject
it,
real quick. Be
but you
quiet.
always do that and you never
Since we're
stop.
on the topic,
I'm
my
on the
nephew,
topic. I'm asking him,
took.
did they
Oh
trace you
my
to Virginia?
God,
Is that
my
that's
nephew
what
took a
happened?
DNA test, right? And mine matched up immediately with his. It says first cousin. It's hard
And
to
both of you
distinguish.
matched up to
Hold
China,
on,
right?
man. It's hard to distinguish nephew from cousin, but it says first cousin. I know them DNA thing is real. And I met another matchup with a second cousin, and she was at my grandma's funeral. Saliva tells it all and hooks you up. DNA science is real. That's why it don't matter what the prosecution team say or the defense team. When that DNA evidence come back, Get him out of prison. Forget what either side say. Get him out of prison. DNA is king. Period.
Or watch Maury Povich, right? You are not the father, and they do that dance, and run on stage and whatnot, You're like, I'm free. When DNA is getting you off the hook from that child support, suddenly DNA is real, Other same people go to an Afrocentrism. I don't believe in DNA, but you just on Maury Povich dancing, talking about you ain't got to pay no child support because the DNA didn't match. Like I said, I got a PhD in necroology. The bottom line is, and only notice how only it's the African American who's going through all this.
Back up a little bit from your mic.
But you notice how it's only the African American.
It's still coming in just a little too loud.
I don't know what's going on.
Everybody else is nice and smooth.
Notice how it's only the African American. When I talk, I deal with a lot of Liberians and whatnot. You talk to them, and when you get a group of Liberians and African Americans, you can't tell them apart one bit. You cannot put money on the fact that who's Liberian, who's African American. They share a lot of our genes and everything because our ancestors went there, And the bottom line is this: they'll always tell you, "I'm a Bassa, I'm this, everything like that," right? I never hear anybody from Africa talk about Egypt and everything. They know their history going way back, The Igbos will tell you their history going back 1,500 years. To the Nook civilization and stuff like this. People in Congo will tell you, oh yeah, we said it from this and everything. It's only the African American, right? And the reason why is because we live in a racist country that does not value Africa, and we don't value ourselves, right? So we got to go with the one thing that the white man values in Africa, which is Egypt. That's why it has nothing to do with any trying to get closer to Egypt and everything. It's all about trying to appropriate and get acceptance from the white world. That's what it's all about. And no one can tell me anything different, And like I said, I know a lot of people.
Some is religious. There's a lot of people coming to Egypt and going through Jordan and different places because of their faith.
What faith is that?
I know I have friends that are like Hebrew Israelites. And
Israelites, come on.
I have friends who are part of that, and I have friends who are just Hebrews, and then
that's another thing. How did black people get to be Jews? That's another topic.
Let her finish all of her points.
They're not Jewish, you know what I'm saying? But and then there's the Muslim faith, and then so a lot of us were just like, it's really we kind of rock.
What do you mean that we're just confused?
Rocking those same and with the faith, and you can't discount. I know you talk about history and science, but people who believe in the Quran or Torah, the Bible, or whatever the case may be, there's histories in those documents as well that people really do believe and adhere to. So,
so whatever you believe in. So let's say somebody decides, like you got people who are now gender confused, right? I decide I want to be a female. The guy decides I want to be a female, and you got to accept that, right? Now I'm like this: you can believe whatever you want to believe. That's a faith, right? You know what it means by faith? Not religion. It's a faith. I have faith in this religion. That's what I find peace, solid. You got a lot of black people who are Buddhists, right? They have the Buddhist faith. Instead of saying, "Look, I like Buddhism," and you got a lot of people that do the Dalai Lama. You got people that get into Zen and everything like that. There's nothing wrong with that. People convert to different religions all the time. But what the problem is, Black America, right? We're trying to go around and basically co-opt these religions and say we were the original ones, right? We're trying to kick people off their own religions. We were the original Egyptians. We were original Jews. We were original Moors. We were the original Native Americans. We're original everything else but what we are, sub-Saharan Africans, You don't see a pattern there?
I don't know. I don't know if people are denying that they come from Africa.
Who?
No, they don't deny they come from sub-Saharan.
Who come from Africa?
I mean, some Americans. Some Americans come from Africa.
All Black African Americans come from Black Africa. That's just the fact, Not no some, all of us.
North Africa is not Black Africa. Never been in
I
history.
just go by Africa. Period.
No, but you got to
No,
be
no,
specific.
no,
Like,
no,
cause,
no.
'cause, like
I
if I'm
don't split it
no, no,
up.
you have to be split. Black
I don't
Americans.
split it up
I'm gonna
because
tell
I'm
you
not
why though.
basing it on color.
Material. Let me just tell you the psychological reason why, so you can understand. We as Black Americans, we don't. I was explaining this in the beginning, because we want to claim all of Africa. Because in our mindset, if you got kinky hair and and brown skin, you're the same people. This is just our mindset. But in Asia, we don't consider Cambodians don't identify with Iranians just because they're on the continent of Asia. So everyone is specific and has specific regions, and we have to be specific because Africa's diverse, Asia's diverse. So when I'm talking about Asia and I say Southeast Asians, people know, oh, he's talking about Cambodians, Vietnamese, and then people over there. He's not talking about Iranians. So we have to be more specific in our conversation and talk, and not just say Africa, a continent, like it's all one and one people and the same people. We have to change that. We've been embedded with it. I've just recently changed this over the last 4 years.
And when we talk about Africa, I would like to see somebody wear a Benin, ancient Benin city shirt, or something from Benin, or Kano, or Oyo, or something like that. You never see that in the Afro conscious community. It's all Egypt. It's all ancient Egypt. They completely erased all what's. I've never heard a conscious person talk about Mali or Songhai and all these other places in West Africa. You never hear them talk about that. It's always just Egypt. That's
Like
it.
that, like that Nubian man. We are not related in any way. He's not my people, and I'm not saying that to be disparaging. It's just the reality. Just like a Moroccan is, we're not related. I'm not related to a Moroccan in any way. He's not my people. These are different people in different regions that I'm not genetically related to at all.
But I think a lot of the people that believe that we came from Egypt, though, is really based on religion, though, because they really think that they're the people of Moses or whatnot,
That's
and
true.
that that they crossed over the
That's
Red
true.
Sea, and that's the
But
idea,
what I'm
that's
saying,
where they
it
came.
comes from people thinking because it's in Africa, then they must be black. They just didn't know our people and our ancestors, our mothers. People didn't know until recently. When I started putting it down. North Africa has never been black Africa. The
Egyptians are
Levant,
totally
no,
different.
no, no, listen, what I'm saying. The Levant and where Israel is, no black people are indigenous from them lands. We're from sub-Saharan Africa. So people didn't know that. They just think all of Africa was black. So they think when you hear Egypt, Egypt's in Africa, therefore they may be black. But no, Egypt is North Africa,
But
and it's
Chief, you're
not
the
black
one breaking
Africa.
it up. You're saying that you only consider people black if they have kinky hair and flat, broad noses.
No, I'll be clear. Black people are people of sub-Saharan African descent, and
Okay,
but I kind of separate the Horners, Somalians, and Ethiopians. But in general, black people are people who come from sub-Saharan descent, who's been brought on different slave trades, and they've been placed around the world. These are black people. North Africans aren't black people. So black people, I'm talking about Negroids to be specific.
okay.
Negroids, yeah. So
Yeah,
North
okay, because
African
I
is
was
not
going to say, because
Negroids.
there's definitely people in North Africa who are very
Yeah,
dark.
now, yeah, dark. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I keep telling you I don't go by skin color.
Okay,
That's why I give you the thing. You have Sarasun Seti, you know who he is, right?
okay,
And then you have Wesley Snipes.
right,
Two very different. So I don't. The color game will confuse people, and it's just
okay.
it's a trick to try to fit yourself
Because,
into
but
Egypt.
even Kayla
See,
saying
like you
Black
try to say
African,
that because you
that's
want to fit
confusing
yourself
for
in
me.
Egypt because there's dark people in Egypt, so therefore Egypt. No, we're not talking about dark. We're talking about Negroids. Egyptians are not Negroids. Never were in ancient times. Dynasty one, they weren't Negroids. Narmer was not a Negroid.
I just don't think that
They're
that's what
all
people are saying.
Caucasian.
I don't think that's what people are saying. But I'm thinking the people,
Tony Browder is
I think
saying
that
this.
they
All
like
the
this
elders are saying this.
with Tony Browder,
Listen to
maybe.
what I'm trying to tell you. I've been in this community since 90.
Okay.
Just
Well, I don't know.
listen
I
to
don't
me.
follow any of them. I don't know what
So
they're talking about.
allow me to inform you. Trust me.
But I don't.
All
I don't
the
really
elders.
care what they're talking about, though. I
So
guess.
Yeah.
are you talking about like Dr. Ben, Asha Kwesi, Renault
All of
Karashidi,
them.
Ivan
In
Van
all
Sertima,
of them. All of them.
Tony Browder?
Bar none, will tell you we descendants of ancient Egyptians. It's not true. None of them ever told you North Africa wasn't black
And see,
Africa.
and I work on the premise that there were people. I mean, there were people in Egypt who looked like some of us, for sure.
And we talking about ancient time.
Period. In ancient Egypt,
Well, if they were
they're
Nubian
written up.
men.
They're on the walls everywhere.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
Oh my.
See, listen to what I'm telling you. Just trust me on this one. After this show, tomorrow, whenever you get time, please go watch my video. I made a 3-hour presentation called Black Egypt Debunked the Final Nail. You have to see it. I break all this
But let
down,
me
the
tell you.
wall,
Let
the
me
Yeah,
tell you
color.
me,
why.
I
me,
break
me,
Let me
all
tell
this
you why
down.
I don't need
When
to
you,
watch
no,
that.
no, no, no,
I
no,
send it
no.
to Mitchell.
Yeah,
We were watching it and
yeah,
talking about it.
yeah.
Right.
You have to watch it, babe.
But here's the
Pay
thing.
attention.
I mean, like I said, I live in Egypt. I have a family in Egypt,
Hmm.
and I hear the history and what they're talking about. They themselves felt like the people from Moses's people were deeply melanated folks. They say they black,
Yeah,
but I
that's
told them they
religion.
don't understand what black means.
Religious people do
they
think
they
that.
don't understand what black means. I help trying to help them understand that black pertains to Americans because for them they see, they got their own family members that's chocolate like
Right.
me, so they just see it all, and it is based on religion. They just see us all as people, period. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, so when people go there, I think people are gravitating to the fact that they're looking at these hieroglyphics and things, and they're seeing that people look like them. I don't think that they're feeling like I'm American and I came from Egypt. I don't really think that people feel that way, but I hear what you're saying. I hear you saying that these scholars are saying that. But the people that I've met, that's not what they're thinking. They're just happy to see the
Right.
civilization and
So,
know that there were melanated
I'm
people
explaining
involved
why
there.
they think like that because they do not understand. I tried to say this earlier in the lecture. Ancient Egyptians on the walls they painted the men in red ochre. This is just the thing they did. They only used like 4 or 5 colors. I'm just listen to what I'm saying. The men were painted in red ochre. The women were painted yellow or white in most cases.
But money,
Nubian
I
women
gotta
are.
send you a new link.
I'm trying to tell you something else you don't understand. Just listen to me, Mature. Yeah, calm down. Listen.
Chief,
Yes,
This
go
is
ahead.
the this
Go ahead
where's
and
this
send
here?
it. Go ahead and
this is
send
how
it.
they do their artwork. Okay, so Black Americans and other people around the world do not know the color scheme and why. So I'm telling you the psychological reason why they think that. They just don't understand why and how Egyptians use certain colors and what colors they use and what colors they had available to them. And they painted the men red ochre because the men were supposed to be out in the field and toiling and working and had to been more tanned than the women were. This is the concept in ancient Egypt. It's written in the on the tombs and walls. Okay, so the white women are usually yellow and white. I have this all breaking down in my presentation. So if you watch it, you'd be hip to it by now. Just trust me on this. So people gonna ask, they said, why didn't they paint Nubian women yellow or white? Because they weren't. They was black. Oh, another thing, how you know is Arabs called Sudan. They named Sudan. Sudan is an Arabic word. It means literally land of the blacks. They called sub-Saharan Africa Sudan, right? So Sudan literally means land of the black. Anybody can go to etymology and look it up, land of the blacks. These Arabs didn't call Egypt land of the blacks because it wasn't black people. They knew who black people was. The Persians called us Zang, which means black. They didn't call Egyptians black. The Greek Greco-Roman world called sub-Saharan Africa and Nubia people Ethiopians, burnt face. They didn't call Ethiopians that. So no, even the early white people who came, their map said Negro land, which means black land. They didn't call North Africa Negro land. So all the ancients, in some words, knew who black people were and had a name for them. So the Arabs wouldn't skip over Egypt and not call that black land. They called Sudan in sub-Sahara black land, which means Sudan, literally. Anyone can look this up. That's proof right there who's black and who's not. Nobody in the ancient world considered Egyptians black.
Well, somebody was saying that's blasphemous, and he's also asking, is he drunk?
I mean, this is why I keep saying, look up Sudan. It'll tell you etymology, land of the blacks. How am I drunk? This is just people are just scared to Google. You can easily do this.
So I'm telling them to
I'm
join
telling him
us.
truth. He didn't know it. He's shook about the truth. So he's reactionary and just spouting out stuff instead of saying, "No, well, let me check him. Fact check anything I say," and you're gonna say, "Damn, he was right about everything he said."
There you go,
Look up the
family.
word Zang. That's what the Persians use. Negro land, old maps.
Get your
Sudan,
definition
it all
on.
means black. Ethiopia. I didn't make up nothing here. I just stated simple facts.
Chief X, I got a great question for you as I try to just go through some of the good ones. Most of the questions are junk, but there's a few good ones. This is one of them. He said, we're also, Nayami Adom, we're also caught up in the past.
Right.
How is all of this going to benefit us now?
Exactly.
I'm not sure she's agreeing with me, so I agree.
What about you, Carla?
It's not going to benefit us all. But in reality, most of us just like studying history, and it's just a simple.
Say it again, Bomani. Ask the question again.
It's just a
The
hobby,
truth will
really.
set you free, but Carla, you're gonna have to
hit-
physically turn on your microphone. It is.
I'll sit back here. What's the question?
Real quick,
like
Bomani.
blazing.
Real quick, Bomani. History and learning history is not supposed to benefit us. People get this confused. History is just a hobby or it's an interest that people like to engage in. It's not going to pay your bills. It's not going to ever benefit you in that kind of sense. It may just satisfy your curiosity. That's all I wanted to say.
Maybe the truth will set you free.
The way I see it is, if any of these people had encyclopedias in the house when they grew up, they had books and everything. Read a lot of books when they grew up and stuff like that. I read a lot of books, novels, everything growing up and everything. I have a pretty much a gauge in history. But then when I got to the Afrocentric, right, people, they told me everything I knew about history was wrong. You know, the white man held me back. He wasn't telling me my true history. And I go back, right, and I look at all the stuff that I learned growing up, right? I said all the truth was there, and I was proud of what was present. We had the Mali Empire. It was great. Mali was the largest trading system in the world at one time. You know, most of the world's produced most of the world's gold. You know, Mansa Musa's pilgrimage to Mecca. You know, that was Black African history. You know, Benin was a big city. You know, it was a metropolis, a big city. You know, why is that? That's something to be proud of, right? And so, therefore, when I'm looking at the real African history, I'm like, okay, what was in the books, you know, I could rock with and I could build on that. But then I realized the Afrocentrics, right? Instead of saying, okay, we believe this about ancient Egypt, right? But we also have this, but they completely ignore all the rest of Africa. You know, they never talk about anything other than Africa. They basically, it's almost like we erased our whole a couple thousand years in West Africa, came to America, right? But now we're connected to Egypt, right? And then now with DNA evidence, we're like, geez, none of us have ancient Egypt or any connection to that land. You know, what we're doing is this. And also, a lot of Afrocentrics don't like is the fact that there's a lot of Black people from America who are taking the DNA and they're going and they're connecting with places in West Africa and stuff like that. And they're like, oh, you know, and they're not on that. They're like, well, gee, why are you going to this country right here? Why are you going to this country right here? Why are you going to this country right here? You know, and they're angry about that. You know, that people are actually Black people in America are trying to discover roots. Now, even the AfricaAncestry.com, the lady that runs that, forgot her name. She said, no, we don't do ancient Egypt because Black people. She said it. She said Black people are not connected to ancient. She said that, you know. Or her promo advertising, she said we don't do that Egypt thing. We're trying to connect Black people with their true history through DNA to a specific tribe in Africa, you know. And nobody ever in African ancestry ever came up with Egyptian or any Sudanese blood. You know why? Because you know the African Americans are direct descendants of the Africans that were taken in the transatlantic slave trade from West Africa. DNA also, not only that, your DNA, right, can say how many years were you in West Africa? Thousands of years, right? Thousands of years were in West Africa, right? So if you was in West Africa, your answer was for thousands of years, while Egypt was going on at the same time, right? And there's no connection, there's no where this DNA split right here. You were once here, then right here. There's absolutely no connection between Black America and ancient Egypt, none whatsoever. You know, it can't say like, oh, it's all Africa. You know, it's always vague when we try to be all inclusive when we want to skip. Now, people say, okay, we're all Africa, right? But why is it that people will choose to identify with Egypt and don't identify with their true where they came from in West Africa? That's the that's a conscious Afrocentric community. They wear the unks and all this stuff like this, but you never see them wearing anything they're doing in West Africa. None whatsoever. And that's the truth.
Yes, it's unfortunate that yeah.
And they also, when you
people talk the talk, you know.
When you look at these pictures, right? You can look at the facials. That's clearly non-Black people, Caucasian people. You know, the long straight hair.
Yep.
Those are not Black Africans. You know, those are not Black Africans. African hair.
I see the resemblance in the nose.
Yeah, check it out. African hair, right? African woman's hair grows to the north, goes top. You know, the crown. You see a West African woman, her hair grows to the top. You know, hair going down or falling down for the part from the middle or Europeans' hair. That's why Black women, their hair falls out because they try to pull their hair down like white people. Your hair is supposed to, if you let your hair grow up and don't mess with it and everything, your hair will grow real long. You know, but if you keep pulling your hair down and try to do like this and have hair hang over your shoulder, your hair eventually fall out because that's not who we are.
Perfect. I'm sure this is your information. Let me know if you want to do an introduction before I play it. You told me to go to the chapter that say Black people, so that's where we at the beginning.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, we were inside of some of the nobles' tombs in Luxor, and it was some guests of mine that were here, and the people that you're seeing, that this is a married couple. And then you're going to see some kids and stuff like that. But the dad was a lot. Basically, I can't really explain it. You have to just see it for yourself. But in the scenes, a lot of the people, their hair is really not straight. They did used to wear locks and things back then. They used the technique, the threading technique, and then they used another technique with just interlocking. And they actually have those hair, they have hair pieces and things in the museums where you can see the locks were actually made. So it wasn't white people that had locked hair. There were deeply melanated Egyptians, Nubians, other people from other parts of Africa living in Egypt, all harmoniously at the same time. It was a complete, Egypt was probably one of my most diverse areas in Africa, specifically because of its geographical location. And I don't know why people just can't accept that. It's very diverse there. It still is. But at the end of the day, most of them now are Muslim, and that's what they pride themselves on. So if you Muslim, they don't care what color you are, what your tone is, as long as you believe in the faith, you're a brother or a sister to them. But Bomani, I wanted you to show this clip because this is what the people's opinions are when they come to visit Egypt. This is what they want to see, and this is what they're thinking. And these people are professors.
All right, perfect.
Right, everywhere. The cousins and auntie and them, like everybody came out.
Yes, all over. Yes. And then you will never see this on anything ever.
Right. We haven't seen that yet. Yeah, to see the everyday.
It's no depictions of everything that they did. It's more. It's always some grand story that wants to be told when you look at the bigger the wars
that were fought,
the conquering,
or the divinity, the depiction of divinity.
That's it. But nothing about
this
relationship.
Is how I worked.
Right.
This is what I ate. This is what we did.
Right.
It's beautiful.
Yes, I think so. All right, well, thank you guys for sharing.
Definitely.
It's a dog. It's a jacket. Another depiction of Newt, you guys. Look at her. And this was done during Ramses II's
You
reign.
see the yellow women on the paintings?
And then this is somebody in the form of a falcon. Who that?
That's a spirit.
Spirit.
Yeah, it's a bird.
That's a good. That's enough of that.
Chief,
Basically, I was just trying to say is when
See-
people come, they're like amazed and they go in there. You know, there's a lot. If for people who come who are Muslims, especially, you know, you're actually seeing how to pray correctly. You know, it's just all drawn out for you inside of the tombs. And we don't just go to like the pharaonic places. We go to the workers' tombs. We go to the nobles' tombs, the people that actually did the work, the doctors, the lawyers, you know, the right hand of the king, the people who made Egypt what it was. The pharaohs were just like, they were the figureheads. Of course, they were in charge, but it took a government, it took people to make it all work. And that's what I take people to see. And they enjoy it. And they learn a lot, stuff that you don't normally read in Wikipedia or Google or anywhere else. And it's just now coming out because more and more people are starting to go to those places. But we're not trying to say that they're us. We're just enjoying the history of it. Now, Kayla, if they got something like that in Benin, or if they got some places like that in Mali, then they need to do a better job of marketing it so that people will want to go and learn that history.
Well, the thing is, though, but Egypt is marketed to the world. It's only Afro Americans that take this invitation, like, oh, they're talking about us, right?
Well, look at the statement that was posted by Pro Woman.
Pro woman.
I
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Perspective of what you're about to say, based on that, also this comment.
Yeah, a variety of phenotypes, even for admixture. Those are black people. You know, everybody's black when you want to claim something. You know, and so the bottom line is, you know, when we say black, you know, the DNA of them people back then, where they have black in them, whatever, and black people in America do not match. It doesn't match. You know, if you want to identify with that for some religious reasons, hey, go right ahead. But what I'm trying to say is, it all ties into this black African culture. Now, there's people who are trying to say Native Americans were actually Aboriginal, black, and also like that. And the only group of people that says this stuff are Black Americans. You know, we're the only confused group of people trying to claim.
I don't know, because I'm gonna tell you now, because my husband said that African people were in America before Indians.
No.
He said we were in America. He said black.
No.
Your husband's just a little confused.
He's Muslim. He said Muslim.
Let us finish the statement, though. I mean, so we can hear it clearly.
He said there were Muslim people, and he's talking about all of us deeply melanated people. There were Muslim people in America prior to
America.
The only reason why Columbus and them knew how to get to America.
That's another lie. That's another lie.
Let me tell you where he's. Let me tell you, Mitrell.
That's a lie. That's a lie. And like I said, all this is all coming together.
Let me explain what she's saying, though. Let me explain, because I know what she's saying. I know what she's trying to say. And he got that same brainwashing. Because they used to always teach in this community, the liars and frauds and the fake history. They used to always teach that the Moors was black, and that the Moors were the ones who helped Christopher Columbus get to America and get here.
Wait, I can't hear you, Chief. I got to turn it up. Hold on. My grandbaby is snoring, so hold on. Okay, go ahead.
What he's talking about is a fictional Afrocentric story, some fake history that they've been pushing, that the Moors was black, and the Moors that the ones who helped Christopher Columbus and guide him here to the Americas, and the Moors were supposed to be Muslim, right? This is where that story comes from. This is where your husband gets that, or your boyfriend, whoever. He's totally wrong and confused. But it's okay. You know, we're here to educate him, tell him to subscribe to Chief X. Moors were Muslims, but Moors were Arabs and Berbers, not sub-Saharan Africans. Moors, the Arab dynasties conquered Spain, not sub-Saharan Africans. It was no black people here in the entire Western Hemisphere until the slave trade.
And let me ask you a question, right? Africans are not explorers, right? We're not explorers. Europeans had to explore because they had to find other places for spices. They're looking for They're looking for a route to the east, right? Because Europe was starving, you know. So they had to look for trade routes around Africa, right? Because West Africa was where Europe got most of its goods and stuff like that. So they wanted to find a way to the east. So Columbus sailed west, right? And when Columbus, after his voyage, right, he swore that he was in China and Japan. He thought Cuba was Japan. He thought the mainland America was China, right? Now, these people, the Spanish, Columbus was a Genoese, you know, and he was sailed for the Queen of Spain. They knew about Africa. They had trade with West Africa. Why didn't they say they went to Africa? No, they knew they were not in Africa. They knew that the people they saw were Amur Indian people, and they were people that were different phenotype than the black Africans that they knew about, you know? And so therefore, this idea that black people already here, that's a lie. Why would black people, let's say like this, black people come from the equator, the hot equator, right? The abundance of land, everything, right? We had no need to leave the continent. Had no need. Europeans had to leave Europe to find routes to explore the new world, right? To look for new lands. We have plenty of land in Africa, more land than we could do. Why are we going to leave West Africa where we had cities, we had commerce, we had riches and everything like that? We had bounty. What would press black people to sail across things? Do you understand what North America is? North America is a cold hemisphere, right? Why would black people from the tropics, right, go to a cold, harsh climate? Matter of fact, there wasn't even that many North American Indians in America, the continent tonight, because it was so tough and so to habitate. You know, why would the Africans go sail across the Atlantic, right? You know, with no evidence of that, right? And try to colonize the West. It's just nonsense that we sell ourselves everything. It doesn't make any logical sense. It makes intelligent people seem foolish, you know, when they say stuff like that. And let me ask you a question, Michelle. Do you believe in the Olmecs? You're muted.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with it because let me tell you, because I'm just not I'm not even really all that interested in all of that because it's all, like I said, it's
they use it. What's the guy's name? They came before Columbus. The guy that got debunked, Chief X.
Yeah, because even Van Sertima, a lady in the chat.
Yes, sir.
Lady in the chat mentioned that book, but she must come on the stream late. We've addressed that.
Yeah. So that
book has been debunked.
That book has been debunked.
Ivan Van Sertima also has big old journals from Mesoamerican scholars who's chopped up his whole book and all his information. It's online.
Yeah, I didn't know black people were trying to claim to be Mexicans. I didn't know that.
Well, they said black people try to put themselves in America, right? To try to claim America. In other words, basically, I think black people have a real deep down love for America. They love this country. But instead of them saying, let's play the thing of my, I'm proud to be an American. At least I know I'm free, and say my country tis of thee, and wave the American flag and be done with it, right? They come up with some cockamamie stuff about they're the true Americans and white people are invaders, and the native, now they're telling the Native Americans they're invaders and we're the Aboriginal, everything. These people are sick. In 20, 30 years, when these people get old, right? These people are going to be in old folks' home getting mental health medication, right? Because they're starting to believe this stuff, you know? And when you mess with somebody, that's why I say I don't forgive these people, these scholars who misled our people, right? Because people are going to go into their old age, right? Not being able to function properly because their mind and everything and reason and logic has been twisted.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah, can I? I'm gonna give a different because people that like the community doesn't even know what Aboriginal is. People just think, "Oh, I'm an Aboriginal." Aboriginal is a term specifically for the original Australians,
Right.
Tasmanian people, and original Australians. African people are not Aboriginal people.
Mm-mm.
White people are not Aboriginal. Asian people are not Aboriginal. That's a term specifically for the original Australians, and they say Aboriginal because the ab means kind of like means away or from in a different context. So away from the original. Aboriginals are those people who first left out of Africa. They migrated. It took them 25,000 years, going through all kind of mutations, admixing with archaic humans, and 25,000 years later, which is approximately 60,000 years ago, they landed in Australia and were isolated. So they don't have a lot of other people's DNA. We don't have no of them Aboriginal people's DNA. If we ran, you know what I mean, they're a different group of people who ended up in Australia 60,000 years ago. Those are Aboriginal. Sometimes they call Native Americans in Canada Aboriginal, but mainly for original Australians or Tasmanian people. Nobody else is Aboriginal.
I never heard anyone calling Americans Aboriginal. I've heard them saying
Well,
that
it's a
we're
movement out here
indigenous.
called that. We call
I
them the
think this is
Abos.
indigenous to America, but not Aboriginal.
You know, it's a group online.
Oh, is
We
it?
black
call
people
them
in America are not
Abos. This
indigenous
is
to
what they
America.
teach. They
They're
didn't
not
want to teach
indigenous
the
to
slavery.
America.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they're the one creating all this drama and talk.
So why do we have an organization called FBA and ADOS?
Because it's a money grab.
FBA is a fraud. ADOS,
This is
ADOS is real, and it's an advocacy movement for reparations. FBA is some pimp and hustler take your money, Tariq Nasheed stealing other people's intellectual property and trying to make some money off of it.
Power Woman J says. Pro Woman J says humans are curious and explore, travel around. You know, out of Africa theory. You know, let me tell you something. Our ancestors did not voluntarily leave Africa. You know, what part of that people understand? We had no reason to want to leave the African continent. None. The only thing the Europeans needed for us was our labor, so that's why the transatlantic slave trade was done. And the Arabs took thousands and millions of people out of Africa too. You know, so this idea that oh yeah we just explored the world and all this kind of nonsense, you know, that's foolishness. Europeans are the ones who had to explore and conquer the world because Europe was a backwater. You know, Europe was a backwater. Lisbon, Madrid, Liverpool, Amsterdam were all disease-ridden backwaters places. And what made them rich was the transatlantic slave trade, you know, and the triangle trade. That's what made these people, these cities rich. You know, Africans basically supplied the human potential, right? And then through mercantilism, right? America, when Europeans started settling in these areas, they had a mercantile system where the mother country controlled the colonies and the wealth of these colonies, right? You know, so tell me how black people voluntarily got themselves into a system where Europeans controlled North and South America, and they bred and provided the basis of labor. So we voluntarily gave them hundreds of years of free labor because we were already here. Let me tell you how slavery works. Slavery only works when you take a people off their land. Show me anywhere in civilization where slaves had proximity to land or anything like that. It doesn't work. In order for slavery to work, you had to take people hundreds of miles, thousands of miles away from their land and put them in a system where they're absolutely under control. You know, so it's the idea that oh, we were slaves, so we just voluntarily walked on the white man's plantation, start picking cotton. You know, we were already here, but we just start picking cotton. It sounds illogical. I'm not trying to make anybody sound stupid or anything, but I'm just saying how illogical it is. Only because we've been fed false history, you know, and to make ourselves feel better. We don't want to deal with the pain of slavery.
This lady in the chat keeps saying we did travel around. I'm not sure who she means by we, but you have to be specific, okay?
I want y'all to
Subject.
say too that I wanted to say about the slave trade. We keep talking about the Arab slave trade. So I just learned this recently. that their slave trade also consisted of Europeans. They actually used to capture Europeans and bring them back.
Yeah, but then after a while, they
They
with the
call that the
Europeans
barb.
decided that black people were permanent slaves. That's
They
where it
call
came from.
what she's talking about is a Barbary slave trade. Yeah.
I said the Arab slave trade.
No, no, I know what you mean.
Okay.
But see, okay, the Arab slave trade in Zanzibar was different. So sometimes they have a slavery called the Barbary slavery, where Europeans were selling, and basically North African pirates and people were capturing white folk and enslaving them. So 2 million white folks were enslaved also, right?
It brought back to the continent,
To what continent?
Africa.
No, sweetie.
It was.
That never happened, sweetie.
The Egyptians were telling that story.
Who?
Egyptians were telling that story.
It's no real Egyptians.
No, not
Sweetie,
Egyptians. Arabs. Arabs are telling that
sweetie,
story.
it's no Arabs telling you the story. They brought white folk to the Americas, sweetie. These are people.
Not to America. I said they brought them back to Africa.
No, baby. These are people online bullshitting, baby. Trust me. This is not no real. This is not real history. No, trust me on this.
It's an Arab historian.
This is not history. I mean, there were pockets of it. What I'm saying is, listen, what I'm saying. They had the Barbary slave trade, and Muslims, whether they were Berbers or Amazigh or North Africans, were capturing Europeans. 2 million of them got slaved. So it could have been a Muslim brought somebody into Africa and made it down. I mean, but that's not a nothing that was ever prevalent. Okay, so that's not a history that we teach.
Yeah, 2 million. That's not a lot.
2 million is a lot of people. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to be in competition who has more, who didn't.
No, I know that.
Slavery is bad. And slavery
is
is
a
bad.
part
But I'm
of
saying
history.
that a lot of people don't even know that. Is my point is.
I'm saying, but everybody
So I
keep
mentioned
blaming the Arabs for everybody because Americans hate Arabs because they feel like the Arabs were only enslaved black people, but they didn't. They were equal opportunity enslavers.
Yeah, so it wasn't.
Everybody.
Slavery was never about your race or color.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It was if you were dominant over your neighbor, you're gonna enslave them. The ancient world had no labor laws. They were savage. Africans was enslaving Africans. Arabs was enslaving Europeans. Everybody in the whole world was participating in slavery, and we're all guilty of it. Nobody's above anybody. It was just the way of the ancient world.
What is that?
There you go, man. Appreciate you breaking it down. Absolutely, and
Chief, you got to come to Egypt. You should come on the tour in November.
I may
He's gonna
go
be the-
on
he's
one,
gonna
but
be the
if I
Egypt-
go on a tour, I would make sure there's some credentialed professionals who are legitimate Egyptologists teaching me.
My
No,
Egyptologist.
I'm not going on a tour with no Afrocentric running his mouth.
No, my Egyptologist was one of my Egyptologists was the second one that graduated from the program when it started, and was actually one of the authors.
What program?
So,
What program you talking about?
the Egyptology program.
Well, he was some
That's how old he is.
what Egyptology program?
Huh?
He went to college for this or something?
Yeah, they did.
What college?
It was in Egypt. I didn't ask him what college.
I mean, like, what is he? He has a degree in what?
Egyptology.
Which guy? The guy you showed?
No, what guy did I show? The people I showed were just
those people.
Oh.
Yeah, those aren't the people on the tour.
Oh, okay.
Those were tourists.
Yeah, I've been. I don't know. See, I'm just telling you something I study, sis. Just trust me on this. If everybody's not into history like this, so sometimes people just gotta kind of listen and remain teachable. Always remain teachable. There's nothing I said today is any falsehood. I've been studying this for a long time. Look, sis. Look, I got these Egyptian tats before they was even a YouTube, sis. So I mean, I know the history of this is what's going on. I got this because I used to think. I wouldn't be going against this, and it's all tatted on my body. I mean, I've been around these people, and I know where they're coming from. I know who's talking about what and what's what. So I'm not just changing with all this ink on me. I just kind of woke up and started studying from professional and credentialed people, and stop listening to uncredentialed people. That's just basically what it is. And people hustling you for your money and trying to make you feel good and tell you all this fake history.
There you go, Carl. I remember you and I did that last show, Fake History. We had a few segments of our Chief X video.
Oh yeah, people were mad. People were like, "Yeah, why you play that guy Chief X or whatnot?" He was breaking it down, man. Chief X was breaking it down. People, man, if you ain't pissing people off, man, you're
What
doing
was this?
something wrong.
This was another show you had
Yeah, we did a show about a week ago,
on
and
what?
we would play clips of you, and it was about real history, right? And
What video did you play?
oh,
Oh, we
you
played a few of them.
your
As a
work
matter
your
of fact,
videos where you're pissing people off, telling people the truth. Breaking it down about Dr. Sebi and the alkaline water. And my brother, I thought about that. My brother's on the alkaline water stuff. He's gonna give me a bag of alkaline water, man. He's into that, man. The
yeah,
alkaline
Carl,
water and
I
all
gotta
that.
share it.
Once
I
you
got
hear
Like,
you.
alkaline, automatically you should think scam.
yeah, I said I don't see no difference. He said, "Don't you feel better?" I'm like, I don't know. I guess I do. He's gonna give me his. He has all these things and how these contraptions and whatnot. Produces alkaline water and whatnot.
Yeah, I used to be an alkaline water salesman. I used to work for Enagic, Kangen Water. They call it Kangen Water. It's a company out of Japan called Enagic that popularized ioni- ionized water, you can say, because it comes out of an ionizer. And they call it alkaline water, but it's no different than any other regular water. It don't do shit.
Yeah. Yeah. What about that, Chief X?
Soon as you drink and it past your tongue, it becomes acidic anyway, because all this shit is acidic up in here.
Well, I tell you what, man. One time
What was the purpose of?
he mixed me some alkaline water with some mixed drinks one time, man. My stomach was tore up, man. I'm like, what the hell you giving me, man? It's cleaning up. So I told you it's cleaning.
Okay, that's that Sebi. That's them Sebyites. It come from the Sebi cult.
Yeah. Hey, Chief X, what about that time you played that one video where Polite's guy was stuck under a bus? Remember that? That was class. He was at a Clippers game. He came there talking about he
He
was
did a
building some box houses,
cargo minium scam.
cargo mediums, whatnot.
Yeah,
That was, that's class. We gotta have him on, and we gotta play some of them videos. He can break that down. But that was basically classic, man.
classic.
Classic Chief
Some
X,
some
man.
I didn't make that video. I downloaded it from somebody else. But
All
that
right.
person I got freaked out and he erased it. So I'm the only one with it on my channel. It's not nowhere else with my channel.
Yeah, the guy. I mean, I say this is what people are following. People are
And
following.
now he about to do prison time for molestation.
Yeah, And you heard what he says that, man, I'm ready to cooperate with the feds. Anybody tell them, oh, y'all, I ain't going to jail. I mean,
He
dude,
ain't got nothing to tell on. He's on trial. Nobody else is on trial.
yeah, he's like, well, I'm going to tell everybody, man, the feds want to know anything. I'll tell them. I'll cooperate. I heard what he said. He's like, I'll cooperate. I'll tell on the whole conscious community. What? Tell how people are doing fake history, Just,
Well,
just,
Rizza Islam got his.
Now, instead of pointing out people who have differences of opinion or you feel are being fake or whatever, where's the energy for helping people to really unify and do what it is that Bomani is.
we're doing. What with Bomani and I work together every day.
Yeah. So
we're working together every day, building.
I'm talking to Chief about that one though, because Chief is building his audience based on hating or
Chief is
debunking.
necessary.
No,
I told you 5 years ago, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Because let me say this: I would have to stop. It was so bad. I would have to stop what I'm doing with the BAL, right? To do what Chief does, right? Because I'm saying this fake history is destroying us, And since Chief's going to do it, I said, look, I'll just get behind Chief. What he's doing, he's doing the work that we don't have to do. We can focus on what we're doing, Chief is doing the work for all of us.
The whole thing is whatever your hobby or interest is, sometimes you get into it, and you just want the whole. When I became a part of the conscious community, we consider ourselves truth seekers. At some point, it changed to being faith seekers and people pushing all kind of beliefs. And now we believe in all kind of Hindu stuff, talking about chakras and kundalinis and magic cards and magic candles and astrology, and it's become a whole entertainment hotep hustle. So my whole thing is, like I said, it needs to be remodeled, and I'm trying to bring people back to West Central Africa, embrace their people, and it's changing. People are thinking differently now and learning now. So this is my point. Now about this unity thing, all that's a farce. Everybody has their own agenda in their own life. People not even unified with their own brothers and sisters and family members and falling out, right? So if you can't unify with your own immediate family, everything else is just a hoax. This is an online entertainment. We're all Americans. That's it. And we're going to be Americans till it's over. Nobody's trying to leave. People just be talking. We Americans now. And everybody's life is different. My son has a different outlook than you. My son has a different outlook than Callie. He has his own goals in life and what he's trying to do. And I'm just here to guide my kids and my family the best way I can. There's not going to be no big unity with people getting together. Getting together to do what? Our job is to our family, make sure your kids is educated and progress and our generations move on. Then once black folk all get educated, then some people can start businesses and then we can do business with each other. Then such and such 10 years from now may have a toilet paper company. Hey, and then we can all buy toilet paper from him. That's what unity is, doing business. And talking and running our mouth on YouTube and talking about history is not unity. This does not change anything. Learning history and none of all this stuff is not going to put no money in your pocket. It's not going to do it. This is just an interest. So this unity thing and coming together thing is all entertainment talk. It's not real. Okay? This is fantasy land. Callie Genesis' job is to improve his life, maybe invest in some stocks, whatever he want to do, make sure his kids is all right, and people's family progress. We have different interests now, and we're all Americans. We have to let go of this victimhood stuff and thinking we're going to all come together and it's going to be something. No, it's never going to happen. If the world is multicultural, people live in mixed areas. I got a Mexican neighbor and a white neighbor. We may look out for each other because we're in a community together. That's it. Life goes on. It's over. The war is over. We lost. Everything is colonized. All land is taken. This is it. You can't even move nowhere and have their own government. This is the government right now. That's it. You either have to join them or not. If you can't beat them, you got to join them, basically.
There you go,
Everything is set
man.
and established. If you want to win, take over the damn government. Tell your kids to become police so we can get into some jobs of authority, right? Then we can police our own neighborhood. I keep telling people this. We talk about law enforcement so bad, and sometimes they deserve some criticism. It's okay. But if you don't get into positions of power, you'll never have power. You'll always be living and being a black person embracing white supremacy, and you don't even know you're embracing white supremacy. You know why I say that? Check this out. Because black folk bad mouth law enforcement so bad, we got songs called F the Police. All our kids are scared to become police now. The Italians and the Irish made sure their kids was police. And they have some authority and some power in their neighborhoods. They can patrol their own neighborhoods and protect their grandmas and sisters and cousins and everybody. That's how it started with the mob. They said, we need cops. And then they made sure some of their kids was cops. Then the cops is running, helping mob operations. This is what we need to do, get into positions of power. If you ain't going to get into politics, become the mayor, we need to take over the goddamn system. That's how we win. The system is set up. Take over it or lose, period. Why do we want cops running our neighborhoods, doing all the pulling over and ticketing? Why can't we have our own kids doing it? And maybe stuff will change. So we got to stop this fear mongering and realize it's over. Systems is set. If you repatriate, you have to go somewhere where there's another government. Everything is taken. It ain't the wild, wild west anymore. It's done. Either move to Cuba if you don't like it. I'm going to tell you right now, wherever you move, if you fall on hard times, you ain't going to get no food stamps. You ain't going to get no welfare. You're going to be in Africa with a basket on your head trying to sell something and make some money in the heat. That's what I said. When I went to Africa with y'all, I realized how spoiled black Americans is. This is when I kind of changed. I said, we are spoiled. We got it good. We sitting up in dorms. My son in a dorm right now playing college football, sipping cold lemonade and watching sports and playing and kicking it, good. And his kids up in Ghana doing bad. I used to work at group homes. Group home kids right now, they get college paid for. They get their clothes. We went to the orphan and remember we went to the orphan? I asked them how they make money off of philanthropy and
Yeah.
visitors. They don't get no wealth, the government. Nope.
Nothing from nothing. You're on your
Nope.
own.
See what I'm saying? So sometimes we gotta be grateful and snatch power. That's how we gotta do it. Get educated, get kids in school, become police, become politicians. We had a black president, a black attorney general. Some cities got black mayors and black police chiefs. I'm ranting now. But that's just that. That's what the unity thing. We got to be careful about that.
Well, I mean, you got to unify because, like you were saying, if people have to get in a political office, it's going to take all of us voting for that person to get them there. You got to unify.
Politics is the only thing that changes. Everything else is talk. So if we not getting into the political system or participating, ain't nothing gonna change.
I don't know. I think we're trying to build communities in other places, though. So that's what the goal is. I don't know, but Money, that's still your goal, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question, right? When we start building communities, right?
Build the Black Star Pan African community.
If we don't agree that we're black and what unites us is that we were kidnapped in the transatlantic slave trade, and we have that in common, right? I ain't building no community with somebody who say that we were already in America, where the slave trade didn't happen. I was like that. I don't want to be around people like that. That's why the whole movement is messed up right now. You got people even going to Africa telling Africans that they're not really Africans, that they're Aboriginal Americans. Really, you got people even going to West Africa saying, "Well, we're born into this, we're Native American." And then you got Africans. I tell Africans, stop playing games with these people who talk like that. Well, if you want to consider them Native American, you're looking at your first cousin, second cousin. That Negro you're talking to look like somebody in your village. Why are you letting them get away with that? It's lies. There's no book, there's no academic book that says black people are Native American and we're already here and everything. The bottom line is you black people are from Africa, right? When you look at people from West Africa, those are your direct kinfolk. If you want to connect with something, that's what you want to connect with, right? Other than that, man, I'm just like, whatever. If somebody want to go to another thing, to me, Egypt and everything like that should be like a little small, fringe and everything. That should not be the major thrust of any so-called conscious movement. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
But you got that, right? I can't even listen to it no more. And you got people talking about Arba that they're Hebrew Israelites. You got people calling themselves Moors. You got people calling themselves Native Arab Indian and whatnot. Nothing about their true history. You know why other people are great, right? You talk a Chinese person, right? He's never going to tell you that he didn't come from China. He'll say, "Yeah, I'm from China. My parents came from this part of China and everything. We settled in San Francisco in the 1800s, everything like that." The only group of people that has a problem with their heritage and who they come from directly is the African American. You'll never see a Chinese say, "Well, there were some Chinese people living in Japan. Japan's a great country. I think I want to identify with being Japanese." Everybody takes their wins and their losses, right? If you think being African American, Black American is an L, then start turning into wins. But for God's sake, you don't run away from your own history or make up fake history to make yourself feel better. It's the truth.
I agree with that. I don't think we should be stealing other people's histories if it's not ours.
No, we're not stealing. We be cold carjacking and hijacking at high altitude in air people's history.
I'm an ex-addict. I got clean. I was on drugs for about 3 years and got clean in 1992, right? So in the rooms of Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, the first step is what? You say you got to admit that you're an addict or admit that you're an alcoholic. Because if you don't admit that and you think you're not, then you're never going to get clean. You're going to still be drinking and thinking you can handle it. So you got to admit that you fucked up. I'm sorry for the language. I'm sorry. Excuse me. You got to admit that you messed up and that you're an addict and you want to change your life. Once you admit things are screwed up, then change can happen. But if people are just in denial and doing all kind of stuff and not knowing they addicts, you know what I mean? Nothing's gonna change. So people just got to get real first. And hey, this is what it is. These people did it better. They won. They dominated. That's it. If things has changed, everybody was and move forward. So I mean, we got to admit and then move forward. We got to say, hey, we screwed up. We've been miseducated. Let's change, get some new information, start building better and move forward. But if everybody in denial, we'll be talking in circles for decades.
And we wasted decades. We wasted decades, right?
Elijah Muhammad teaching us we Asiatic black men.
Exactly. I'm the Asiatic. I had an argument with this one brother back then. He's an older brother. This was right around the time of the Million Man March, right? And I was basically saying that we should be connected. No, I'm going to Africa. I'm an Asiatic black man. I'm like, what the hell? I said, look, now right around the time, right after the Million Man March, I was like, I'm not no damn Asiatic black man. I'm a friggin' African, And I said, that's when I really started questioning a lot of this stuff, right? And I said to myself, wait a minute here. I'm seeing a lot of correlation between self-hate, and a lot of times people, and I'm not going to say, this is very controversial.
Hey, Callie, before you finish, Callie, this is what not just the Hebrew Israelites, we everything except with the sub-Saharan African.
Well, everything was sub-Saharan African, and so Chief Exec, I want you to peep this and do some research on this, Chief, right? I think when Malcolm X started calling himself African American and that we're African, that's what really, really drove him away from the Nation of Islam. He said we're African. What you see in America is African. His last year, he said we're the African American and also like that. And he started embracing like Pan-African stuff. And he met with Nkrumah. And he said, look, Black Africa is what it would be. And there was a lot of people in the Nation of Islam. You saw what Elijah Muhammad said, right? Dr. Sebi said. He said the Africans uncivilized, unclean, and all stuff like that. You saw that. You heard that Cyrus Suda said he played, even though Cyrus Suda, we have an issue with him. But he was right about that. He said, look, man, he goes, Elijah Muhammad said, and I read in that book, I said, wait a minute, what am I reading here? He said, the Africans unclean and uncivilized and everything like that. So in other words, basically, you say you're civilized because you live in the white man's country, you could call the devil, right? The white man provided you with all the modern amenities, everything that looked like that, right? He said the Africans were dirty, they didn't have showers, they didn't have running water and all stuff like this. And I'm saying to myself, well, wait a minute here, you say the white man's a devil and all stuff like this, but you are basing your belief system based on what the white man provided for you. These are conversations nobody wants to have.
It's been a great discussion tonight.
I don't know what they do.
Bomani, it's been a good discussion tonight.
Yes, brother, absolutely. Appreciate the energy. Yes, Chief.
We're gonna have a lot of people pissed off at us.
Yeah, they hate me already.
Yeah, I know. They're gonna hate me even more.
Oh Lord.
I just did it, man. As much as people hate me, they're gonna hate me even more now. Because the bottom line is this, and like I was telling my mind earlier, I'm tired of playing games with these people, right? We're trying to build a real Pan-African movement, unite black people as much as we can, right? Based on truth. If we loved ourselves and everything don't have to be sitting in a lecture. It could be like, okay, we're black and everything, we got things in common. We got a lot of black people who don't even want to identify with their African American heritage. We have a rich heritage in this country, I was talking the other day to this young guy. I said, look, do you know one time Harlem used to be called Uptown? That's where white people went. And they said the white immigrants, particularly immigrants, like said, we're going uptown. Those were the fancy. They coming off the boat in filth, right? They said, man, the fanciest place in New York City is uptown, where you see these fancy black folks, And we set the tone for everything, fashion, everything. That was back in the 20s and 30s. Uptown, we're going uptown. We're gonna hear some jazz. We're gonna put on our best suits and ties and go uptown. We gave the world the Harlem Renaissance, right? Literary. If it wasn't for Black America, right, the world had written the black race off. You guys don't write nothing. You have no thoughts and everything. And all these writers that came out of Harlem Renaissance, the art and culture and everything. Why are we gonna throw all that away? I said, be proud of who you are as African Americans. What we did in this country and everything like that. Then connect with your true African ancestry. And then we'll be free. But everybody basically want to. Not only do they want to destroy our connection with West Africa, they want to erase all our history in America, all our inventions, everything we built in America. For some reason, I have no idea.
We did 4.5 hours.
Oh yeah.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother.
Time
So
goes
I know,
by when
I
you're
just
on
now
the
looked
show.
at the clock. I just now realized that.
no,
Yeah, I've
I
been
agree,
on
man. So
6 hours, 7 hour shows.
anybody that's ready to close, and appreciate you on, and connect back with you.
I'll close
You want
out.
to
I'll
stay
get
on
my
for a little
closing
bit? Stay
words.
on. It's all good.
I'll get my closing words because I'm hungry. Yeah, subscribe to my channel, Chief X.
We have a new guest on. As I was about to reach out to new guests.
Oh, okay.
Greetings, family.
Oh,
Welcome to the call.
Hey, what's going on?
Yes, my brother.
I was
What's on
curious
your
if Chief.
mind?
No, I was curious if Chief X had. I was kind of listening to. I only been on for 20 minutes. I was kind of listening to his outlook. I was curious if he had a philosophy on a way forward for Black people, or are you just wanting to educate Black people? Like, where you stand at?
The way forward for Black people.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
So this is example. Um, I have a son.
yeah.
He plays D2 football for Northwestern Missouri State University. Right, his senior year, he about to have his degree. He plans on going for his master's and entering the master's program. Right. So
Okay.
my plan for Black folk in my family is to make sure my kids is okay, make sure I'm okay so they can be okay, and make sure he graduates, give me some great grandchildren, and we have a nice life, and that he's successful in life.
Any
I'm not no leader or nothing. So, I mean, that's all I can tell you for being real.
And Chief X, let me put this in here while you're talking. What do you think about Umar Johnson saying that what you just said is not enough? You guys,
It kind of
okay, good.
even if you can just while we even talking, you can also try to find a way to adjust your microphone. Your microphone is coming too loud.
Okay. Well, I just want to put that out there.
Real loud.
I want to put that out. Put that out there. I want to know Chief X's opinion about the daily wrap up and what Umar Johnson saying it's Black men's fault because we're not going out there raising single mothers, kids, and everything. And he's dismissive of Black men doing their right thing, raising their own kids, like you just said. I'm focused on my family, and I think every Black man we should start with our own families and everything like that. And I agree with that. But he said, "Oh, that's not enough." And it says a man who never raised his daughters, never was married, never did all those things and everything. But he's telling Black men that the problems in Black America and everything is because Black men that do the right thing are not doing enough to get out there in the community and stuff like this.
So here's the thing. I think Black folk have this fantasy that white folk are just united, right? My white friends I went to high school with, they're in the same boat as me. They don't have no special privilege. They broke. They might need to borrow money. They live regular lives just like me and you. Nobody's even no, but I don't know why people think all these white people should. Their plans in life is the same thing as my plans. All the white boys I went to school with, they taking care of their family, got jobs, a little education, a trade, and just living life. Just like me and my family, just living. There's no special secret thing they doing together or whatever. That's not happening. This is just see. This is some fictional world we talking. People just need to progress themselves and their family, and all comes together in the end. That's it. We're 14% of the population. I mean, like I'm not sure what people expect. So I have the power. My only power is to take care of me and my family. I can't make these women stop twerking. I can't make social media stop this gender war that they having on social media and on Facebook, men against women, and I can't stop none of this crazy stuff black folk is doing in America. I'm powerless, bro. I can only control me and what's around me in my life, and just live and eat healthy. That's it. That's what life is about with all people. Other than that, get into positions of power. Make your kid run for president or the mayor. I mean, that's it.
So you just believe in basically individualism, everybody
I mean,
do
that's
your
just what
thing
it
at the
really.
end.
That's what it really is when you look down to it.
But
Sometimes people
when
have this false hope inside and
why you
not
say it's
thinking
a false
realistic.
hope? Why you
No,
say
no.
it's a
What,
false?
what I'm saying, it's a false hope to think everybody. I can't even unite with the conscious community. Hebrew Israelites. They have a different plan. I mean, like,
Well,
so I'm just saying everybody's in their own land, and the plan is take care of yourself and family, and help people around you progress. That's it.
no, I understand that.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't know how else to answer. That's it.
No, I understand that. But okay, so how do you feel about like these different agendas, like the alphabet community, for instance,
What's that?
pressing their agenda, and all these other groups of people
What's
who
the
are coming,
alphabet community?
the
What about them?
LGBTQXYZ, they're able to put together a big political movement,
Right.
extending
Well, I
beyond
mean,
just themselves.
here's the thing with that. See, you just have politicians who are gay, bisexual, and shit. Just things get extreme. It's just the way of the world. There's gay people. You'll never stop it.
There was gay people 500 years ago,
Right.
but
So
they
that's what
never
I'm saying.
had this significant
But
of a movement.
people run their mouth more. Social media is big now. You know what I mean? People fight for whatever they want. I mean, like it's nothing you can do about it. People gonna sleep with who they want to sleep with. You can't change nobody's desires. That's just the way of the world.
Yeah, but that's not that okay. But they're going beyond that. That, as you said, that's been
Who's
going on
they?
for thousands of years. Uh, of members of the Democratic Party that are pushing these
Well, yeah,
agendas,
Democratic Party
passing
is
these
kind of
bills,
liberal and anything goes type people. I agree with that.
and they
So
have.
that's why I'm conservative.
No, I understand. But
Yeah. Did you
what I'm
vote for
saying
Trump?
is,
Did you vote for Trump?
yes, I did.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I did.
Look at my trail.
I
Black
did. If
women
he
don't
come
like no
back, I'm gonna
Trump.
vote for him again too.
I don't even live in America, so I don't care.
Okay.
Okay.
People gonna come all the way across from Australia. I'm gonna come back to Australia just to vote against Trump for now. You know, for black women hate Trump. Boy, I don't know what that
I
is.
hate Trump. I haven't been a Democrat since I got bamboozled by Obama the first time.
I
You know
had
what
to
I'm saying?
think about the Nation of Islam is a conservative organization. The
True.
Nation of Islam's thing is do for self.
Yeah.
That's it's kind of a conservative ideology, do for self.
It's
I
a conservative ideology,
don't
but
know.
at the same time, if you look at the 10 things Muslims want, it's very progressive in the grand scheme of the American conversation. Give us our own state, take care of us as we progress our state. All these racial politics. It's like a mixture. The black man is kind of caught up. You're kind of caught up in this in between. It's difficult to really
Well,
side.
let me ask you this question, Mufasa. Right, check this out.
Yeah.
Up into the 1960s, black people had their own the Green Book. Right, we were doing all that. We were doing all that. We didn't need
We
the
were.
nation to tell us. So most black people slept in black hotels, but their own bed and breakfasts. Money circulated among black people because we stayed among ourselves and everything. We had on fish fries, we had on beach fronts and everything like that. We were doing all those things the nation said we need to do. They didn't teach
Well,
us
we
anything.
we were
That-
doing
that-
them. We were doing them by force, and we were doing them disconnected from the larger economy. So
Well, let me ask you a question. Right.
yeah,
You go to a small town in America, right?
yeah.
Wouldn't you say that the small economy in a small town, right, is disconnected from the rest of America? They
You
basically
have
just.
to give me an example. Usually, small towns, there's like some large corporation where
Well,
they have
I know here in the South, right here, there's a lot of small towns. You got businesses that have been here, such and such and sons, for generations. Everybody supports them. Such as this hardware store.
Where is
Yeah,
everybody? You said everybody supports them. Where they getting their money from?
no, I'm just talking about the.
Caterpillar
I'm not
or
talking about
some
black
type.
people. I'm talking about white people.
Yeah,
White people.
but I'm
White
saying
people.
typically there's some type of mine. There's some corporation. Somehow they're tied to the large economy. Like when we had our
It's like
green
this.
book, most of the people paying you money to most of the people shopping in the green book work for white people. So they
Well,
work for white
but
people
I
and
know
then they
that
make more money
we,
too.
but that's what black people are, right? Black people, right, for the most part, right? All right, let me tell you something. Somebody who's had a business and I have a business now, right? But it's a different type of business, right? I wouldn't wish this on any but my worst enemy. I wouldn't wish really. You know, uh, when you talk about businesses and stuff like that, right? Most black people found that we could actually do a better job, right, by getting good jobs, right? Civil service and stuff like that, trades and everything like that. That's where Black America really made its money. We were 40 hours a week. You got all this money. You could buy a house, buy stuff like that. We were never that people. The people who set up businesses, usually immigrants, and not only that. When you talk about people who start a business and everything, people look at all their own business, but they don't see the 10 years that they have to live in that business, right? The 10 years where they're eating soup every day because the business is not making money, right? And
Yeah.
then after 10 years, the next thing the business starts doing a little bit of money. Well, oh, look, these people owning businesses and everything. Black people in America, right, have a high standard of living. We're not going to do what the Indians and all these other immigrants do. If you ever seen a Chinese restaurant, all they're making is money. But what you don't see is the loans they got to pay back.
Yeah.
We don't see the overhead they got to do. You don't see how they actually live. You ever see go to a Chinese restaurant? They all rent like a house somewhere, and it's like it'd be like 20 or 30 of them living in a house, renting a space and everything. So
Right.
we don't see they own businesses and everything. And black people in America are not going to do what the immigrants do to just have a business. It's easy for us just to get jobs and everything like that. There's some of us get lucky, and we may have a business. Everything. Most black people who are successful in business in America right now have a broad client base. I know a lot of people here, right here in Virginia. If you got a law firm, you got somebody black, you got white clients, Asian clients, everything like that. So it's a traditional black business, but we're circulating black dollars. And we're not. The most black dollars, the most elusive thing in the freaking world. Look at all these black dollars, right? When you open a business, you want to get dollars. You want to get money. You want to get rich. You're not thinking about black dollars, right? You open up a car wash, right? You want 40 cars coming through there a day. You don't give a damn who that person is. And we still got that mindset that we're going to go back to 1950 where we're living in a concentrated area. Black people, now black people own cars, right? We travel more. We got infrastructure. We're not concentrated in these little enclaves where we're on top of each other anymore. We're living in the
I'm gonna
suburbs.
get out of here, y'all.
All right. Chief.
All right,
Bomani,
all right, brother. Appreciate you, man.
Matrell, peace to you, sister.
Peace.
Watch my videos, subscribe.
Yes, brother.
Hey,
We'll keep
Legba, did
on.
you have one more question?
No, that was cool. I just when you were kind of going through all the little harsh realities that you realized, I came around and had a lot of the same realizations as you, but I still don't want to give up on black people doing some stuff. So I just wanted to pick your brain, but
Yeah,
I know
one to
you've been
two
on here a
people.
long time.
You can get together with me, Bomani, and we can do something on a
Yeah,
small scale.
you know what? This is in just the reality of it. The cream gonna always rise to the top if it's meant to be. Either it's
Yeah,
gonna fall off, die, merge in. The cream and rise to the top is nothing really nobody can do.
right. All right, brother. Thanks for answering my question, man.
All right, Bomani, thanks for
All
having
right.
me, man. I'm out of here, man. I'm
All right,
starving.
Okay,
cheers.
brother.
See you
Appreciate the
next.
time, man. Always
Blue.
good, man. We definitely keep in touch, man.
I
Appreciate
didn't have I ain't really
your
even
strong
eaten.
energy.
I haven't even eaten today, really.
Yeah, get some grub, man. It's 3 hours. It's only like what, 11 o'clock on your side right now?
It's 11. I'm in Cali. It's like 1 o'clock in New York.
Oh,
No,
what part of
oh,
Cali you in?
No,
Where
it's
is
two.
where
It's
is that?
2 o'clock in New York.
it's 2 o'clock. Are you in Cali? Aren't you
I'm
in
in
Cali?
Cali, so it's 11 p.m. here. That
11
means it's
p.m. earlier. That's still
2
early over
a.m.
here.
in
I
New
mean, where you at? Northern
York.
Cal?
We early? What
I'm
you
in San
mean?
Diego. I
Oh
said,
yeah,
what part of
I'm
Cal?
in Inglewood, LA area.
Oh, okay.
They see
Yeah.
my
Hey,
shirt.
before you leave,
In-
Chief X,
See my
I got
Inglewood shirt.
Nah, I peeped it.
Inglewood. I got one last guest coming in.
Wait a minute. This woman that's guest may have a question.
They keep
They might
keep
debunk
walking.
me on something.
Keep walking. Welcome to the call. Welcome to the call. Let me know if you have a question for Chief X before he
Keep
goes.
walking is on mute. Unmute yourself if you're saying
So
something.
go ahead and unmute yourself.
Keep
All right,
walking.
so
Don't walk away. Keep walking.
it's-
You're muted if you're saying something. You're muted. Hit the unmute button.
I'm trying to unmute him. I keep walking. Unmute yourself. Get yourself organized when you join these calls. But Chief X brother, if you got a role, definitely understand it. And then everyone else or anyone else who got a roll out.
You having fun, huh?
Try to stick around for a little bit.
Bomani, what time is
Yeah, I
it?
got a roll too. You know,
What time is it where you at, Bomani?
It is 2:03 here in Georgia. 2:03
It's 2:03
in Virginia.
Damn. UFC, come on. Y'all gonna watch the UFC tomorrow?
We be going to 6 o'clock in the morning our time, brother.
Oh, do y'all?
Oh yeah, man.
Well,
Stick around Saturday
I must not
night.
know how y'all get down.
Oh yeah, man. When we get down, people, we can deal with the Alquans and Alcoons hardcore.
Oh yeah, them cats.
People that keep coming up or not, you know.
That guy is he's a really special case, yo.
So y'all know he's a character, huh?
Oh, man, I've been knowing about I've been knowing about him for years.
Him and a lot of people are part of my infamous block list.
Is he serious or is this a mental health thing?
No, he's actually serious.
They're all of them are dead serious. They really believe what they believe.
Check this out. I was on a show with him with this guy, brother Ashwa, right?
He stalks me.
Oh, I know that. He does. That's what he does.
Come on, but I've let him on twice, but I won't no more.
Yeah, check us out. I see. Check us out. That's why I don't play with Alquan, right? Check us out. One time they was doing a show from Blog Talk Radio. You know how Blog Talk Radio back in the days, it cuts off after a while. You can't kick nobody off or whatever like that. Remember that? Well, anyway, he waited till that happened, right? And he was basically calling Ashua's mother a whore. This guy Alquan gets. I mean, he was like, "You mother," but he was the way he was cursing. His tone of voice changed. This guy is not nothing to be played with, you know.
Okay, I'm out of here, y'all.
Yeah.
All right, peace out. Care, brother.
All right, brothers. I'll check y'all later.
We're gonna show you how to adjust your mic or something. Edit mic settings.
Yeah, man, I'm killing y'all. I'll tell y'all later.
No. What I'm saying is, you go to the top right of your screen, edit mic settings, and turn down your mic volume.
Top right of the screen.
There's a little setting button.
I don't see it.
It might be at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't know if you're using a laptop or desktop, but yeah, you just have to. You got echo cancel it. Yeah, edit mic settings for collagenesis. So I'm editing for you. I guess it's perfect. I can actually adjust it for you. So perfect. So you should be good now.
Testing. Can you hear me? Is there
I wish I did that hour earlier.
Oh, I know it sounds so loud.
Yeah, and it's this thing can adjust it, and it can also adjust for auto adjustment of. So as they come on with these new features, let's use it. So yes, family. So that was Chief X. I'm about to say collagenesis. Do you know this guy? Keep walking on. Keep walking. We cannot hear you.
Yeah, he was unmuted a second ago.
Hey, there you go. You're unmuted. Good job.
Okay. What? Something's going on with the mics tonight. I'm not alone.
We can hear you nice and clear.
So, yeah, thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to join for a while and I could not. But great show for tonight. One thing I wanted to ask, Chief X is not here, but the sub-Sahara he was using that term. It came from white supremacy, so the Sahara was not there. So it's moving 30 miles south every decade. So it's not. That was not something that was there for a long, like since the creation, and we have African tribes in Libya, we have African tribes in Algeria, we have African tribes. So I don't know where where this just came from the sub-Saharan. No, that's not true.
Libya what African tribe has the most Africans in Algeria?
Yeah, yes, we do. They are not shown because they are marginalized. They are marginalized. They are not shown You will never see that on TV.
Let me keep walking. Let me ask you a question, right? I gotta get off.
Yeah.
This earlier tonight, lovely sister Patrol said that the black people love the Nile flows from the south to the north, right? Right. And I'm seeing a pattern here. So black people came from the south of where Egypt is, in the south, upper Egypt, which is south, and to the north, right? And could it be that that's where the food, the infrastructure, and the opportunity was in the ancient world, just like Africans, black Africa crossing the desert, going to Tunisia and everything, because there's civilization and everything? I see a pattern. I see a pattern. I don't see people migrating from the north of Africa to black Africa. All I see is black people going and getting molested in Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, and all these places and everything. You know, why are we always going to places where we claim it's ours, right? But we don't control the infrastructure. Do the black people, as you say, that's in India, control any infrastructure in India? Do we have any power? Are they marginalized people?
We have the Dalits, right? Isn't that what they're called? But they're tiny group. But
no, we have no power in these countries. We have absolutely no power in anything.
That's true. I'm not debating about the power, but we're not new. What I'm saying is we're not strangers. They have been there.
It doesn't matter. We're not indigenous to these places.
They've been pushed back, just like South Africa. The Dutch tried to do the same thing to the South African tribes.
That's a different
Namibia.
I mean, why do y'all wait to
It's a different case, but
then I want to post these comments and then want to talk about it? But nevertheless, brother, continue because the thing you're saying, and so we had Chief X on here. So if you have evidence of something based on what he presented, go ahead and explain it so we can all be enlightened.
No, I understand. I understand his position, because he's trying to say, hey, we cannot claim other people's history, and I agree with that. But thinking that we were always below the Sahara, and the Sahara was there like a border.
Where else were we?
That's not true. That's not true.
Were we in cold Europe?
No. All over the continent. All I'm saying is we were.
Well, there's no evidence of black people. There's no evidence of black people being indigenous to North Africa. The Amazigh and the Berbers were there for 30,000 years.
I'm not saying they were not there, but the blacks were there as well. We were in Libya. Do you know why we love every black person you see love Gaddafi? Because he invited the black tribes. They were in the government. Unlike Algeria, unlike Tunisia, that's not the case in Tunisia.
But you got some people trying to say Gaddafi was a black man. Yeah. Gaddafi is a Berber, Amazigh, whatnot. You know, he's not a black African.
He was. I think
they were massacred. They were massacred when he was taken out.
He was trying to marginalize the Amazighs. I remember looking that up before. I don't know if he was on the low or something, but he was like pro-Arab.
He joined the Arab. When the Arab League, Union League, whatever, rejected him. Right, then he started turning towards Africa. You know, that's what happened. You know, to be honest with you. And he went to Italy and signed a treaty with Italy to stop the migrant flow to Italy. He said these black Africans are going to destroy Italy. He said that. That's on record, you know? So why is everybody caked up with Gaddafi? Now, Gaddafi did a lot of good things. Yeah, but he still has that Berber, Amazigh mentality that he's superior to the black African. And the bottom line is this. If we're ever going to be free, we have to take that as identity, because you cannot trust these people. You cannot trust Arabs. You cannot trust Asians. You can't trust Lebanese. You can't trust Egyptians. You can't trust anybody that's not a black African. You know, as simple as that.
You can't even trust them.
Well, I don't trust them before like this. I trust them before I trust these other people. These other people say, "Oh man, you hear them on TikTok. Look at that freaking fool with Fresh and Fit. You know, that dude Fresh and Fit, the clown. The guy's basically. I sent you one video, Bomani, right? This guy, why these people in America ain't doing this one? Tell me if you're gonna. He's Sudanese. Tell me anything the Sudanese have ever done great compared to Black America. Nothing. But he's on there talking about Black America, immigrants come over. Everybody's talking about what immigrants do in America, right? What are they doing in their own countries? Everybody basically, when it comes down to it, everybody is team white supremacy until they basically need Black America for something. Right now, these North Africans getting their ass kicked in France. Oh man, look at these people. I don't care about them. I don't care about no Algerians and Libyans and Moroccans getting their ass kicked by the French and whatnot. I don't care about them. They're not our people. They're on their own. Hold your own nuts. You know, that's why I said we have to delineate from these people. If people want to delineate from these North Africans. All of a sudden, we're all Africans when they need us and whatnot. They know they're too weak to handle Europe by themselves, right? So we just join their cause. You guys see some black fools up there joining in the riots and everything like that. They had nothing to do with them. You know, so the bottom line is I don't agree with that. So I believe in the idea of the sub-Saharan, that means a black African, you know.
But the riots are backed by faith. The people they're getting support for those riots because the boy was Muslim. So the boy
was a criminal. He was a criminal. The police shot him in the commission of a crime.
But the Muslim community is standing up.
Muslim community, you know, the Muslim community, they basically up there having sex with underage girls. With the Muslim community, they're a bunch of dirtbags and whatnot, you know.
Yeah, Kala. I mean, the lady's trying to explain something. You gotta at least give a chance to explain it so we can hear her.
What I'm saying is the outpour in France was due to the fact that he was a Muslim man and the Muslim community stood up for him regardless of what their ethnicity is. It was about the faith. So that's why that's why they're going crazy and has so much support behind it. It had nothing to do with the
color. Where this Muslim faith
was done because of the color of his skin.
When Muslim faith, when the Algerians and all these people are beating Africans and whatnot, they let them drown in the sea and whatnot in the Mediterranean and everything. Where's the so-called Muslim brotherhood and love when that happens?
Only black people fall for that shit.
The Muslim faith. Get out of here with that dirty religion.
Damn, why you gotta diss the religion? That's crazy.
I mean, it is, man. I mean, come on, let's start telling the truth. You know, show me what that religion, as far as black people concerned, has ever done for our community. You know, you got people fired up and whatnot. You know, you got the
a specific color of people or no ethnic group. Religions are not just for ethnic groups.
Well, let me tell you something. The race and ethnicity is real. You know, race and ethnicity.
There's only one race. There's the human race.
No. There's black people. There's white people. That's not a race. There's Asian people and everything like that. And the bottom line is this: I can't go to China and say, you know something? I believe in the human race. Make me a citizen. They say, get your black ass the fuck out of here. You know.
That's nationality.
Well, the bottom. Who could be a Chinese citizen? Chinese. Who could benefit from China?
You could become a naturalized citizen in China, just like they
have. But will you benefit from it? Will you benefit? Why would a black person want to be a naturalized Chinese citizen? Why would I want to learn Mandarin and all this stuff like this? You know, I'm not Chinese. What kind of fool would want to be like that? You know, when you go to these countries and everything, and also I believe that there's Islam and there's an Arabization, Islamofascism. You know, Islamofascism does not include black people. You know. They use black people as a cannon fodder because they don't have the numbers. That's why they're always recruiting. You got the Islamic State and the Caliphate. They recruit people like these idiots, Boko Haram, to do their dirty work. A lot of bombings that you see in the Middle East and whatnot.
Be easy, brother. Be easy, brother. The fourth holiest site is in Africa for Islam. So the Prophet sent in Ethiopia. Yeah, to visit Ethiopia. So Islam is very dear to Africa. So, and the Musa and Mali, you can't touch that. Can't
let me explain the difference. Right? Because I studied this, right? When you talk about Mansa Musa and everything, and there's many scholars who realize that the culture that I represent, like Mali, my name, College Genesis, and everything, come from West Africa, right? The Nyamakala, all the cultures of the Bambara, different clans, everything was undermined by Islam. Islam was very undermining of the Arab, but Islam brought in trade with the Muslim world. It brought an Arabic system of writing. It brought a lot of good things to that region. But the people never forgot their African identity, right? In fact, when you look at West Africa, Timbuktu and West Africa and everything, you see almost like how Christianity became during the Protestant Reformation. It was a Reformation. In other words, basically, they believed in things like the separation of government, of church and state, right? Islam in the Middle East, right, is still basically the Quran is the supreme law. Supreme law. Everyone has to be a Muslim, right? In West Africa, right, you could be a Muslim or not be a Muslim, and you weren't persecuted. You weren't sicked on by jihadists. You weren't converted. Now, with the fundamentalists that are moving into West Africa, right, they are trying to burn down bookstores and libraries in Timbuktu, right, because they didn't like the progressive Africanized version of Islam, right? It was completely different than the Islam you see in the Arab world. Two different things. And they basically want, like, if you really want to look at it, if I want to accept Islam, right, I would go with the West African version of Islam because it's more Africanized, right, and it's more civilized. You know, that's why that region world is always peaceful until recently.
And that's how it is everywhere. You know, ISIS was kicked out of Syria. You know, the Sufi Islam is what you're talking about. The one where, you know, basically
all I know is they're not black and
worship.
they like blowing shit up.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the people that like blowing shit up, you know?
Yeah, those are the extremists. Those are the extremists. Nobody wants that.
But they're bringing that culture.
They're in Somalia. They're in Somalia.
Like
they get
in
Boko
West
Haram.
Africa. You know, and
those are the
I've
extremists.
seen a video in Boko Haram, right? They killed a girl, a Christian girl, for blasphemy 2 years ago in Kano State in Nigeria.
That wasn't necessarily Boko Haram. That was just some students over there.
Students, right? But I'm saying, that mentality.
Yeah.
That mentality, you know, that mentality. That's the Arabization, the Islamization, and the white supremacy version of Islam, whatnot, which is all about dominating, controlling, and killing. You know.
Okay, but when has Islam
Wahhabism,
not been about that? In terms of
it's called
in terms
Wahhabism.
of spread.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Keep walking. You go ahead.
Yeah. It's called Wahhabism. And so if you in Egypt, I don't know if you see when the Brotherhood came to power, they wanted to take over. They were defeated. It's the same. They're called the Salafi group. They're very extremist. Basically like ISIS, you know. So no, I'll tell you that in the Muslim world, anywhere that you're traveling, this group is hated because they did the same thing in Algeria. I think they tried to overthrow the government, and they did not succeed. There was a coup, basically. They tried to do a coup in every Muslim country. So
right.
So they are not the mainstream Muslims, but the religion of Islam is very endemic in Africa. The fourth holiest site is in Ethiopia, like I told you, and the history it will not even survive if that.
Well, let me ask you a question. In Nigeria,
for Muslims,
I see Muslims drinking wine. You know what's going on? You know, sitting down with bottles of wine, and so they don't really practice the whole wine is like
openly.
Yes, I see pictures of it. Nigerian Muslims sitting at a party with wine bottles on the table.
People are still human, you know.
Yeah, people are still human. It's in Turkey. If you go to Turkey, you'll see some with like piercings. That, you know, you cannot have that in Islam, but yeah, people are still human. So tobacco, alcohol, all of those drugs, the worldly things. They're against.
And you answered your own question, Khalid, because you were asking what has Islam ever done, and then you said they brought reading and writing.
Well, the oldest library. The oldest library is in Africa.
Let me put it like this: it was Islamic culture and faith that brought that there. But at the same time, right? Do you understand that the things that carried the Muslim world, they tried to destroy with the fundamentalist extremists, right? the Arab world gave the world algebra, geometry, and all this stuff like that, right? And the Islamic world, the Islamic fundamentalists sought this civilization in the Arab world, the pure civilization that they created, was a threat to so-called Allah and everything like that, you know. But what I'm saying is, when it got to when it was in West Africa, right? The thing that we gravitated towards was the learning, you know, the books, you know, all these things like that, you know, how to do commerce and everything like that, international trade, you know, bookkeeping, you know, science, everything. That's what the part of the Islamic culture that we gravitated with. There was never anything that West Africans were fundamentalists or jihadists, you know, or fundamentalists. There was never any history of that.
Yeah,
just like white people try to take, they try to package all Christianity. When a white man comes to Southern Africa, right, he basically sees all the infrastructure, science, he brought. Oh, this is all Christian civilization. No, you giving us your faith, right? You want to convert the faith, right? But you saying that in order for us to have these things like running water, the steam engine, everything like that, we got to adopt your faith. They intertwine the two. You know, they commingle the two. So therefore, like Africans believe that to be civilized, to be modern, they have to change their name and become Christian.
Well, I mean, weren't a lot of them kind of muscled into Islam? Islam, they kind of muscle people. Like, you couldn't really transport things over the Saharan desert without constant raids and people screwing with you if you didn't convert.
Well, the Islam, the traders that traded, right, outside of Sahara, right, well, they guarded the trade routes were the Tuaregs, right? Inside of the Mali and everything like that, there were very powerful states that controlled the internal. There was north and south, right? Goods came up from the south, and the meeting place was right there on the Niger River, you know? So the trade routes came from Egypt, right, across the desert to West Africa, right? And then you had things from the south, from the forest region, were slaves, cola nuts, and certain things. From the north came salt, which all those things were traded in abundance along the cities and the ports along the Niger River. You know, and so what I'm saying is Islam was a very good way of thing, because it was the Dayula, who were the traders, right, converted to Islam, right, and they found that it was easier as far as like writing and stuff like that. And the biggest trade in West Africa was books, you know, books on how to read. That was the biggest selling thing in West Africa in demand, is books. That's why there's so many libraries in places like Djenné and Timbuktu, books 10 stories high of nothing but books and manuscripts and everything like that, you know? So, like I said, in Arabic writing, the thing is, though, if you want to be literate, right, you have to speak Arabic, and you have to write Arabic, right? It's never translated into the local African language. That was a definition.
Yeah, I have no real issue fundamentally with Islam. I just feel like it's like Arab based, and I feel like the people, I see them giving deference to Arabs and Arab culture, and like throwing away their African culture, and I just don't really see. I feel like we got to kind of have our own thing instead of being in the shadow of all these other people, you know, focused on Mecca instead of your own place, you know.
Yeah,
like,
so that's another. It's political.
Africa.
Political.
Yeah, the politics of being like of the Arabism involved in Islam is really the issue for me.
Yeah, and it's always been like that. You know, people say Mecca. Let me give you another example, right? When we talk about Egypt, right? The modern Egypt, right? As people know, Egypt and Ethiopia is in conflict right now over the dam Ethiopia built, right?
Yeah.
In Ethiopia, Egypt says that we have the right to the Nile River, not because of anything ancient, written, everything. You know what they said the claim was? The British Crown created Anglo-Egyptian Sudan, right? And so when the Egyptians got power, right, they said the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan settlement had power over was by the King of England, had Queen of England, whoever, had the Nile belonged to the Queen of England, okay? So these people that call themselves Egyptians nowadays say that the Nile River belongs to them, not by some ancient thing that they could prove, right? But because of the treaty and the craft of the British Empire. That's what they're going by. That's what they're telling Ethiopia, that they need to shut down the thing because it's threatening Egypt's absence of water. Sister Patrol, what do you think about that situation?
I think they worked together and came up with a amicable plan. That's how they do things.
Well, Egypt is behind the Tuareg rebellion. They're basically behind a lot of destabilization in Ethiopia. What kind of
you mean
talk about?
Going on in Sudan? That's the West that did that.
No, I'm talking about Ethiopia. There's a lot of the conflict that you see in Ethiopia, right? Ethiopia said we're going to Egypt said we're going to destroy Ethiopia, and there's a lot of conflict in Ethiopia with these rebel groups. A lot of Somalis there, Muslim Somalis there, ethnic Somalis there.
I don't really know if Egypt has a hand in that. I know that what Egypt has said.
Well, it doesn't seem like coincidence. Ethiopia never had these problems until they built that dam.
Ethiopia, they've had problems before the dam. But the point is,
they had problems.
Not like they have now. Okay, well, they're allowed to have, but they have the dam, and all that Egypt wanted to do was have a presence there, and they do. So it's solved.
What presence? They have nothing. They're not even connected to it. You got a whole country in between it. So what does Egypt have anything to say about that dam?
Because Ethiopia is unstable. So Egypt has.
How is Ethiopia unstable? Ethiopia got one of the largest economies in Africa. Who's unstabilizing it?
Then you not just say that it's a bunch of
warring. Well, it's not unstable, but there's a lot of unrest. They're not unstable. There's different.
Okay. Well,
unrest and unstable are two different things. You know, unstable means there's no government.
I know what it all means, but I guess my point is Egypt has a presence all the way along the Nile, where whoever has the dams, Egypt has a presence there. All those countries work together.
Give me what presence they have. Military presence.
Yeah, they have their people available at the dams.
So Egypt.
The Tigray Kala, the Tigray was supported by Joe Biden. Yours truly.
It was you.
Americans were supporting them.
The West is also against Ethiopia's building of the dam. You know, they're siding with the Arab. The Arab League is against the dam. You know, so you got the Arab League, the West, and everything saying that we don't want that dam being built because it threatens the water supply and Egypt's survival and everything. So we got black people going to Egypt and everything, goes to Egypt and everything, and they're basically waging a geopolitical war that could spill into real bloodshed one day between Ethiopia, Sudan, and Egypt.
Well, I mean, Egypt was a lot smarter than that, though. Yeah, there is a dependence on the Nile, but they know that they know that that's a threat in the future. So they've already come up.
It's a threat now.
Well, they've already come up with ways to.
Okay, can you give us an article? Give me the ways that they said they still want to stop people blowing that dam.
Desalinization plants everywhere. They're really progressive with that.
Desalinization is not going to solve that problem. It's too costly. Everything. It's easy.
They have the infrastructure. They do it now, Kayla. What are you talking about? The whole city.
Okay, well, we'll see. But
the Red Sea. So
we'll see. We'll see about that. You know, we'll see how that plays in the future. So Ethiopia is building that dam, 25,000 megawatts, right? Could light up all of East Africa with cheap electricity. You know, and I'm all for it.
I mean, I don't think anybody's against that. They absolutely feel like
Egypt is
right. No, they're not. They just needed to have a presence there, and they do. So it's solved.
What you keep saying presence? Give me
and Kala, if the only source of water you had was the Nile, you would do the same thing too.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell.
Let's be honest. You would do, but it's true. African Union is supporting Ethiopia. The highlands.
Let me say this.
Coming from Ethiopia.
Let me say this, brother.
Yeah.
The problem is the fact that Egypt's claim to this, right, has nothing to do with it. It says that Ethiopia has no right to build a dam in its own country because the Nile belongs to Ethiopia by way of the British Empire.
They backed off of that. That was initially. Yeah, they backed off of that. Right now, actually, the dam is complete.
No, because they realize
it's really ready.
It's complete.
Yeah, it's done.
Filled.
It's done. Ethiopia will never be stopped.
Right. It's
and
filled.
So there was supposed to be a three-way. There was supposed to be a three-way agreement between Sudan, Ethiopia, and Egypt. But then there was a trouble. There was a dialogue going on, but then there was trouble in Khartoum right now. There was a fighting going on in Sudan. That
was Western driven.
Everything.
Now the fighting in Khartoum is Western driven, and it's
everything's Western driven. Arabs and all these other people are just peaceful people. They love each other, and any time you see conflict, they kill each other. We played a video, Bomani. Remember that? They're sitting there beating soldiers, sitting there just knocking citizens upside the head and whatnot. In Khartoum. About a month, 2 months ago. But it's all Western driven. We take black people to black people.
I've never seen America has, and Bomani, you were in the Navy too. I don't think I've ever seen the Navy pull a ship up to a country in Africa like that. So we have Navy ships. We had Navy ships off the coast of Sudan, right? When they were
the coast of Sudan. Sudan is landlocked.
Sudan is not landlocked.
Nope, they have a coast. Red Sea. They have access to the Red Sea.
You have a small thing. That's in North Sudan.
That's Sudan. It's still okay. So the point is we had a ship pull up there, right? Which never has happened, and then all this unrest started happening. While that unrest was happening, this was back when the America and the other countries, they needed more gold to shore up the currency because the currency is jacked. They're in there stealing resources out of Sudan. That's what this whole conflict is about.
That's a little far-fetched, but I'll take your word for
it. Okay.
Everybody got these conspiracy theories.
It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy fact. Only one African country that you see in a Navy ship pull up to for no reason.
The U.S. Navy is
and they were behind the coup in Guinea. We all know that they trained that guy.
They were.
America is all over. They're in Djibouti. They have the biggest base in Africa in Djibouti.
Mombasa.
That's where they're bombing Somalia for the Al-Shabaab. They're also doing the Navy reconnaissance, whatever, out of Sudan.
And I don't support the United States in military intervention in Africa at all.
Yeah.
But let me ask
all
you
China's building, America's destroying.
Let
me ask you a question. Do you support Al-Shabaab?
Nobody supports that. Nobody likes them.
All right, so
if more Somali Muslim, they've been killed.
Get rid of them, right? And they asked the United States to do it, right? What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it, but are they? Do they really want to get rid of them, or are they empowering? Because
that's what I said. We always go back and forth.
I've been following where they're bombing, and they're not Al-Shabaab. They're bombing.
Boko Haram clearly say that we want an Islamic caliphate. We'll kill everybody and everything like that, right? And then next thing you know, Nigeria is saying we can't handle these people and everything like that. They're running us like that. So the United States steps in and says, "Please help us," whatever like that. Then it goes back to the United States created Boko Haram to begin with to go into Nigeria and everything. I think it's black people just need to be quiet on geopolitics. We just say we don't know what the hell's going on. We don't know anything. We just basically just go by our feelings. And we go by our emotions.
Or you read the media that's there, or you watch the television, or you're reading the paper. You're hearing the reports. So,
but you didn't give us any reports on how they're stealing out of the Sudan.
Yeah, have you seen the guy who took over Guinea? The guy who took over Guinea had pictures taken with the U.S. Army. The day before the coup, like 7 days before the coup. I mean, come on, it's
right.
They've been doing the same thing in Congo since 1955.
We know the United States behind coups in Africa. You're singing to the choir. We all know about that, right? But you got to understand something, right? There's not one coup that if any country it was really stabilized and they were unified and they were really doing the right thing, and they would not need the United States for a coup. The United States only comes in when they know they can play with people and they know they can do it. They're not going to go to a country and say, something, that country is doing real well and everything. We're not going to. Why? Because the average person in that country is like, what the hell am I changing my government for? We got everything going on here. It's an endless cycle of coup. When people get it out of the coup, get in power, right? After like a year, right? People are like, man, I thought things were gonna change. And then the United States say, something, we gotta get rid of this guy. It's like the friggin' the mouse and the king and the mouse. The king brings in the cat to get rid of the mice, right? The cats become a problem, right? You're bringing in dogs, right? Dogs become a problem. You bring in the lions. The lions create a problem. You bring the elephants in.
I mean, but isn't that the West doing that to them though? Isn't that them?
Well, but what I'm saying is though, the West is not going to do anything, right? Unless there's a need, right? Look, for example,
yeah, but they're causing the need though.
But hold up. How come this is not happening in Asia?
They're stronger in Asia.
It is happening.
They had.
Tell me.
If we're talking about China,
tell me about Taiwan. Lee Kuan Yew, Singapore President Lee Kuan Yew said the CIA tried to recruit him, and they said no. Do you know the CIA tried to assassinate Fidel Castro 27 times and failed?
Right.
27 times.
It's a rare case.
But the bottom line is this:
assassinated
in Africa, right? In Africa, all you have to do. Let me give you another example, right? What I'm talking about, right? This is how when you have a weak country, right? Weak country. In Iran, right? Iran, the president Mossad, right? He was a democratically elected president, right? He nationalized the British oil industry and everything. Built infrastructure. Iran was a real progressive country, right? The CIA conspired with the British thing. Said we got to end this, right? You know what they did? They recruited, right, students. They recruited dissidents. These people just wanted troublemakers and everything like that, right? They gave them media coverage and everything, right? And then next thing you know, people are out there rioting. They were doing it, and the country spiraled out of control, right? Next thing you know, the president steps down, right? And the United States installed the Shah of Iran in power. You know what they did with the Shah of Iran in power? No one knew who this guy was. They did a whole profile. He was the descendant of this ancient thing right there. He was going to do the United States bidding. The United States and the British got the oil fields back and everything under the Shah of Iran and everything. And then people looked up as the students like, what the hell did we just do? Because in countries that don't use reason and logic and everything, it's easy for these West to come in, right? But the countries that are really strong and nationalistic, right? The United States and all these other people can't do that with, It's been proven. When countries are real nationalistic and everything, they got a homogeneous population. That's why they always create countries where you got Sunni, Shiites, Kurds, everything, because you can easily manipulate these groups of people anytime they want to get out of line. In Iraq, suddenly, remember that in the first Gulf War? We got to rescue the Kurds, and the Kurds are and the Shiites are the thing. Once Iraq, Saddam Hussein was out of Kuwait, what happened with the Kurds movement, right? The Kurds were, we don't need you anymore. But the CIA does that. It has every group of people in every country, right? The CIA profiles, right? This is a person here. This is a person there. If this person gets out of line, okay, we got these contacts here. We put them together. We give them money and everything like that. They'll start our propaganda machine on that. We'll arm them. We'll give them recognizances and everything. And next thing you know, they tried that with the Bay of Pigs in Cuba, and they failed.
But you said it though. Like, so Africa is not homogeneous. So you can't have a situation like that.
Yeah, because they haven't adopted Pan-Africanism and Black nationalism as a thing.
And also the way the Europeans have been entrenched in Africa, Asia was not like the same. I'm sure France still controls how many? 26 African countries.
Right.
They use the franc money, which is the franc. They cannot even. So if you can use that money in Guinea, all the way to Gabon, they use the same money.
That's Africans. Africans wanted that.
So
You
yeah,
sell
so
it
in Africa, the European, the
the
what?
visa and
It's
all the stuff
easier.
that France gives you.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is it's easier for America to manipulate, change whatever they do in Africa because the system's already there. You know, Asia, I don't think they have been affected as much as Europeans have affected Africa. That's why it's easier. The other thing is we're also used against each other. What happened to the guy in Congo? He was the president. Everything was good. Everybody liked him, and all of a sudden, his brother was
Yeah,
used to
I know.
eliminate him.
Move to Sese Seko.
But built to second circle.
Yeah,
That
I
is
say
the problem
bottom
in
line,
Africa. Anywhere,
CIA
yeah.
installed him.
So that is one thing that we have wherever we are, Africans. Even in America today, the guy who's coming to your doors is FBI, is another African. It's just that has been the case. Um,
Now,
all you gotta
when
say
you
is you
say
want to throw.
Asia,
Right now they're trying to get rid of Uganda president Museveni. Watch, they're watching that guy. He's been talking too much. He invited the Iranian president. He's 89 or something like that. They cannot stand him. He's anti. He's been signing bills left, right. The
Yeah,
same.
he did some deals with Israel.
Also,
They
this.
don't like.
Yeah, yeah. So this
Yeah.
bill is also being signed in Kenya. It's affecting all the other countries, and right now they're trying to get rid of him. Watch.
Well, they're gonna get
All
him.
they have to do is just. Yeah, all they have to do is just visit a village and say, "Take this guy out. We support you." And another African is going to do it.
Or
So
find
that
one of
has
the
been our
alphabet people. Find one of the alphabet
Yep.
people in Uganda,
Yes.
and they'll
Yep.
they'll do it, and then they'll blame it on that.
Yep. They
It's
can't
instead
stand the
of
guy in
saying
Rwanda.
it's political.
Yeah. Same thing with Rwanda.
Yeah.
They can't stand him as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you like China more than America, they will not stand. They cannot stand you. If you like Russia or China, you cannot stay in power.
No, what I'm saying is we don't have free
That's what the
African.
West want.
African countries aren't free.
Nope.
You know, that's what I'm saying. African
You know,
countries.
they have black leadership. They're not free, and it's a sad.
Freedom only comes through bloodshed. African countries don't have nuclear weapons. Do you think Africa would be going through this if countries had nuclear weapons? Do you think there would be sanctions on Zimbabwe if African countries like, let's say, South Africa, let's say Rwanda, had nuclear weapons? No, they would have to negotiate carefully. You know, and Africa, they will never let Africans have nuclear weapons, and that should be the goal. One day, us having that bomb, you know, and they would negotiate from a position of power and strength. Because right now, even though you're saying, well, we never invaded Africa. Well, they caused internal wars. Africa's always, every war you see in Africa comes internally. It's never another country invading another country. It's always something from within. And that's how Europeans operate in Africa, you know? If you don't like somebody and everything like that, we have these guerrillas over here that'll come in and we'll give them support and everything. We'll give them press coverage. You know, the most important thing is their propaganda. Right. They'll give press coverage in the West and whatnot. Say these freedom fighters. They'll call them freedom fighters. You know, the same thing they did with the Contras. You know, and the Sandinistas in Nicaragua. You know, the Sandinistas were bloodthirsty communists and everything, and the Sandinistas and the Contras were freedom fighters. You know, for democracy and everything. And they both were just basically rebel groups vying for power. You know, and then what gets me is social media, right? We're supposed to have people that call themselves social media. We haven't even been able to change the narrative because black social media is absolutely useless, you know?
Yeah, but black social media doesn't stand a chance against these major machines, and they're monitoring what we say. You can only say so much, and you're still on YouTube. Black social media doesn't exist. This is white social media we own.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I tell you people like, oh, Shady Jackson's about content creators. We're a freaking joke.
All you're doing is piggybacking on the celebrity garbage that they put out here all day.
Exactly.
So you gotta put a celebrity in the title and piggyback off the mass media's push in their media.
And that passes with content creation.
Right. Yeah, exactly. But you can't control any narrative. You know, you can't control any narrative that way. That's the unfortunate part. But I mean, hey, all we can do is what we can do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just keep doing what we're doing. You know, at least You know, if I'm on this panel right here, and you know how I feel, and people, oh, that's how we think about this, what I, you know, they know my opinion is not swayed by all this nonsense because everybody want to go along to get along. I said stuff I don't agree with and everything like that. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what the chorus and the echo chamber of social media saying. When I have my opinions, my beliefs, and I stick to them. You know.
Now, okay, so when you're juxtaposing Africa to Asia. When you say Asia, you're talking about countries like what, like China, Singapore?
When I talk about Asia, I'm talking about the newly industrialized countries of Southeast Asia. How did those countries do it? Japan, during the era in Ndaga, that means powerful yen in the late 80s, right? You know what they did with all that capital they built up, right, from selling us cars, computers, everything like that? They transferred all those $1 trillion in yen and built up Southeast Asia. They invested in Singapore. They invested in Thailand. They invested in Malaysia. They invested in South Korea. Right now, China and China and Japan does $300 billion worth of trade a year, right? Korea and Japan does like almost that much, right? So therefore, Asia is built up its infrastructure, and Southeast Asia, Singapore's per capita income is higher than its former colonizer, Great Britain, at $75,000 a year per capita income. What I'm saying is they had this thing in 1955 called the Bandung Conference, right? They said, look, you know, the problem is they understood that we're Asians, right? We want to build Asia up, right? Get rid of colonialism, everything. At the same time, right, while Africa was on independence, Europeans dug into Africa. You know, people think that there was an independence movement in Africa. Actually, the only reason why it was independence is because Europe was weak. It had to do something, so they gave Africa this false independence. At the same time, Europeans dug into Africa. At the same time, they knew it was losing Asia because of the Bandung Conference, where Asians were working together to build the economy and the infrastructure and the intellectual and rise millions of Asians out of poverty into the middle class. You know, that never happened in Africa.
Well, Africa. Well, Matrell, I think she said she's about to go, right?
Yeah.
All right, Michelle. Good talking to you.
You have a good night.
All right, brother. Take care, brother. Always good connecting with you.
No, Matrell's going.
I'm gonna go.
Yeah, brother, sister.
No, because so I heard keep walking, and somebody said that. All right, Michelle. Appreciate you, sister. Appreciate you joining and talking with our good brother Chief X. So that was a good reunion and a reconnection.
That was a good video.
Yeah, I hope he does come to Egypt with us. That's going to be fun.
That was a good video. Yeah. That video that you had was good, very good. I liked it. Enjoyed it. Are you in Egypt now?
No, actually, my daughter's getting ready to have I'm going to have my third grandbaby, a grandson, with any time now. So I just got here today. I got to Atlanta today, and waiting for him to come. Then I'm going back.
Congratulations. Yeah.
You don't look like you got children. That's crazy.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
All right, Bomani. So it was nice talking with you guys. It was interesting.
I appreciate you. You take care.
Okay.
Michelle. All
Yeah,
right.
Good night.
Good night.
Oh, good night. So, Kyle, that was what I was about to ask you. These Asian places you're talking about don't have the resources that Africa has. They're not
exactly.
really that
type rely on resources.
And they're all playing ball. All of them are playing ball. They got U.S. corporations all up and through these countries.
Let me tell you something, brother. Africa, when you say Africa has resources, that's been Africa's curse, because Africa relies too much on resources. And the thing Asia built up is human resources. You know, if you could build modern, and also Asia's built when you build people into the middle class, right? That middle class person is going to live in an apartment with a refrigerator, house, everything. Instead, that person have to go out there and fish every day. He's going to buy his fish from a market, right? That stimulates the economy. He's going to work a regular job, everything like that. So everything from having insurance, having his own condo, mortgage on his condo and everything, his own bank account, everything. That's how you build a modern economy, by building the person up. Have an education, have a good job, healthcare, all these sectors right there, access to transportation, communication, entertainment, and everything. You have a huge market of people. A given country, 20 million people have television in the household. How many people in Africa have television in the household? Not many. The only thing Africa is getting news from is through the internet. I think it's a shame. I think every African country should have television, broadcasting, and everything like that, like they do in Asia. So therefore, when you have people have television, right? Now you have a new market, a captive market to sell products in, and sell products in. So therefore, they created their own domestic economies. African countries want to create things to sell overseas instead of creating a customer base in Africa, right? You do that by lifting people out of poverty and creating a middle class.
Yeah. I feel like they need the unity to kind of get these big countries. We got all these tiny countries. It's just going to be difficult to do with these.
Let me say this. I was on Kazori's show last night, right? And I broke it down to him again, right? I said, look, Africa has 1 billion people on the continent, right? It's 5 times the size of India, right? India has 1 billion people, right?
Right.
But it has 1 billion people is governed and controlled by one government. Same thing with China. China doesn't have to say, well, geez, 1 billion people. Let me go see what this part of the country look. They have one central government in Beijing. This is the thing we could centralize planning. There's no centralized planning in Africa because you got all these countries and their control over areas 5 times the size.
Yeah, but China is like dominated by the Huns, and it's not that many ethnicities compared to Africa. That's the challenge.
All right, but they also got Cantonese. They got people in Hong Kong have a different culture and stuff like that. But what I'm saying is the fact of the matter is that because of the size of China, right? Even if they didn't have that, the size of China, right? They have 1 billion people in a land about not even 20% of Africa's surface,
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, Africa is so vast. How do you basically coordinate that? The only country with a popular population density is Rwanda. That's the only country in Africa with a proper population density to really develop.
Right. Now, it's a lot of challenges when you come to Africa. A lot of challenges. It's hard. Most of the coastline, you can't even build ports.
You can build ports. What you could do is use breakwaters and land reclamation. You can build ports any place,
Mm.
We studied all this.
Why do you think they don't do it?
Well, money, and money. Look at Nigeria built a new port, the Lekki port.
I never heard about that.
Yeah, the Lekki port is Cameroon's building a new port too. So is the port of Lamu in Kenya, a new port.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
see, because there was a lot of
even though you build a port, right, you still need industrialists and investors to make products and everything. And the Lekki port was supposed to be we're in. This is the sad part about Nigeria, right? It has 200 million people, right? The Lekki port was going to be like, okay, we're going to build this port. They got it done, right? Investors are going to come in and sell, make products for Nigeria, right? But this thing is, Nigeria also has this massive poverty, and so it's not, thing outside of Lagos, you can't sell anything in Nigeria,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So until Nigeria builds cities with middle class people and everything like that got consumption. What is an underestimated consumer base that people don't talk about that Asia found out? Youth.
Mm.
Do you know everything from cosmetics and clothing and fashion, everything? Japanese girls, right? And Japanese women. They buy all the products, they buy stuff like this, and young Japanese men, and so they live with their parents. So they got a lot of income to spend. In Africa, it's different. At 12 and 13, you're out there on the market with a thing on your head. Now, I'm not trying to make fun, a basket on your head to trying to sell. You cannot.
That's what I was about to say. That youth ain't got no money, and the real issue is the money's there. Nigeria has the largest economy on the damn continent, but
actually South Africa.
No, South Africa has the most per capita.
right?
Yeah, and also it has the most developed economy. Nigeria
No,
doesn't
yeah,
have any
but I'm
heavy
saying
industry.
just in the sheer volume, Nigeria
You
is the
know
largest.
what that comes from, right? That don't fool by Nigerians, right? Nigeria, if you take away, let's say cell phones, right, and stuff like that, right, that adds to their GDP. You know, Nigerians, people, the cell phones and everything like that, right? Take that away and whatnot. So,
They don't produce cell phones though, do they?
no,
They
I'm
only
talking
got
about
like
cell
one.
phone services. Cell phone services.
Okay.
Cell phone services, because Nigeria is such a large country, right? That adds to that inflates the numbers for the GDP. Well, you got South Africa, you have a balanced portfolio. You have industries, you have steel, you have platinum, you have banking, you have real estate, you have international trade. You know, you have manufacturing and everything like that. You know, and so the what I call the physical economy, right, where manufactured goods are manufactured, right. Beef industry, chicken industry, frozen foods, also like food manufacturing. South Africa basically ships everything from milk to frozen food all up to Zambia.
No. Listen, nobody is questioning. South Africa's running circles around Nigeria. So is Egypt and a couple other African countries. But I'm just saying, in terms of sheer volume, the issue in Nigeria is their income, the inequality. The income inequality and the wealth disparity is ridiculous. They got like one of the worst distributions of wealth on the
They
planet.
have no middle class. They have no middle. There's no industrial jobs. There's nobody.
Right.
There's
Yeah,
nobody.
they have very high corruption, very, very, very high corruption.
Yeah, and these people, they take the money
Yes,
and they take it other
very,
places. If they would just invest the corrupt money back into the damn
yes,
economy, they might be okay.
Why would you do a
yeah,
country that you don't believe in?
That's what.
it's,
I
yeah,
remember
it's
when I was out
very,
there,
yeah, it's very.
I was asking people, and that's what they kept telling me. I'm like, why don't they just steal the money and put it back in? They're like, well, look, they look at it once they get the money. They look at the best place to invest, and they're like, hey, I got stronger investments in UK, US. I can invest my money. I have stronger investments there. I was like, damn, man, that's cool. So you're gonna take the money and not even put any of it back? They're like, yep, nope. What were you saying? Keep walking.
Yeah. Funding for like right. They're doing good in terms of like infrastructure. I don't know if you ever seen Nigeria now. They're expending a lot of money on freeways, highways.
Yeah, but the thing is,
trying
though,
to
they're
make
not building themselves.
but still, there's a lot of
bro. They got some.
There's a lot of corruption,
South,
though. A lot of the money, yeah.
the highways in the South are pure garbage. The only place you are able to do that is in the North, up around Abuja.
Abuja has a nice highway system.
Yeah, Abuja, but Abuja is so small. There's barely anybody there. So Abuja has a nice highway system, and then you can get to Kano, you can get to Kaduna, you know, a few of those railroad places up there. But most of the people are in Lagos, and the highways are trash.
Of the economy.
Yeah, highways are garbage. Ibadan's the largest city. The highways are like subpar. I mean, just to get from Lagos to Ibadan, you're gonna sink onto water. You need a fucking submarine because they got.
Out, when I was basically talking to John Cashin.
How long ago were you there, brother?
And he was supposed to hit a generator in the background.
Oh, January? Oh, okay.
People using generators to this day because the grid is not good. You know, in Lagos, a major city.
Yeah.
No, I was there 2 years ago. I was there for about 6 months.
Oh, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been watching the video. There's this guy that does the HD videos where he does the driving from city to city, and they really look good.
Oh, I seen that guy.
Yeah.
He, I think I know who you're talking about. He's like always driving in his car, showing you the view out the window, right?
Yeah, like literally all he does is just videos.
A lot of people do
highways.
Yeah, he cherry picks. He'll
I like those.
He'll go to Ikoyi. He'll be in Lekki. Then he'll be in Sokoro. Like he'll be in the
don't
best.
Be fooled.
Right.
It'll
be a slum right behind him. He'll just turn the phone to the other window. And he'll be like, oh, look at this beautiful land. Just look at this. Look at the.
Hey, what about? Have you been? Did you go to Banana Island? Banana Island, the transmission.
He has a motorcycle.
I've been to Banana Island.
We will check out the track. Did they ever fix that transmission tower? It was laying over in the lake.
I didn't see it. And then so Ikoyi, next to Banana Island,
is a part of Ikoyi, basically. You take a bridge and you go over to the island. But Ikoyi is the place right next to it. A building in Ikoyi, it was about, how many stories?
It collapsed. I remember that.
13, yeah, building collapsed in the best area. Because when I was looking at where I wanted to stay, and I liked Lekki Phase 1, or Victoria Island is like the industrial banana island, you know what I mean? So Victoria Island, Lekki 1, and then like above those is Ikoyi, and a building collapsed in Ikoyi.
Yeah, everybody was trying to say, "Oh, baby, you know that wasn't detonated, Colin." No, they were just sitting out there. The building started collapsing. But why notice how he had the camera? They knew that was good. No, the dude was just helps. He probably saw something that something's going on, and next thing you know, the building just collapsed. He had happened to capture it on camera. I saw that.
My understanding was that, what they do is they build the building, and then later on, after the fact, they come and build on top of it. But the base wasn't built for all the extra building, but they're trying to get the extra money. And there's no real code. There's no, there's so much fucking corruption. You can kind of just do whatever. And the next thing you know, you built it too high, and then the damn thing collapses.
Yeah.
Damn.
You build a building one thing off, right? And one beam is off, whatever like that, the vibration, everything like that goes in the building, it has to be completely sound. You know what I'm saying?
But
if you don't build that thing right from the foundation, it's going to collapse eventually.
A lot of these places don't have basic code. Like, I'll give you an example. I was just in Cotonou last year. I'm in my hotel room, and this is a lot of rooms in Africa. Bomani probably could back me up on this, where the room locks with a key from the inside.
Wow.
Right? So you have to lock. In order to lock your door, you have to lock a turnkey lock from the inside. And
the skeleton key.
Door. Right. So I'm like, okay, if a fire jumps off in here and I can't find the key.
Yeah, that's not safe. Not safe.
Say what?
Can you leave the key on the?
That's not safe with that skeleton key situation.
Yeah. No, you can leave the key in, but what I'm saying is, if there's a fire and it's hot in there, what if I can't turn the key or something? That door is supposed to just immediately open. And then they don't have the proper emergency doors, right? Because those are all locked. So you'll just be locked in. You try to run and you'll be locked in.
Yeah.
I don't know why. You never noticed that?
No,
I don't know where you're from, keep walking, but you notice when you're in the West, you always can open everything from the inside.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You have to have for because of fire. It's in.
But they're not taking
the building. The construction will not pass. Will not pass without permit if they don't do inspection of that. So.
Yeah, but I'm like, so you can see that any given day. You'll see, you got places where you'll just be locked inside. I'm like, bro, some type of fire jump off, you screwed.
You're so right. I mean, can you imagine if the earthquake that happened in Turkey happened? We would be, a lot of people would be dying. I would agree that there's no code. There's no really. Although Rwanda is different, though. I've been watching Rwanda, and the company that is actually building it's a lady from Minnesota. So yeah, they are motherizing. They're using real code. They're testing. So hopefully we see that everywhere in Africa.
So are they? So they're doing better with code and all that type of stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, they got a
inspection. Well, without inspection, it's not gonna pass. No.
They got a stronger government, and they don't got all the definitions. Yes. Let me ask you, Kala. You studied a lot. Now they say there's 68 languages and all that bullshit in Nigeria and all these countries. They always say there's like 58 plus languages. I don't believe that. What do you think about that?
Well, this is what it is. You got to say something. There's language,
dialects, right?
There's dialect, and written language, right? Let me give you an example. Liberia, our ancestors basically called like 15 different people Gribbos, right? Because their language was sort of the same. Like, there's no people like Gribbo crew. We just named them Gribbo and everything. Over time period, right, languages come together until somebody basically creates a dictionary, right, and says this, and have people are educated, right, and certain words are put in, certain words are get out, and okay, this is going to be our word for this and everything, and people are educated on time. That's what happens. That's not happening in these places. There's maybe different dialects and everything, but no one's ever put together, okay, this is going to be the such and such language right here. Because all these languages, 100 of them are all the same, but we're going to basically make a uniform language and everything. That did not happen in Africa, right? Unfortunately, right, the language that people use to communicate, which was Arabic or was English. You know what I'm saying? So
But
the
major ethnic groups have standardized there.
Yes,
But I'm
you
saying
can
the
say
major
the
ethnic
ethnic
groups
groups standardize their language and everything. Yes, but the other people don't. And that's the sad part about Africa. You got people walking around now. If they want to get educated and everything, they got to leave their language, learn Hausa, learn Yoruba, and learn Igbo, whatever like that, or learn English. These things just learn English. So
I don't know, man. I don't believe. I think they're trying to make it seem they're trying to make it seem as if there's more diversity than there really is. I don't believe
I
that.
think people's
500
socialization, right?
Are you saying that there's no? Are you saying the languages do not exist?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying, this is what I think they did. So I'll give you an example. Yoruba. There's no such thing as a Yoruba. Yoruba comes from a Yariba was what the Hausa would call the it was one the it's one clan under what we call the Yoruba today. They call them Yariba, and now then people who are scholars kind of took that name and just wrote it down and said these are the Yoruba people.
That's the same thing happened in
Right.
Liberia.
Right, and
These are the Yoruba
now
people.
and now they're saying, okay, we're Yoruba, right? But if you ask them, they know that that's not the true history. And if you look at the old culture or whatever, there's no such thing as that, right?
Yeah, and I try. That's what we try to tell Mike O and all of them. We're Yorubas and whatnot. Dude, man, your history is fake. It was given to you.
Right.
We don't know, the real history. Like Zulus. Zulus only been around for
But how do you explain the language though? The languages do exist.
No,
but there's different
this is where I'm going. So this is where I'm going.
Yeah.
So now, so you have Elisha, you have Ekiti, you have people in Abeokuta, you have all these different clans that call themselves Yorubas now. There's dozens of them, right? And then you have different Yoruba land is vast. There's like 50 million of them, right? And they cross borders. There's Yorubas also in Benin Republic. So what I think they're doing is they're taking all these these different versions of the Yoruba language, because they'll say, hey, I'm from the East. If you go to the western part of Yoruba land, the dialect is different. Some people I can't understand a little bit.
Same thing with the French. You understand how the French did it? The French were Calvinists, Lombards, Gauls, all these other people, and
they standardized.
They standardized during the Roman occupation, and they spoke. They had and when they learned Roman Latin, right, all these languages came together and became French, French,
Right.
So,
so that's just the Yorubas, right? So I talked to this Igbo girl. She had to do her service in the South. She was from Igbo land. She moved to the South to do her thing. There's a tribe out there where she can speak her language. They speak a different language, but there's so many words that are the same. She says she can communicate, even though she doesn't fully know
exactly.
So you see how what they're doing is they're saying all these languages are totally different languages. So they're coming up with the number of 500. But in reality, there's not no.
Reality is only a few of them.
Right.
Well,
what
maybe
I
believe. that may be in Nigeria, but I'll tell you in Kenya, that's not the case. I've been there.
How is it in Kenya?
Kikuyu is completely different from Luo.
Right.
And the Somali is different from the.
Well, how many?
They have 78 languages. So each country approximately have about 50 or 70. So that's why there's 3,000 languages in Africa. That's why they say this. But the dialect, from what you're telling me in Yoruba land, it's sort of like America too. I really cannot understand anybody from Louisiana.
Right. My best friend is in Kenya right now. Are you Kenyan?
I've been to Kenya. I've been to Kenya. No.
Yeah, my best friend is out there. He was just
Bless.
in Caribe. How do you say that slum? He just
Caribou?
left there yesterday. Caribe?
Oh, is that island?
No, Caribe is the biggest slum in Africa. It's like right
Oh,
outside.
yeah, the slam. Okay, yeah, in Nairobi.
Yeah. He was just there teaching the class or something. Yeah. So you believe that there's 68 or 78 languages?
Oh, yeah. They're totally, yeah. They do have some words will come in, just like the like English has a bunch of French words, But
so you think
totally
I could get
different.
78 people in a room who don't understand each other? I mean, provided that
they'll use Swahili. They'll use Swahili or English, but yeah, they're different languages.
Oh yeah, I'm saying provided that they don't speak Swahili or English. I don't, man. Yeah. I don't believe that. I want to see. I might do that, man. I might make a project. I think I'm gonna do because I'm a videographer. I might make a project. I want to hear.
Now you go to Malawi. Malawi, that's completely different.
Huh?
Yeah, Malawi. All of these countries.
But where is this information coming from, though? Right? Where is this information coming from? Who is? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, where's the paperwork? Where can I study this? Where can I? That's what I need to find out because I'm like, they just say this and we just accept it. Huh?
There's no, there's each country has their own library. You can find this in Kenya. You can actually go to YouTube and actually type each tribe, Luo, for example, and if you like radios or something like that, you can also check their FM locations and try to listen to them. But you will not understand a word, man. Today it's the digital world. It's kind of easier, man, to find out how each language sound. But there's a bunch of Swahili words in each language. But they're different languages.
They're saying there's 42 tribes, but there's 68 languages.
Yeah, Ethiopia is also the same. A lot of languages: Amharic, Oromo, Tigray, the Gija, Saho, Afar. Yeah, they have completely different language. I mean, Africa is very diverse. It's one of the things why people cannot come together. Each tribe has their own chiefdom. The Europeans came and said, "Okay, this is your country. We are going to bring you together. We call you Ethiopia." There are even some Sudanese, South Sudanese tribes in Ethiopia. That's how they carved up the borders, so there will never be peace.
When I go to you go to like the middle belt, you do find a lot of different tribes. Like if you're in Abuja, Nasarawa, like in the middle, away from the major cities, or when you go to the south, that's another place. When I keep like trying to guess where people are from, they're like, "No, I'm not that tribe." "Oh, you're Igbo?" "No, I'm this." And every day was like something different.
Yeah.
But I don't believe all these crazy numbers. Like, what's the?
Oh, you're breaking up. Your audio is gone.
All right. I cannot hear anyone, but keep walking.
Yeah, I think it's because I was trying to Google how many languages they say
okay.
in Nigeria. I think it's 500. Hold on.
Oh, 500 languages in Nigeria? Oh, wow. I did not even know that. That's a lot. Man, that's a lot.
Okay, 525. That's what they're saying.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't believe that.
Papua New Guinea was the country they said had the most. I forgot how many languages. But
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Everybody says it, but I probably have to ask.
But what we need is I told Carla what we need is the Pan-African Party.
Yeah, but what's
the way the Europeans did? the Europeans did this to get the European Union. They had this. They had a party in each country, same vision, same idea. Go to your village. Go
But
to
the
your
thing is,
city.
though, we cannot do that.
Teach. We
We
need to come
cannot,
together.
brother.
I think that's the only way. Peace
We
and
cannot do that in poverty.
political agenda.
We cannot do that in poverty. Right. Africa, in order for you to do that, let me tell you something. You have to, there's a difference between being interested in Africa and having an interest, right? Right now, Africa, right, Africa loses $100 billion a year in net capital outflow because it does not have the infrastructure and everything like that to think. Also, the brain drain, you know. The thing is, though, you got African countries are new. You know, when you see a lot of African countries, they're trying to make strides and everything like that. But, you know, the idea of industrialization, you know, we have to create an African middle class. You know, the average African does not want to hear anything about Pan-Africanism, right? What they're thinking about is how they do their next meal, right? Their next meal. They're looking online and seeing people living these good lives overseas. And Africans always desire to live overseas and stuff like that. So when you come to talk about Pan-Africanism, it has to be done in phases, right? How does it affect Africans on the continent immediately? You know? Immediately, you know? And Africa had all these decades to put a plan in place, but it has not happened, you know? You know, it's just sad that if we want cars, computers, and all this stuff like that, we want a modern way of living, right? If we was able to produce that ourselves, right, you would have you have an African middle class, right? Then once you have an African middle class, then you can say, hey, look, let's build and protect our interests. Our interests will be that we work together, right? Right now, there's Africans do better work with the Chinese, Lebanese as individuals. There's nothing you can't have Pan-Africanism and you're doing all your business with everybody outside of Africa. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the question, though. That's what I'm saying. What is the logistics? It's like, hey, we need to come together. Yeah, that sounds good until we look at the logistical nightmare.
Well, like I said, they had to play it back in the 60s with the OAU, and like I said, in Liberia, and Liberia was ahead of that, you know. And they said Liberia was the one who came with the idea we need to unite the continent, and Kwame Nkrumah agreed and everything. The OAU was supposed to be the preemptive organization. Idi Amin said he would supply troops in the African peacekeeping mission. Right now, there's no peacekeeping force, black peacekeeping force that's under a sovereignty of any body. You know, African countries may supply their own troops to thing, but there's no sovereign body that says, okay, this country is going to contribute this many troops right here. You know, and also where are these troops going to be housed at? Well, this country is going to help us build a base right here. We're going to have bases, 26 bases all over the continent, right? We're going to have international zones and everything like that where people can fly in and out of these bases right here and everything like that. So when we talk about Pan-Africanism, it got to be more than just meeting and hugging and shaking and wearing dashiki and biting goofy-ass African-Americans over to talk about a bunch of stupid stuff and everything. You know, you got to look at how the Asians did it. The Asians are serious about doing business with each other. You know? Black people.
I mean, they have foreign direct investment, though. That's what we need.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I disagree about the foreign direct investment, right? Because let me give you an example, right? Everything that Africa consumes, right? It can be grown on the continent. Why is Africa importing fish? Do we need foreign investment, direct investment, to invest in our modern fishing industry? You know, why are we importing frozen fish from Vietnam? Why are we importing from? Let me give you an example. I talked to some of Angolan people, as you know, right? They're saying Angola right now has a huge middle class and everything. You know, they got money, so they got kind of lazy. Angola is getting importing chicken parts, fish, everything like that. And they're saying the money that we're wasting on imports, right? Which we basically could be making ourselves. And we're importing them from places like Asia and Europe and everything, Portugal and everything.
Tell you why? Logistics.
Well, I know that.
And all that. That's why.
I know that, but what I'm saying is this though. This is why I say you have Lekki Port in Nigeria, right? You have Angola has like 4 different ports, modern ports on this coast. You know, and Luanda has Benguela. It has several ports, and also Angola is building a rail line across to the Indian Ocean. Angola has good infrastructure. You know,
Okay.
what you don't have is the political, cultural connection. Like I said to myself, my Angolan people, I said, you guys. They said we don't know anybody in West Africa. I said, you kidding me? You're on the same continent. And I had to introduce a lot of Angolans to Ghanaians, Liberians, everything. I said, yeah, we're just, we're so tied in. And they said, look, we got the Brazilians here. They think they're part of us now and everything. We want our connection with the black world. We got a lot to offer. And it's not just logistics. You have to start forming these relationships between Africans, African Americans, and stuff like that to get it done. And we don't have that. We don't really have that.
I know. I talked to a guy. You'll do fishing on the coastline, where you bring it in or whatever, and then by the time you try to distribute it all throughout Nigeria, it's so expensive to get around, and the roads are so poor, and there's so few routes, and all that. That's that you lose all your margin by the time you do it. So if I could bring in some frozen or processed fish,
But why can't Africans get into the frozen and processing fish market?
Right. And yeah, I mean, I know
It's
a lot
really,
of them do, at least informally.
Yeah, with that all informal stuff.
It's like you said, brother. It's infrastructure.
Africa has to build
infrastructure. Yeah.
Frozen fish distribution, refrigeration, warehouse. Stop playing games with infrastructure. That's why we created the Black African Infrastructure Organization. We focus on infrastructure. We build infrastructure to the highest level. We'll be free.
It's great that people in Africa have, like, literally, if you go to these villages, you have a fishing village. For example, Gambia has, they call it Tench, but it's family. It's family owned. Okay, it's like one guy living, 5 guys living on a tiny dinghy, whatever they call it.
It's called subsistence.
And whatever they catch, yes, it's manual labor. But if they start something like if they get supported though with like modern nets and like refrigerators, like Carlo was saying, I think it will improve.
Build modern marinas.
Also, there's also a farm in the United States right now. A lot of the salmon. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. Do you think the salmon is wild caught? No, it's actually farm. They're farm.
Freezing.
Yeah.
Refrigeration.
They are farm.
Like that is important. That means you need electricity.
And that is your tax dollars, so my friend. That's why we got this cheese and this milk in your fridge that you will never run out, because they got supported. Subsidy. There's subsidy. You have to support these industries. They have to have infrastructure. But right now, what they're doing is just one family is just going to the sea. Yeah, so that's not.
And what's happening is the Vietnamese and all these people, they're supplying Africans what they need. They say your restaurants. Think about that's just open people. Restaurants use fish, and they say, look, the local people can't keep up with demand, so we got to buy our fish from the Lebanese and the Indians and everybody else that's going to supply, because they got the modern fishing methods, And so like I said, we have Black people in America. We come to Africa and say, look, man, when somebody you invite us to Africa, and like this President Ruko say, look, man, I'm about infrastructure. If you're not talking about infrastructure, keep your visas. Keep your visas. We got many Black people working in the modern fishing industry in cities like Wilmington, right here in the Chesapeake area, right here, that know all about modern fishing and cannery and stuff like that. Instead of recruiting those type of Black people, say, look, we need your help and expertise and modernize our fishing industry. African countries don't do that.
Yeah, the chicken was coming from Portugal, in Sierra Leone. One of the videos that I watched was coming from. The Europeans were like having fun, because they.
Where was the chicken coming from?
I think the chicken was coming from Portugal or somewhere, Spain or Portugal.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying African, and also Kamara was like, well, we don't have the chicken feed. You could grow the chicken feed yourself. It don't take much to grow corn. My granddad used to have a chicken farm. All chickens need is corn. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, you could grow your own
It's not even
hatchery.
soybeans. Soybean
Yeah,
right now. It's
you
in
know.
United States. It's in Canada. It's soybean. They have surplus.
So we got to
They don't
import
even know
our
what to.
thing.
They don't
Why
even
you
know what to
all
do
that
with it.
vast land? You tell me that we couldn't form an agreement with all the chicken farmers and whatnot. That's gonna, let's say somebody, grain feed company is gonna open an office in Ghana, right? And then everybody sign on that we're gonna be your main customers and everything like that. And we're gonna find the routes to ship it to you and everything. We're gonna meet the market demand and everything. And then you got a domestic thing. Start with one factory, right, to supply the whole continent with chicken feed and stuff like fertilizer and stuff like that, you know? But we don't think like that because we got all these different countries, all these things doing their own thing, you know, and the Europeans prey on our division.
The other thing was peace. One of I don't know who mentioned investment. To have investment, what the investor is going to think about. The first thing that comes to their mind is peace.
Stability.
If they invest 50,000, yeah, 150,000 of my money, I want to know if that country has who's ruling that country. Is there going to be a coup? Am I going to lose my money?
Yeah, you lose a coup, you lose everything.
You lose everything.
You know, what the first thing they do when they have a coup is they go to the central bank and the military start taking everything out.
Yes.
They ask the West for loans to replenish it. Where did all the money go?
That is,
all the previous administration spoiled. No, they steal it when they get there.
So that was the most challenge. These Asian countries have A rating. Singapore is able to get money because they know there's nothing gonna happen in that country. You know that your money is
in, you're gonna make money. You know,
good place. Yeah, you're gonna make money. Yeah, there's not gonna be any. So we have. I think if we get peace, all of these things are coming along. I was watching videos from Ghana, man. I really liked the youth right now are going into farming. I've seen these kids that have they graduated, they cannot find any jobs. Now they're turning into farming. And one of them, for example, had a greenhouse, this huge greenhouse, and he's growing all year round. Drought or no drought.
Yeah, same thing in Zimbabwe.
He did drip irrigation, and he's teaching everyone free. You want to learn how I did this? Come here. This is how I did it. And so if that just takes off, I think that's amazing.
Yeah, before farming was seen as looking down on farm. Oh, I don't want to farm. I want an office job. That's the mentality got changed in Africa too. Africans look down on manual.
That was another thing. That is true.
They think farming is beneath them when they don't understand farmers could be rich. Yeah,
we have classes. There's classes for that. There's musicians. That's a different family that does that. There's a guy who does the well drilling. I think it's like India, man. It's hidden, but it's like India.
I hear a lot of people farm just like the same crops though, like cash crops.
Yeah.
And not farming the right things. I just heard someone say. I remember Shalom Kuti talking about that.
Well, you got to be a coordinated farming. It'll happen when there's no central planning. In Japan, the Asian countries, they'll tell a farmer, okay, this person's growing rice. We need you to grow this. We'll give you the money, everything. Yeah. We need you to grow this. We'll make sure we'll buy your crop from you, right? But we need you to grow this. We need you to plant this and plant this, And Africa is not like that. People farm and they take their luck and sell into the market. There's no coordinated, centralized farming program,
Right.
You got to rotate, yeah. They do the seasonal thing that they do here in the United States.
Well, they have
farm year round in Africa.
Here in the United States, they got subsidies for like the kind of the stuff that's integral.
Yeah, they've got a lot of money. Yeah. Mm-hmm. They have this
they got
Farmer's Almanac. Farmer's Almanac, which just gives us like basic forecast of what's gonna do well, and that's what they use. A lot of them just get their tips from that. This year is another year for soybean. This year is another year for that, and they just so it's a whole industry. I think it's going to be there. Africa will be there. It's going to take some time.
And we guys keep spreading the word. Anyway, brothers, I got to get off. It's been late. It's been good. 6 hours. I was on 6 hours, but this has been a good show. Hopefully, we're doing a show tomorrow night. Bomani, we'll be back on.
Yes, Kyle, be good. Just text me information and we'll get it all set up and all ready. So
Saturday night.
Yeah, so with that, let me close out with everyone, family. I appreciate everyone joining us. And the journey continues. I'm going to...
Thank you for having us. Bye.
Yes, brothers. Thank you for joining. And family, we're closing out.
For the Africans.
And as usual, anybody want to connect with me, this is my information below: phone number, email address, website, reach out, connect, and let's keep it strong. So we're gonna play some closeout music, and everyone have a beautiful weekend, and we will reconnect back with you later on tonight.
Come get your truth and your blessing, son. Go. Shining bright forever and ever. Come on and move away them dark clouds. Shining bright forever and ever. How Sons of Africa, shining bright. Sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oi, oi. Sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Remember where the builders of the pyramids, sons of Africa. Remember we're the ones who navigated the Nile, sons of Africa. And all the star systems them in the sky, sons of Africa. Sons of Africa, shining bright, sons of Africa, forever and ever. Sons of Africa, oi, oi. Sons of Africa, sons of Africa. Sons of Africa, and Mr. Marcos Mosiah David, sons of Africa. Kwame Ture, sons of Africa. Stephen Biko, Patrice Lumumba, sons of Africa. Sekou